yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself. Open your eyes. See for yourself. Open your eyes. Know for yourself.
Mic check, 1, 2, 3. Talk to me, family. And can you hear me? Let's see in the chat, yeah. Can you hear me? 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 Yes, no, maybe. Nobody can hear me? Oh, Elaine. All right, all right, all right. All right. I'm gonna big up some people in the chat because when we go. Let me see, I know. Youngs at NS, at N. Big up yourself. Number 1, first in the class, front row. Catherine Daly, greetings, greetings, greetings. Merle. Somebody beat you to the front of the class to them, Merle. You have to come early. Elaine. Yes, I speak my mind, respect. I see you. Much blessings. Yes. Sonia Foster. See you. Clint. Yes, sir. Maxine. Hartford, Connecticut, another house. Yes. Big up on yourself. JC. Who else? Kevin, take all the thing from me. Carla Ebanks. Lyris. Yes, Lyris. On time, in line, right? OT. Yes, OT. KV. Sharon Clark. Big up yourself. Gwendolyn Hall. Greetings. Carol Banton. Yes, indeed. Dorothy McCoy. I think I mentioned Catherine already. Daily. Carol Banton. Bambino. Kevin, take a look at Bambino now at 2:59. I think I sent it to you now.
So I'll go on, yeah.
No second. Somebody said them never get the link, Kevin. Don't know that'll work. Sharon Clark. Cornette Sterling. Donna Whitaker. Falmouth Girl 2. Marcia Brown. Where Falmouth Girl 1 then? Let's say Falmouth Girl 1. Frontline worker, Sonia Graham. Evie. Yeah, now, hey. I'm scooching at the house and the people. See him there, no, now man, Montague. When I see him asking where I'm getting the name Bob Scoochie. Interesting story. Yes. D. Murray, Monica Hall. Yes, yes, yes. Jeff Clive. Oh, Jeff, they're the UK. Okay. Cool and windy as a thing, Jeff. Desmond Linton. Jeffrey Worrell, as distinct and different from Jeffrey Tavares, Mr. Vumva V. Who else is here? Althea Johnson. Lorene Dowling. Greetings and welcome. Serene Sue. Salutations. Yes. Paulette Johnson. Blessings. Errol Barnes. Yes. Oh, you can't hear me. All right. All right. Everybody can't hear me. We create. You can't hear me. Don Hilton. Yes. Mr. Vumva V. You know, see him, Kevin. You see him there. You can't, you know. Shar J. Loud and clear. Yes. Veronica Clark. Yeah. OT, give me the thumbs up sign. All right. Everybody can hear me. All right. Let me see. Jaquan, greetings. Audrey Cook, James Wilkes, Beverly Bailey, Anne-Marie Blagrove, James Brathwaite, Derek G. JB, Lorene Dowling, Russell, the brethren, people, let me tell you, the people I listen to it from all over Africa and all over the Middle East. Big up, Russell now. Big up all of the people in South Africa. Big up the Al-Faiz family. We know them are watching in Saudi Arabia. Big up the Hourini family in Saudi Arabia. Who else? So many, all over the world, people are listening to it, man. And I watch it. Loxley Gregory. Yes. Andrew Pine. Duran Clark. Triple G. Devon Cooper. Peter Henry. Van Johnson. Lenworth Steele Lee. Country Gal 84. We're missing, Kevin, we're missing Country Gal 1 through 83. Yeah, yeah, Jeanette Letts. Hey, David, my brethren. Big up yourself, David. Big up yourself and the family. Yeah, big up D for me and everybody. Yeah. Nice show not to tune into for today, you know. Big show. Jermaine Hines. I think I called Ivan Johnson already. Who else? Don, big up yourself. Big up all of the people. I mean, not the Cayman for I would say Cayman, just the Cayman Islands, because some people might think a Cayman is spot me I talk about. So, you know, I could just make that clear. All right, Don, Cayman Island. Who else is here? Naz, you know it go Naz? I saw the thing set, man. Bambino asked for the link. So Bambino call me.
Give Bambino my number.
I'll send her the link. I'll send her. Yeah.
Okay. All right. Greetings and salutations, all. Yeah. All right. Greetings and salutations, all. How are you doing? I want to say big ups. First off, let me give you a heads up. The Saturday stew tonight will be on a little bit later than normal. So, because of the schedule for today's broadcast, and Ratty will talk about it a little bit more, he will have to go a little bit longer. So those of you who have been clamoring for a little more time, you're gonna get it today, not because he really wants to, but because he has to. There are some people that will be coming on, and because of their schedules, we'll have to shuffle things around on the Reggae Global side. So I am making an executive decision when it comes to the Saturday stew. And later on, we'll give you a little bit more information on that. But welcome all. Glad that y'all could be here. Go ahead, call a friend, tell a friend, friends of your friends, friends of your enemies, enemies of your friends, and your enemies too. Call somebody, anybody, everybody. Let them know we're live and we're in living color right here, right now. We're reasoning with Rattigan, and we're talking the things. There's a lot of things to talk today. Rebel and I were working on the material for today, and I was like, here we go again. Can we do it? Boy, rough. But go ahead and share the link. Like up. Those of you that are locked in on YouTube, go ahead and hit that like button. I'll tell you from early because we like the numbers. Not really that we like the numbers, but the numbers are important for the development of the program, the monetization of the broadcast. These things contribute to it. And those of you that have businesses and you'd like to advertise your business, we can do a little package, We can do a little package. Contact the radio station, the global base, contact the global base or Reggae Global Radio, and we can get a little thing going on. Yeah? So talk to them at the office. I makes no decisions in that department. I'll tell you from now. I make no decision there. But go ahead and link up. See Rebel drop him headset. I don't know why.
Yeah. Bambino, let's just send it to you, so you can pass it on, please. Dennis Hart. Well, so also Miss Kevin. Jeffrey, easy, Jeffrey not easy, Jeffrey coming for cause problems today. Verona Walker, blessings. Kayleen, see it there? Open your eyes and see for yourself. You love it. We love it. The whole of we love it, Kayleen. Yeah. Lorraine Dowling. Who else will be here? Althea Johnson. Althea. Kimon Green. Yes. Florence Brown. G. Angel. Greetings. Who we miss? Kevin? We miss anybody? Don Mel.
Boy, I know you can't catch everybody. So people will be missed.
Pato 779, Durant Clark, Peter Baker, Nachilus, I like that name there, Nachilus Buck. My DJ name Demos and Supercat used to call them Nachilus. All right. Royal Babes up and running. Dallas in the house. What me say? Catherine Daly, that big up Mr. Stew.
True.
Yeah, you can't call him Mr. Stew. There's no sound. Catch up. I said DJ Kevin Stew. Stretch it out,
Hey, David Marshall, listen, make sure you just ready up for now forward, please and thanks. Love, I appreciate the offer. Much love.
You wanna big up Kevin Stew. Wells. Michael Baker, good evening to you, sir. Thanks for being here with us. Don, the men are here. Big up Rattigan and Kevin. See? She have it right. Kevin Stew. But Don, you have to put DJ, you have to give him title. DJ Kevin Stew. Catherine says, Kevin Stew, we are still in Florida. Lenward, Port St. Lucie in the house. Yes, sir. Ruan Ellis.
To the world.
Yeah. Steve Campbell. Bless. Bambino, I send it to you, but just send it to you. You should have it by now. Beverly Bailey from the UK. Thanks for staying up late to catch us. You won't be disappointed. I'm telling you, I guarantee you won't be disappointed. I am. Greetings, Rattigan and Kevin. Yes, sir. Thank you. Karen Brown. Yes. Tell people a big up all Jeffrey, I know. JP. by the way, Jeffrey Tavares will be joining us later on, folks. Yeah, Vumvavi will be joining us. Vumvava, just let me get to the link here. Sorry about that. Yes, the link there. Dynamite in the Kingdom of God. Whoa, that's powerful. Greetings. Pearly Simpson. Pearly, big up yourself. Agency Driver 5. Bless up, bless up. Edley Evans. JP, Bambino. Nyla Queen, blessings. Laura Williams. You guys are awesome and simple. Simply the best. Okay. Kings 1. Jeff Clive. Delroy Hilton. Lennox Reed. Roomba Time News. Good evening. Nigel Taylor. Enough manners and respect. Kesu. Hola. Come out, Ted. Veteran. Flex. Yeah. Hey, never check for another thing, you know, people, you know. Neville Eddie from Firehouse, Penwood Road. Big up yourself, Neville. Call him Eddie. I like him put Neville. Yeah, Eddie, how you try fool? I put up Neville. You know?
Man, go government.
Oh, I'm government name. Okay, all right. Patricia Thorpe. Kevin. Okay. Hey, Missy Dea. Thing turn up now, Missy Dea. Marie from Canada. Yes. Walk like a champion. Real black woman. Hey, the crew are tuning in, you know. Kevin Stew, you ready for a lot of questions? That's how we're done asking, you know, Kevin. John Scott. I like cats. Delarica Ward. Good day to you. Loxley Gregory. Big race around a Caymanas Park today. Big race around here today too. Freedom. Who you call? My apologies. Please accept my apologies. Mr. Bram said, okay. Shouldn't get the news to know, Kevin, otherwise should have cost me out, you know. Well, actually, you should have cost out. Missy, you need to cost out, Kevin, you know, trust me. Let me tell you what happened later. Paulette MacArthur, Devon Cooper, T. Barber, Pamela Brown, Janet Monday. Who else? Oh, hey, Russell. People, if you don't want to know about, when we are talking about the petroleum industry, this is the man. All of your people are talking about expert. This gentleman here, Russell Trower, he is a petroleum engineer. Yeah. He is actually working right now as we speak for a petroleum company. He is a supervisor and he's doing his thing. I won't tell you the country, but they have an offshore platform, and this man, actually, he has taught me so much about the petroleum industry. But I tell him for come on the show now, Kevin. That's what I'm saying. Still too shy to come on the show one day.
Russell, you and I need to talk, Russ. You and I need to talk.
Yeah, man. Russell is a wealth of knowledge. And not only that, humble as they come. When I say humble, very, very humble. Very knowledgeable, very intelligent, very humble. Really nice person. Mr. President, there, then President, I want to see you. Yeah? Yes, Eddie, big up yourself. Dorothy L. The Elaine, let me see who else there. Yellow, Teresa Brown, big up yourself. Doris Legister, yes, Fear White. But everybody are tuning in. Hey, Kevin, so David send you a message, eh?
David send me a message?
Yeah, man. Look at 3:30.
Yeah.
Chosen Claudette. Miss Extian Punk. Yes. From London. Big up yourself. I'll have a cup of tea and a slice of cake. You can't help me like that, miss. I'll be a Korean Griffiths. Tamara Davis, bless up. Bless up. Why? We're not Winnie Mead. We're not tuning in our numbers. Right now. Ubuntu. Chicago in the house. Nifty friends. Carol Allen. Denny. Hey, Anne-Marie. People, this are Raleigh Gopi, sister. Grew up with her. Big up yourself, Anne-Marie.
You can know the people that coming with you from far, you know. They don't come in, they don't say Ratty, they don't
Call it
say
Junior.
Rebel, they come in and say Junior.
Yeah, anybody here call me Junior, them know me. Them know from back, sir.
Yeah, yeah.
From back, so them know me. Yes, big up yourself, Anne Marie. Who else? The number Barbara Bryant. Yes, big up yourself. Clint Chambers.
You know, I
DJ
catch everybody, you know, brother.
You know that I look man.
You know.
But we can't really start. I wait for the gentleman to come. It don't make no sense to even start the story because, you know, F. Joseph's full. No Isaac joining today. No, man, you mad, man. Isaac's coming. Isaac will be here. Isaac will be here. Later on, he will be here. God's got my back. I say, all right. So somebody, say Verona, say the way it's supposed to be said. Big up DJ Kevin Stew, the baddest DJ around town, uptown, downtown, and all over town. Yeah.
Much love, bro. Much love.
Shirley Bogle, Paul Bogle, great granddaughter. I joke me, man. Shirley, big up yourself, all right? Juliet Graham, Catherine Dale, Norman Ferguson, Mike Reed, Kevin Rapp. Now catch everybody. Cecilia Burnett, Norman Ferguson, Peter Flynn, Andrea Burke. We can't do this every weekend of people, but
you see the message at 321 from Bambino?
I send the stuff to Bambino. I send it to Bambino. I'll call her.
It's the 321 message.
Hold on, let me say something. I sent it to her. Hold on. Miss Rita, Stiesa, Ransford, yes, Andy Briam, Petro E, Creative Minds, Don, Prezi supposed to, yeah, Prezi there, Prezi, show your face, people might see in a Prezi. Who else? Bev Heaven. 321. Listen, Brenda Elson. Oh, Brenda, go back to church. Big up yourself, Brenda.
Say a little prayer for we.
Yes. Tell me the number you can call in case the internet giving problem. Tell me the number. No, Bambino, we don't take phone calls on this program. We take phone calls on Wednesday. Yeah, we don't take phone calls today. Sylvan Jones, Thelma Garvey, Devon Cooper, Lloyd Brown, Gene Royalty, Monica Pinnock. See, Russell gives some advice.
In this instance, Rebel. In this instance,
yeah.
If they're having internet problems, maybe that's the only option that we're going to have.
Well, we are hoping to have it. If him cannot get through today, well, because we have a packed schedule, we have to do it next week, Saturday. Bambino, if we cannot get through with the internet, then we'll have to make arrangements to have him make the phone call. But next week, because we're really, really pressed for time. People who me seen at the background, they laugh. Thelma Garvey. No, Thelma, not you. Leprechaun. No, not you. This man here. See me here.
Clean.
Yeah, me soon come.
All right, sir.
Yeah.
Stay tight. Big up yourself. Stay tight. Who else is here? I think we're finished now.
Soon come, Kev. Soon come, Ratty.
Yankee. Yeah, man. No problem.
Love it.
The Joe Blogs. Joey Blogs. All right, I think we're finished now. Thelma Garvey. Yeah, we'd say that. Fireman White. Yes. Loxley Gregory. Johnny Chicory. All right. Folks. I think everybody think broke down. I think pop down. So I have to, normally we would have my little monologue right. So now I have to do that's what the thing said. So here we are. Good afternoon and welcome to Reason with Rattigan on Reggae Global Radio, Facebook and YouTube. And I'm your host, Will, the Rebel Rattigan. And I want to say thanks to all of you for joining me this afternoon. You could be anywhere in the world, but you've decided to be here with me, DJ Kevin Stu, and we have Isaac coming on later, and Prezi is about to come on, and we have a slew of guests, and the topics them, amazing. And like DJ Kevin Stu said, the reason we're gonna run longer than usual today, because every week what happens is that we have some topics that we want to present to you, and they just get pushed back. So we just decided we're going to just kind of like clean up some of the topics them and get some people come on and talk about some things, and then talk about the current ones, because we know no one hear about the $3 trillion I wouldn't say missing, it's unaccountable. No one hear about that. We know no one hear about COBRE and the agreement where the government signed, where screw the people them with the pen on the river, screw them twice, screw them with the True Juice Company, and screw them with the government the way them signed the agreement. And last but not least, we no want to hear about our illustrious Prime Minister and the way the judge just let him go so and just tell him saying free for the way he want to, and all of that. Drop me a make. I'm not going to hear about the border security. Oh, border insecurity. I'm not going to hear about that. Before we go any further, let me just tell you people that whenever you hear a story, especially headline news, don't just run with the story. Don't just run with it. I like to just sit back and watch things play out, because generally speaking, the headline story is not the most accurate. It's like 2 or 3 stories down the road you find out. And also what I like to do is I like to read. If there's a document involved, I want to read the document myself, because people call me and say, oh, them Lego the Prime Minister, blah, blah. And I ask them, did you read? Have you seen the judge's decision? No. Then how did you come by this? Oh, I read it in the newspaper. I said, no. When you read the decision, then we can have a discussion. But until then, no. I said, I refuse to offer an opinion until I've seen the document. No, I saw the document, got the document last night, 53 pages, and I read it, the whole thing. And right after that, I had to read another document, 77 pages. But I did that. That's my passion. I like reading, especially them things here. And when I read the document, what was presented in the media initially, I know so it go. So we're going to break that down tonight so everybody can understand. All right. Again, we will continue the mission of educating our people, because as Malcolm X said, education is a passport to the future, for tomorrow belongs to those who prepare for it today. By the way, please check out our website, ojldf.net, and just drop us a line. Let us know, what your impressions are of it. I see we have Joel Carr ready to go. You know what, Kevin? I was gonna go on and talk about a little bit more. Well, look, I think Joel, bear with me. I think I'll have you come on in about a minute or so. No, we have a lot of segments today, people. And as we've said before, Jamaica is truly content rich. And that's why we cannot get to some of the stories we promised. And nevertheless, we will try to get to some of those stories while discussing the recent ones. Today, we will continue our discussion regarding the cryptocurrency created primarily for African and Caribbean people. We'll talk about human rights initiatives in Jamaica. We'll talk about the perspectives of a diaspora member regarding the situation in Jamaica. And we hope to talk about, as I just mentioned, border insecurity, the COBRE, $3 trillion. And then in our health segment, we'll talk about diabetes and you. So without further ado, it's 3:30. Where's Mr. Carr? I just saw him a while ago. Mr. Carr, don't leave me. Mr. Carr. All right. While we're waiting for Mr. Carr, Kev, what's going on in your life, man?
Too much to even mention. As I was saying earlier, those of you who were, some people asking until what time the broadcast will be going on tonight. past 8 o'clock. It will be going on past 8 o'clock, and I will be on after that. So fret not, you still get to shake your toe if that is all you can shake. Other people that can shake and jiggle up and drop it like it's hot, those that drop it like it's lukewarm, will still work with you, eh? So enough work.
All right. Folks, last week we had on a gentleman who he was representing the Abundance Community Coin. I think it's called TAC. And he came on, and some of you had questions for him that he wasn't really prepared to answer. And he made it clear that he wasn't really prepared as well, that he was in the midst of doing something. I was asked to just drop in and say a few words about the coin. Well, today we have somebody we believe will be able to answer all your questions. Actually, 2 people. And here they are, Mr. Joel Carr and Mr. Abundance. I can't remember Mr. Abundance's name.
Stephen.
But Stephen. Okay, all right, Stephen. See me? There you go, Stephen. Welcome. I said Joel Carr just dropped off a while ago, but I'm not him anyway. He can't join us anyway. Stephen, welcome to Reason with Rattigan, a program where people tune in to be educated and also to share education. We have Joel Carr over here. All right, there it is. All right, let me move this one out. All right. So people have been asking questions. They were asking questions last week. All right. And the questions continue through a series of programs this week to today. People would like to know, okay, what's going on with this TAC thing? So before we go any further, can you please briefly just tell us who you are, what you represent, why you're doing what you're doing?
Okay, I believe that question is for me.
So both of you,
Yes.
go ahead.
Okay, am I audible?
Yes, loud and clear. We can hear you.
Loud and clear.
All right, thank you very much. Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much, gentlemen, and also to your listening audience. It is indeed a privilege and an honor to be your guest. I want to say that we started in 2019 on this unique and progressive vision. We have decided to declare war on poverty. We have decided to come together from across continent. Many of us haven't met behind this global vision, a vision to address inequality, a vision to open up economic channels from Africa to the diaspora. I believe that you would have known that we are in the Caribbean. We import 80% of what we consume, but nothing comes from Africa. And Africa's poverty is by design. It's not an accident. And so we have decided that we cannot pass what we have inherited down to our children. So we have decided to use this technology to address our mission and our vision and to effect the good of our people. Hence the reason we started this mission 2019. And so we have a progressive community of which we are in 57 countries. And so I am happy to be here to continue this mission and this vision. We are at a critical juncture as well in our operation. But as we say in this community, TAC continues to go uphill.
All right, Joel, anything from you?
Well, good afternoon to wonderful hosts and to the listening audience. It is indeed an awesome time to be alive and an awesome time for us to be here. As the CEO said, we have declared war on poverty and man-made disease and scarcity by design. And so we are here to share with the people of this great community what exactly the Abundance Community Coin is intending to do as we execute the mission and vision. So it's awesome to be here.
Okay. Now, let me start with the first question. And I know Kevin is just chomping at the bit, and we have people in the chat. People in the chat, just like last week, feel free, you can ask your question. You said one of the missions of the TAC, the abundance community coin, this is a cryptocurrency. One of the missions of it is to end poverty. Now, when people think of poverty and ways to address it, that's usually a government function. Are you replacing the government? How do you get into that space that you say we don't care what the government is doing, we are going to end poverty? And the second question is, give us specifics as to how you plan to end poverty in Africa and the Caribbean.
All right. I want to thank you for your question. And we are not here to replace government. You know, Buckminster Fuller says that if you want to change something, you do not fight against it, especially the system. But he advises that you should create a new model that makes the existing one become obsolete. And that is exactly what we're doing. We are coming together as a people because what we have voted for and what we have supported over the years, the cartels of today, both in religion and government, they have not done it for us. And so we have decided on this technology, using this ecosystem to create abundance and a level playing field. This system it does not discriminate. It's one thing about it. It doesn't recognize your last name. It doesn't recognize your location. All it recognizes is your understanding of what's going on and your ability to connect onto it. I'm hearing myself. So I'm not too sure what is happening there.
Somebody, Joel, could you mute your mic?
Okay, yeah, thank you very much. And so, as I said, we're not here to replace government, but we're here to take control of our destiny as a people. You know, Marcus Garvey told us a long time ago that anyone that doesn't look like us, that brings us a blueprint or a program for economic freedom, he told us, no, that is one of economic enslavement. And we have seen it over and over again. Our leaders are trying to borrow ourselves into economic freedom. It will never happen. You can never borrow yourself to economic prosperity. And so we who are in over 57 countries, we have decided to use this technology and to assist each other with this progressive vision, to unite our resources, to appreciate this asset, because it is an asset class. And we hope, even though it may sound like a joke or look like a joke today, as Bitcoin, when it started in 2009, nobody ever imagined that it would have been over 100,000 today. And so, as a matter of fact, Bitcoin started in a worse place than us. And so today, the value of this coin may be $19. But I've challenged the community that we will put this coin at 100,000 this time next year. We're about to launch our exchange and all that stuff there. And so we know that we have the tool, We have the capacity. We have the technology. This is our time, my people, and you cannot afford to left behind. And so again, our plan is to use this technology, leaving no one behind. All you need to do you have an understanding? I'm not a fan of Bill Gates, but he says one thing that I cannot ignore. He says, if you want to get ahead, know where the world is going and get there first. And so, again, we're not here to fight the government. We are here to complement. We are here to take up our civic responsibility and to pool our resources and to attack the greatest challenge that this world has ever presented, which is poverty. And we can do it together as a people.
Okay, Rebel, you're muted. You're muted on your side. Rebel?
Yeah.
Okay, good.
Yeah, yes. Steve.
Abundance.
Abundance. I understand everything you're saying, but I need you to answer the second part of the question. I'm
Yes.
coming to you now. I know nothing about this. I'm coming to you and I say, Abundance, look, I heard your speech. It's wonderful. I want to end poverty. I want to end my own poverty. I want to end poverty for my community. What do I do? Do I give you money? Do I give you food? Or what do I do? Tell me, just break it down for me so that the ordinary person can understand. What is it exactly?
All right.
Okay.
Okay. Very, very good question. This is a community of which we are using cryptocurrency. We have two great initiatives, the Abundance Community Coin and the Abundance Afro-Diaspora City, because in every crypto, you must create the ecosystem for your coins to be a exchange for goods and services. Bitcoin has done a lot for us, so we're not reinventing the wheel. We will capitalize on the existing market that is already presented, since our coin can be traded against Bitcoin, of which hundreds of thousands of dollars were done when we launched 2021. And so what you need to do is to registered in our community. That's number one. By looking up theabundancecoin.com. But again, as I said, we are launching our exchange this month. And so we have suspended all activities in readiness for the launch. So you will not have access to the exchange at this point. But all things are equal. When we come back on the other side, you will register with us. It is free to register. And you need to hold some coins in your hands. I mean, even one coin, the coin is now at $10. And the value is 9. The value is 9. Hello?
1 quick second, Abundance. Did it go up? You said it's 10 because last week it was 7.
Yes, last week it was 7, and today it is, as I speak, it is 10, and by next week it should be $15. What is happening is that we are trying to raise our hard cap. We have already done our soft cap, and soft cap means that you have an idea, because cryptocurrency is not something that you just get up to today and just say, oh, you want to do a coin and put it on the market. No, it has rules without rulers. And so we have already certified the coin by raising our hard cap. Our hard cap was $2.5 million that we set to raise. And that is to certify that your project really has backing. And so it's an idea, and it is driven by a problem that you want to solve. And if you can get the backing and the support to raise that funds, it means that you have certified your coins. Then there is something that you call hard cap. Some of the things that we said that we will address is the rollback malaria initiative in Africa. Also to usher in a united nation of Africa by uniting ourselves under one umbrella. I know it's no small order that we are addressing. Also, the International Musical and Trade Festival. As you know, as I mentioned, nothing is imported from Africa. A matter of fact, coming back to Africa is like pulling a good tooth, like pulling out a good tooth to come back to Africa when it should not be that difficult. And so, we are saying that with the Rollback Malaria Initiative, with the Afro-Caribbean Cup of Nations, you see, we are going into programs that we will reconnect to the motherland in a way that no one has ever done it. And it will require money. It will require sacrifice. It will require patience, because we're creating a path that has never been trod. And so that is why we're telling our people, come on board and be a part of this revolutionary journey, and do not be left behind.
Okay, Kevin.
Abundance. Few things. I don't know if you're familiar with the 4 agreements, but there's also a 5th agreement which says be skeptical but listen. I've been listening, and I'm waiting to hear your pitch that says, here's why you need to get on board. I hear the overview, I hear the objective. I don't hear yet why I should get on board. There's that. Personally, unless you're an entertainer, personally, I think you should use your name. Use your name. Don't use the currency. Use your name. You know, you're introducing yourself and a product to a whole bunch of people that have a lot of questions and have a lot of trust issues. And for you to not go by your name says, hey, you know, if this thing tanks, I want to know that I can come back as someone else without a problem. They might forget my face, but they'll hold on to the name. Use your name. I haven't heard you say yet how it is that this initiative, this coin, is going to help anybody. I hear the objective. I hear where you want to go. I hear what you want to do. I don't hear the how. And that's what I'm here listening for. There are people that are on here asking questions like, does this coin have any liquidity at $19? And what is it backed by? I see people asking questions like, what app is it on? Where is it that what exchanges can the coin be found? There was another one that I saw. But in the midst of this, what blockchain will it be on? I haven't heard you present to me yet why I should get on board. Everybody wants to have their country, their community, wherever they subscribe to, be successful. That's you sound like a politician, to be honest. And a politician is, as far as I know, first of all, going to sell himself to get to where he wants to go. But you're presenting something that is going to help a greater community. Tell me how.
Yes, thank you very much. And as we continue this discussion, because everything does not come out at the same time, and so sometimes we need to set the foundation. You mentioned about my name, and I must use my name. Everybody knows in this community, I am Chief Abundance. If I call my name, if you call my name, I don't think half of the community will know who you're talking about. But my name is also on the website. I believe you went there because you have read our white paper, I think I heard that last week. So everybody knows that I am Steve Williams. It's on the website, and so nobody is actually running. Now, in terms of how the coin will help you, now we're talking about an asset class, in a digital asset class, that we are inviting our brothers and sisters to be a part of the ecosystem, because as many people come on board in the ecosystem, it appreciates the value of the coin. And in particular, we are now raising our hard cap, and that's where I was going. We are now raising our hard cap of $500 million to certify the coin at $15,000. You see, in this ecosystem, when you're either raising your soft cap or you're raising your hard cap, you have to meet certain benchmark. And so where we are in our fundraising initiative, the value of the coin is now at $19. So the more money come in, is the more value appreciated with this coin. In terms of an app, as I said to you now, the exchange is preparing to launch. While last week you could have registered anyone, you could have used your Bitcoin and buy TAC coin. Today you cannot do that because the exchange is in preparation to launch, of which it will be done officially. The launch date is December 11th, but we have fast forward because the launching of a coin is not an event. It is a process. It is a process that will take a little time to put everything online on the server and then to go live. And so the liquidity to which people speak about, that is another aspect of the exchange. And that is when we go live. Liquidity is mostly created by supply and demand. You have something that has more demand than supply, that's what triggers liquidity, a robust exchange. Hence the reason why I am where I am. I am from the Caribbean myself, but I now have residency in many countries in Africa because, as I said, we are here to effect and to address poverty. And we are saying to our people, let us enter this ecosystem. As I challenge my global community, after the launch, we will push this coin by 100,000, hopefully by this time next year. But it is going to take a lot of hard work and sacrifice for that to happen. Bitcoin did it in 16 years. We want to do it in 4 years because we are a 4-year-old baby. Yes, the idea, the initiation started 2019, but we gave birth on the first exchange in 2021. So we're just, 3-4-year-old child, but we are very progressive in nature. Thank you very much.
Okay, Abundance. I'm still waiting on that pitch for that.
If I might add, if I might add, if one considers when Bitcoin, which was the first cryptocurrency, came out in 2009, that's about 15 years ago. If you had the opportunity and decided to purchase even $15 worth of Bitcoins, you'd have gotten around 5,000 Bitcoins for your $15 US investment. If you fast forward today with Bitcoin being over 100,000 US per coin, you can do the mathematics and see how much hundreds of millions of dollars of spendable money you have today. This is something that you can go and research. Anyone could go and look up and see that the Bitcoin has made more millionaires and billionaires over the course of its existence just by persons investing at an early stage when Bitcoin is affordable. Because right now, most of us would accept that Bitcoin isn't really affordable for us. So we introduce TAC, and we're saying to our people, we may have missed the opportunity because right now Bitcoin is in the hands of the elites and the governments and large corporations. And so this technology that has been made available to us by Satoshi Nakamoto when he came out with it, we're saying that we have created the Abundance Community Coin. It's now affordable. It's $10 US to purchase. If you purchase TAC and you get on board with this initiative, as we continue, we say that a rising tide in cryptocurrency rise all boats. Because if you have 10 coins in your wallet, whatever the value of the coin in the market is, that is going to be the value of each coin in your wallet. And so you will have spendable money as in your wallet that you can cash out and you can make changes that you want to make. And we're saying, get on board with TAC now that it's affordable, because it's practical, and we have the example of Bitcoin to show that persons who have invested and have held on to their Bitcoins have seen tangible, spendable money that makes a huge difference in their situation. And so we're inviting everybody to join TAC, because now that TAC is affordable, we can get on as a people, we can get behind this global vision, because TAC is the only company that has a global vision for our people. And so we're saying, get on board and let's make the changes that we want to see.
All right, let me address some things at a ground level. Understand the overall global vision. I get it. I understand that you want to eradicate poverty. We all do. But let's get down to the real nitty-gritty here. Basically, you're presenting an investment tool at an early stage, inviting people to get on board so that when it blows up, if it blows up, that everybody can be in a better position. Correct? Am I off? Am I on target?
No, continue.
No, I want you to come with me as I go along. Am I on the right track? I don't want to
Yes,
go off.
yes, you're on the right track.
Cool. Here's my suggestion to you. Go ahead and present it that way. Each person has a role to play in their community. I tell people all the time, their community is not just development that you live in, but it spreads far and wide. So go ahead and pitch that. This whole here to eradicate poverty in the Caribbean, in Africa, if the people, the individuals in those communities are not doing their part to make that happen, it's not going to happen. There's nothing that any one entity, money instrument can do that is going to do that without the people doing it. Mm-hmm. So go ahead and do that. Don't the comparison with the Bitcoin and anything else, use that as only to say, here, you can get in early. Because up until now, and well, Joel kind of put some things into perspective a little bit more. Now, I wasn't getting what you were saying about abundance, but I need you to speak for everybody, present to a more global group, which is what is here listening right now, and a bunch of skeptical people. Go ahead and present it. Here's an investment tool that is available to you early. If you choose to get on board right now, since its inception 4 years ago, it has grown from $2 to now at $10, valuing, it was $17 last week, $19 this week, so it's growing. Present that. Present what we can see as facts. The whole pipe dream of eradicating poverty happens on an individual level. So reach out to people individually. That's my suggestion to you. Take it or leave it. I'm fine with it. But present it that way. It's not, and make it convincing. Rebel.
Yeah. We don't have much time left, but listen, let me ask Abundance and Joel a question here. You said that you guys are in Africa and you're in the Caribbean. Are you established in Nigeria? Just yes or no?
If I'm established in Nigeria?
Yes or no?
Yes, I'm presently in Nigeria, and we are carrying out awareness and promotion. A matter of fact, Nigeria has my most theatrons.
No, I'm asking, are you established in Nigeria? I'm not asking if you're promoting it in Nigeria. Are you in Nigeria? Can you do business in Nigeria with TAC?
When you say we can do business, what do you mean?
Exactly what you're promoting. No, you're promoting a business venture, right? And I tell you what, forget about that, because it sounds like that's a difficult question for you to answer, because maybe it's the way I'm asking it. But let me ask let me switch and ask it easier. Are you established in Liberia?
We are doing business in almost all the African countries. Liberia, we have registered in Liberia. We also registered in Nigeria. In Nigeria. Hello?
I'm sorry to interrupt you. When were you registered in Liberia? Was it 2020?
2020, the same 2020. Time. Yeah, okay. We registered in Sierra Leone and also Nigeria.
Let me read you something that's coming from Liberia, Central Bank of Liberia. It says,
okay.
It says it says,
I know what you're about to read from the Central Bank, and that took place when we were about to launch. We were going to do a physical launch in May 2021, but my leaders, we were going to do a physical launch. It is registered, it is incorporated, but what we were missing is the license, of which at that time I was not given the assurance that we would have need. But while we were going through our process, the central bank sent out a notice that we should not launch because they have not issued us with a license. Even as it is now, I am working with the central bank. I'm working with members of parliament. I even met the president of Liberia on this issue a couple of weeks ago. So back then when we started, and even up to now, they don't, the bank cannot issue me with a license right now because there's no law in Liberia that that give the central bank authorization to issue a license in cryptocurrency. And so that is what I'm actually now working on with members in the upper house and the lower house. So that was the situation.
All right. The reason why I ask is because you said you were established in 2020, and in 2021 they came out and they said the CBL herewith clarifies that at no time has the bank approved any license for the above mentioned and that's TAC to transact. Yes. And they put in bold any financial business in Liberia in accordance with Section 3, subsection 1 of the New Financial Institutions Act of Liberia. Let me switch to this. Let me ask you this. Is TAC an investment?
It depends on who you ask that question.
I'm asking you.
Yes, I'm coming to you, as I said, because you must get a broad understanding as to why in 2019 we put it out in our white paper that TAC is not an investment. And you must understand the reason why. Now, if up to today, if you ask probably the bank, the stock, the financial analysts, yes, they will say that it is an investment. If you ask the SEC, they will tell you it depends on whether it's a stable coin or a liquidity coin. But what we will say that it is a medium of exchange for goods and services within your ecosystem. And of course, you can make capital gains by trading, or you can also lose. And so everybody knows that cryptocurrency is an investment. But at that time, where governments around the world, 2019, there were so many dust still in the dust in the air. Nobody knows at any point how the SEC around the world will view your initiative. And so they were just looking for any reason
But
to actually arrest you.
Mr. Abundance,
Yes.
and Joel, you put in your white paper that this is not NOT an investment. But then
Yes,
I
that's
hear
what
you
it
say, yeah, but and that, so if you believe it's an investment now, why haven't you changed the white paper to reflect this change? And then also keep in mind that if you, and you mentioned earlier, I took notes here, you mentioned earlier that the more money that comes in, the more valuable the coin will, the value of the coin will come.
Yeah.
So what you're actually saying is, if we don't get the money, then there's a risk that the value we're projecting will not be realized. Am I correct?
Yes, you are correct. You are correct.
So then it is an investment.
Well, I just told you that. And of course, the white paper, I must say, is also going on the editing right now as we speak. As you know, there are a lot of changes that are taking place. And so even though, yes, cryptocurrency is an investment, but there are certain, we fall under certain criteria. We're dealing with a utility coin. TAC is a utility coin, just like Bitcoin. And you also have stable coin. So there are certain regulations that stable coin must meet that utility coin do not. For example, in a stable coin, you are shareholders. You make decision as a part of being a shareholder. And in a utility coin, you don't have that leverage. You know, you're not a shareholder, you're not a director. You know, however, you hold an asset to which can be utilized within the ecosystem that is issued, that is created by the issue of the coin. Within that ecosystem, you can use the coin, and of course, you can either have capital gains or you can have losses. Bitcoin, everybody knew what Bitcoin has done, and so TAC is no different. But at the same time, we must be very wise and vigilant not to run ourselves into the law when the governments around the world are not even too sure how to classify cryptocurrency. And so we understand what is a security. We understand that the America, especially America, they're using the Howey test to test whether your project falls under security. And that is why we have passed that test, because we don't have no financial contracts, like myself, don't have no financial contracts with any Tiashan in terms of profiting from what they're doing. And so whether they sell their coins, whatever they make by selling their coins or not, it doesn't come to me. And so there's some fundamental differences between stable coin and utility coin.
All right. You know what? We're going to have to leave it there. I think people can make up their minds. You've made your pitch. As you know, I don't know if you're aware of it, but on this program, we don't endorse and we don't condemn anything. We just, it's more like an informational platform where people come on and they say whatever they need to say, and then the audience, they can make up their minds and do whatever they need to do, because they've listened to you. And I see a whole bunch of By the way, is there a way that people can direct their questions to you? Because I see a whole bunch of questions in the chat which we can't get to. Can you please tell us how we can get to you to ask the questions? Oh, Joel.
Gentlemen.
Joel.
Hi. Yes. So you can reach me via my phone. No problem with that. 1268 785 2515.
Hold on a second. 1268
785 2515.
All right.
Or 775 and the same 2515.
775. All right.
You can also email me if you choose to. Joel.car at ab.gov.ag.
What government is into this?
Antigua.
Oh, Antigua.
AB, yes, AB, Antigua Barbuda.
Okay, all right, cool.
ab.gov.ag.
All right. Kevin, can we just throw that?
I didn't hear that.
No, can you mute? Can you mute, please? Because I want feedback from you. Yeah. Folks, yeah, if you have questions to ask regarding TAC, you can reach Joel at joel.car@ab.gov.ag. His phone number is 12687525515. Kevin, could you please just throw that in the chat for me, please, so that people, you can go back if you have questions regarding TAC. And let me just say, please don't call me, don't call Kevin, because we're not qualified to talk about TAC cryptocurrency. In fact, I'm not qualified to talk about any cryptocurrency. So please don't call me with don't call me with questions about Bitcoin, TAC, or any one of them. If you want to find out more about TAC, Joel is your man, and he's available. So, in fact, I might even send him a couple questions too. All right. So look, Joel, want to thank you for spending some time with us this Saturday afternoon, and at least making the effort to enlighten us about what this TAC cryptocurrency is all about. And we wish you all the best in your endeavors. And I'm sure some of these folks will be in touch with you. All right.
All right. Thank you so very much for having me.
All right.
We appreciate it. All right. Thank you.
All right. Let me.
Okay, that was
Abundance is back, but Abundance, if you can hear me, we just got away. We got some information from Joel, and we'll be in touch with him because there are lots and lots of questions in the chat, and I'm sure that you are more than willing and able to answer those questions. So you know what? Let me just bring it back. Just parting words for the people. Just no more than a minute, please.
All right. Okay. Thank you very much. And as I said that, as we say in this community, TAC continues to go uphill. And so join us, my people from around the globe. This is a good time to be alive. And what we're bringing to you, we have been tested, we have been proven, we are not going anywhere. Our global presence, we have rooted ourselves globally. Our website shows the team around the globe, and we are creating something awesome to address inequality, to address poverty. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, sir. Take care of yourself.
Take care.
All right. All right. Folks, just to be sure, Kevin and I, we bring folks on. We're not endorsing their product. We're not, I certainly am not saying that, you should stay away from them. All we're trying to do is to educate you, to make you more aware of what's going on, because some of these folks, they will be petitioning you. They'll see you as a customer. They'll come to you. And so we want you to be aware so that some of the questions we're asking, you can ask them yourself. And then you can reach an informed decision about whether you should give them your money or not. I'm not telling you don't give them or give them. That's entirely up to you. But yes, OT, disclaimer. But we're putting it out there because we know that you're going to be approached by these folks. And then some of you'll probably give your money and God forbid you lose your money. Then you'll come to me and say, Mr. Rattigan, can you help me get my money back? I'm not saying TAC is going to be, TAC is one of those. I'm just saying worst case scenario. So that's why we bring people like that on, so that you can actually listen to the questions, you can listen to the presentation, and then you can make up your own mind. And then you can send questions to Joel, for example. Send questions to him, ask him the questions. And if you're not satisfied with the answer, then you can come to us and say, hey, Joel told me this, but I'm not satisfied. Can you check it out for me? We'd be more than happy to do that. Kevin.
Yeah, what Rebel said. I don't know if many of you know this about me. I can be pretty hard on individuals with a product, but it's not that I'm trying to be hard on them personally. It's just that we want to get the most of the information in the least amount of time possible, and we had very little time, and it just sounded like a politician going around in circles for me. And so I'm not saying that if it didn't sound that way for you, you must take my position on it. Not saying that at all. Go ahead, ask your questions to the people that can answer them. I am just asking questions to get a better understanding for myself, because that's something that I would want to get involved in. But it hasn't swayed me personally.
All right.
And so that's where I stand with that.
All right. Look, our next guest. Talk about being humble. I mean, I'm floored by the achievements of this person. This lady was here last week, and by special request and popular demand, a lot of you called me and said, no, man, you have to bring her back. You have to bring her back. And last week when she was here, and I said, please tell us who you are. She gave me a little teeny bit like this. And Kevin, you know what? Me get our bio. I mean, I said, my goodness gracious. I mean, people, listen to this. She's a rare personality, a writer, humanitarian. She has produced and hosted the Conduit Show, a syndicated twice-weekly internet radio magazine-style program since 2008, for which she has received critical acclaim for her celebrity interviews, including international singers, actors, authors, and local businesses and entrepreneurs. But I wonder, Kevin, she never have me and you on the program yet. I guess we know reach a level. Yeah. She's the voice of the news roundup for Jamaicans.com for 10 years. She now produces her own Caribbean and Jamaican weekly news review under the Conduit Show brand. She's also a writer, blogger, and reviewer of myriad of events in the tri-state and surrounding areas. That's New York, Connecticut, and New Jersey. She promotes artists and events, writes biographies and album reviews. Her philanthropic works reflect her passion for the youth. She's the current president of the non-profit People of Black Heritage and director of the Math Club, the only math competition in New York City honoring Dr. Martin Luther King. She has an interest in community empowerment, having a hand in reversing the MTA decision to discontinue the number 5 train to Dyer Avenue. We know the train. And was a staunch supporter of the campaign for justice for Ramarley Graham, the Bronx youth shot dead in his family home. She received the Community Service Award from the Family Unification and Resettlement Initiative in 2013 for a fundraising effort which provided 10 computers for their computer lab in Jamaica, and similarly awards of merit from the Jamaica Progressive League. She also received a New York State Assembly and congressional recognition in 2018. In 2023, she proudly accepted the Lawman Lynch Brethren Foundation Award for her significant contributions to child, youth, and community development in the Caribbean and the Caribbean diaspora, in company with 14 other very deserving recipients. She successfully spearheaded a campaign to, you know what, let me stop. Without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, quite a laugh, Kevin. No, I mean, no, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the one, the only, the very, very humble, Miss Sharon Hamilton Pearson. Here she is there. Madam, welcome. You're muted. We can't hear you.
You muted, Sharon. You muted.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
kill Norman Lynch. I really am gonna kill Norman Lynch.
No, kill nobody.
Anyway, let me say, Mr. Rattigan, good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon to your loyal listeners. And, the reason I have to love this show, you are so, wow, what can I say? There's a lesson. You have lessons to teach everybody. Most of the people would have given some people a pass. But Mr. Kevin Stew, if it doesn't pass the smell test, and this is my personal opinion, I have experience, and I'm sitting listening, and I'm shaking my head because I've been burned too. So let me just say to the listeners who are very informed, and they were putting in some great questions, that's what you have to do. Not everything is for everybody.
Exactly.
So if you do not have a financial background, because a lot of these investments or opportunities are nothing more than Ponzi schemes. And I can tell you that that's a fact. And I think, but anyway, we're not talking about them because it's Sharon Pearson's time now, right?
Right.
That's right.
But just to segue in that, if you don't know, be very wary because investments, some of them are not licensed, they're not insured, so that if you lose your money, there's nothing for you to get back.
No.
Just be aware of that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so where were we now? The question was, goodness, I'm back again. And we're talking again about, my perspective.
Mm-hmm.
As someone who is in the diaspora in the States, but I can also give a perspective because I was born in England, in Britain, in London, and was raised for the first, 11 years of my life in South London, in Brixton. So I come with like a multi-layered perspective, which is, I think it's somewhat unique because I'm here with you again. And I want to say, for everyone who requested me back, you must love punishment. But yes, I'm back again. Thank you. Where do we begin? I think you were mentioning as a diasporan.
Yeah. Sharon, with everything that's going on in Jamaica, and you've lived in Jamaica for quite some time, and now you're here as a member of the diaspora. What I'd like you to do is, and I know you follow the news, is to give us a sense of your perspective. Give us a sense of what's going on in Jamaica. Is Jamaica, because people are asking, hey, I want to go back and retire. But I'm looking at the medical services. I'm looking at crime. I'm looking at this. I'm looking at that. From the perspective of somebody who would, in the diaspora, who harbors the idea of going back to Jamaica to retire and spend out their days. What's your perspective on that?
Well, I would say 5 years ago, I was very gung-ho. That was my dream, to go back to Jamaica, even if it was like to be a snowbird. So I would spend the winter in Jamaica and then spend the summers in the UK or in America, because I have family in both places. But with what I see happening in Jamaica, it's not very encouraging as people who want to return to their homeland, because we see the news, and just recently, it seems as though returning residents are being particularly targeted, and that's very worrying. Returning residents have worked abroad, they've saved, and they want to retire in peace, so they've invested in the country, they've built homes, they've sustained families there, and that's their homeland, and they want to return. But then they're looking at, if I get sick, You know, I'm looking at the news out of Jamaica and seeing people sitting on benches. And I'm not blaming any government because it's not something, the situation of healthcare and the deterioration of healthcare in Jamaica is not something that happened overnight. It's like a systemic running down of services. For what? The money's going somewhere, but it's not going into healthcare. It's not going into schools. So these are the things that we have to think about. The other issue is most of our family members no longer live in Jamaica. So where are our supports? The people that we used to know, they've died. So we have a whole new nation that sees us as targets, or, okay, we've got returning residents coming. They're coming back with their pounds and their Canadian dollars and their American dollars. That's rather worrying.
Kevin?
So for me, I'm not planning to go back to Jamaica to live. As much as it hurts me to say that, I'll visit, maybe stay for a couple of weeks, but not to live.
All right, you know, before Kevin, one quick question. Let me just ask one. You know, given your extraordinary involvement in community affairs, and given this perspective, do you have a perspective that says, you know what? I have some currency here that I can actually share and make a difference. And therefore, I may not go back, but I'm going to try and see if there's something I can do to encourage people to go back. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, I think, you know, it's a personal experience, Mr. Rattigan, and everyone has their own opinion. So I wouldn't be so arrogant as to say that I want to change people's minds, because your experience is your experience, as my experience is mine. So I'm the person that goes to Jamaica, as I said before, every year, and would hire my own vehicle, would drive myself around the island by myself. Not everybody's going to do that. I'm the one that's going to Coronation Street Market with all of my jewelry on, and people are looking at me like, this one must be mad. Because, as I tell people all the time, when people say to me, oh, I'm not going to Jamaica because XYZ, and my mantra is, if you behave like a victim, you're going to become a victim. And touch wood, nothing's ever happened to me in Jamaica.
Okay. Kev?
Maybe I'm, you know, God looks after fools and Sharon
And
babies. You're a baby. Just say I'm a baby.
Yes, very stupid. Yes.
No, you're a baby. Go ahead, Kevin.
Let me ask you this, and welcome back again officially.
Thank you.
What would change your mind, though? Is there anything that would change your mind?
I don't want to live in a gated community. And because my family circle in Jamaica is growing smaller, because now the family that's left behind, I don't know them. They've grown up without knowing who I am, and I don't know who they are. So they're not going to see any familial connection as far as they would be concerned. And this is just my opinion. They would see me as a, you know, just another returning resident. Would they want to look out for me because we happen to be family? I don't know. I mean, I think, you know, a lot of us who are of a certain age, who have this dream of returning to our born land, or, you know, where our ancestors are from, we need to kind of get realistic, because the Jamaica that is in our mind is not the Jamaica that's the reality. You know, I have friends, and I look at social media, and simple things like opening a cell phone account or paying your cell phone bill, or if you have an inquiry about charges that you know you haven't incurred, and trying to get that resolved. It's like you're tearing your hair out just to get to a solution. And a friend so aptly put it, I can't remember the exact words he said, but it was like the God of no when you buck up on the God of no, there's nothing that you can achieve, because the God of no, who's normally a low-level employee in the hierarchy of things, is just out of spite or because you're a foreigner. And because they can, they're going to deny. So, and there's no one to complain to, because you're not going to get past the God of no unless you know someone in that establishment. Because for the where I'm looking at, Jamaica runs on not what you know, but who you know.
Who you know?
Yes.
Well, I would dare to take a step further and say, who actually knows you?
I love to. Yeah, and
So-
it's sad. It's sad that that happens, because if you don't have that currency of hobnobbing with the right people or being seen in the right places, how do you navigate life in Jamaica? Or is it that you're in such a strata that, you know, it doesn't bother you because this is what you've grown up, and this you learn to navigate in your little corner, when there's such a bigger, wider world out there?
You know, some people
I'm
here
sorry to
commenting
be
and
so serious, and I'm trying to look at the comments, but I want to focus on what you're asking me. So I'm going to leave.
yeah. No, I get it. And there are some people here that are saying, you know, God help you if it's a bank account that you need to do some work with, or and I remember hearing stories, horror stories of people going to the bank. And I think back when I worked at Mutual Life at Oxford Road, and on the ground floor is NCB, and I would just go downstairs to the bank and drop off my check, because I got to know the tellers and managers, and then I had a cousin that worked in there at one point, and I wouldn't have to worry about anything, and you know, my stuff getting deposited to my bank account, I'm good, boom. But things have changed so much, and I don't even know, I can't even fathom what it's like going into a bank now to do a transaction, and I keep hearing about long lines going around the building, and more and more horror stories.
That's the truth. And when the, you know, when you don't have the long lines, you have the cash machines that are not working, and they're charging you to take out your money.
But here we have real world problems, real life, everyday problems, but no solutions. How can we not have solutions?
Because the people who would best advocate for those solutions don't live in Jamaica.
I feel guilty now because I don't live in Jamaica either. And I guess that's the sad truth.
No, go ahead. Finish up, Kevin. Sorry.
No, I guess that's the sad truth right there, though. Go ahead, Ratty.
You know, Sharon, you said, correct me if I'm wrong. Maybe these are some old headphones, so I'm not sure I heard correctly. Did you say some of the people with the best ideas, they're not living in Jamaica?
That's true. Because you have to have a sense of comfort in that what you say is not going to be interpreted to suit someone's political agenda. Because for the most part, people who want to return to Jamaica really do have that love of Jamaica, of their homeland, where their ancestors are from. It's my place. Even the ones who are not born there, they're so proud to associate with whichever island they're from. We keep saying Jamaica because that's what we're talking about. But whichever place you're from, it could be France, it could be wherever you're from, you have that sense of pride. That's my place. You know, so but for the most part, I think the people who would want to return and make a change, they then take on that personality or the persona of the people who live there, in that you have that I just saw it set. I just saw the thing set.
Sharon, we make these fantastic speeches all the time that saying that we're one. Whether we're in Jamaica and we're talking about the diaspora, or we're in the diaspora, we're talking about Jamaica. That we say we're one blood, we're one family, and we're this and we're that. But I get the sense, and you're shaking your head this way. I get the sense that there's a distinction between the people who live abroad and the people who live in Jamaica. Just by doing this, can you what's going on?
For me, and again, this is my personal opinion.
Okay.
And I don't know how I come up with these crazy notions, but the way I look at it, it's that Jamaicans in the diaspora, and I'm not generalizing, it's just a statement. I'm not saying all Jamaicans in the diaspora, Jamaicans in Jamaica feel that the people from the diaspora are traitors because they left. Right? So it's not all Jamaicans. It's just my little kind of thing that I come up with. So people from the diaspora don't get the respect that they would if they had stayed in Jamaica. But then everybody would be there, hands folded, looking at each other, what we are going to eat today, or whatever. So they want your remittances, they want what you can send them, but come out of Jamaica business, because you don't live here. Am I correct in making that statement? Would you agree with that?
I agree with you 100%. And I again, you said you were speaking from a personal perspective. I'm speaking from a personal perspective. And I find that whenever there's an attempt to address an issue in Jamaica, and you say, listen, don't load everything I have here based on my international experience. I'm not talking about me. I'm just talking about people, diaspora members in general. The feeling is, no, we don't need you because we have everything that we need here. We have the brain power here. We know how to do it. And we don't want you to come here with your foreign way to do things. There's a Jamaican style to doing things and we know how to do it. So, that's fine. Just accept. And this is so sad, but it's true. Except if you're white.
I was gonna raise that point to you, Mr. Rattigan. They will not accept the brilliance of their own, but they'll accept the idiocy of someone of a different skin color. Make it make sense.
And I can tell you this because there's a point where I was taking a delegation down to Jamaica to talk about cyber crimes. And we were in the process of engaging the government to set up a business as well. And our contact in Jamaica, he said to me, he said, boss, remember when you're coming in, you have to bring a white man, for front the thing. Exact words, bring a white man for front the thing. And we didn't take one white man, we took 3 white men. And when we got there, it's almost like we were invisible. Them no want to deal with we. And them take one of the white guys and take him aside and start talk to him. And the guy said to them, listen, no, Will needs to work for Will. You talk. He said, no, you can't really deal with me. You have to talk to him. It never came to me.
I don't know what causes that phenomenon, if it's that they feel that people in the diaspora have gotten a little knowledge and have now become arrogant. But no, we have a love for Jamaica. We want to see Jamaica take its rightful place in the world economy because Jamaica liquor but them really talawa. When you think about it, they're all over the globe. Places that have never heard of Jamaica, no more Bob Marley and no reggae. So, I am not an anthropologist, so I would leave that to the experts.
I mean, if you look, and believe me, by no means am I saying that white people who go to Jamaica are not qualified. I'm not saying that because I know some white people who went to Jamaica and stayed in Jamaica and they're eminently qualified. All I'm saying is that you're thinking that you're Jamaican and you're black and you have something up yourself and you want to go back off, right? It doesn't open doors for you automatically.
Right. So then maybe what the diasporans who really want to make a change, who are just fed up of the same old, because it's every year, it's the same old, and there's no progress, and there's no desire to go to live in Jamaica, because you're like, no, I couldn't live in Jamaica. So it's which is why I really believe in the diaspora movement, because we're all Jamaicans, yes, whether we're accepted or not. But I feel that we are fearless in our criticism, because we're outside, so we have that protection, and we can come together. Well, I hope we can, because we've done it in the diaspora. We formed organizations to help other Jamaicans or Trinidadian, or because every country has its overseas organizations to help those who've migrated. So why can't we do the same in reverse? Form those organizations in our countries to help our country, so that we don't have to import people from other countries who don't look like us, who don't have our, I don't know.
And you know, another thing too is that even when they do decide to have you come back and provide the benefit of your knowledge to aid in the development of the country, then would I look on you and say, boy, you come from here and things like that. So just help you out, man. Just do it for free and things like that. And then somebody else of a different hue will come.
Yes.
And the person will say, I want $2 million, and they have no problems.
No problem. Because again, I'm wondering if there's some kind of, the more I kind of delve into what's going on in Jamaica, because I've been doing some research on Maroons and where we are now with the Maroon situation, and I'm wondering if it's some hatred of self. So, and it's just easy to direct that hatred to someone else who's not where you are, but who looks like you, comes from the same place, but they're not there with you, so they're other, they're different. So we don't want them to get higher than us who have been here. I really don't know what it is.
It's like, go ahead, Kevin.
I just wanted to address something that someone said a few minutes ago, that this is all nonsense, and I'm reading it verbatim. The annoying thing about these people who are talking, they don't visit or live in Jamaica.
It's okay. So can I address that? Okay, go ahead, Kevin.
Let me say this. I have no qualms about saying that I haven't been to Jamaica but once for one day since I left in 2003. Not because of a lack of a want to, I just saw the thing set. I haven't been able to because of work, family, and situations. Now, to tell me that I don't know what I'm talking about when I talk with Jamaicans all the time, you know nothing about me, sir. So you have that opinion, I want you to keep it to yourself. Say something else. If you have nothing to contribute, say don't contribute at all. All right, just want to clear that up. Sure.
And there you heard it from Kevin Stew. But
Yes,
like I said, and this is why I keep saying these are my opinions and my experiences. I went back to Jamaica after leaving at the age of 14. I think it was I stayed away for a while, and I went back in 2008 or something like that. No, before that. Dates and yeah, are kind of crazy. But it was a big reggae show, and I'm not sure which show they were keeping them, but it was in Montego Bay. And it was the first time I was going back to Jamaica, and I went with a friend who was going. And ever since that time, I don't go anywhere else. I go to Jamaica. I have been going to Jamaica sometimes 3 times a year. I'm always in Jamaica to go to Rebel Salute. I'm always in Jamaica in May for my birthday. And if there are other times, I have properties in Jamaica, right? So I'm very connected with Jamaica. It's not because I don't live there. I have family who still lives in Jamaica.
Well,
Harborview is my place because when I go to Jamaica, that's the first place I stop to pick up my rental car. And I rent locally, not from the airport. I support many Jamaicans in Jamaica, not just my family. And they tell me what's going on. And they don't, it's not what they say that informs you about what's going on in Jamaica. It's what they don't say.
Right.
yeah.
So if you can pick sense out of nonsense.
Nonsense, right? You know, the thing is, I've offered cell phone service to Jamaica, right? Because I was invited to by the government at the time, and then also I thought about it and I said, look, you know, it doesn't make any sense to sit here and complain. And if I have a skill set to offer that can benefit the country in some way, then fine, I should do so. I did so, and I was roundly rejected. And
I know your story, Mr. Rattigan.
right, there you go.
We
And I'm
follow
fine.
it. Yes.
Yeah, and I'm fine with it. And so here it is now that I'm trying to educate our people to say, listen, I don't care who you vote for. I just want you to be an informed voter.
Yes.
And yesterday, somebody went on Mr. Tavares' show and threatened my life.
Really?
Yeah.
Well, don't take it lightly, Mr. Rattigan. You see what happened to the CEO of United Healthcare?
Yes. Yes. But you know, this is where we are now, where it's beyond just saying we don't want you here. You know, it's beyond now it's saying if you come here, this way I got but it won't stop me, because look, there's something. This is bigger than me. This is bigger than all of us. This is about a country. This is about saving our people. And I find that a lot of our people, they're hungry for this kind of information because it's been hidden from them for so long. And these events are happening in front of them, but they're being told that
it's something else.
Yeah, they're being told, don't believe your lying eyes. Just listen to what we're saying to you.
I like that.
Yeah, don't believe your lying eyes.
But you see what it is. People in Jamaica are just, and I'm not generalizing. Some people are just extremely gullible. They've grown up in this culture of this is what our family does because we've been doing it for generations. That doesn't necessarily mean that it's the right thing to do, but it's just become a habit. You don't even question it anymore. You're not benefiting from something. But, you know, when I see certain people now speaking out, and I'm like, whoa, things must be really bad for people who are so entrenched in a system to be noticing and saying, but wait a minute, how long this been going on? And still no change. So, you know, people are waking up and again, as you said, you want to inform people. You're not the only one doing it. I want to say good afternoon to Mr. Tavares, because I did see him earlier on in the chat room.
Yeah,
what's up? Vumvavi, Vumvava, is that how it goes?
Vumvavi, join us, Vumvavi.
I thought I had muted my phone, but obviously I didn't. So just give me 1 second. Oh my goodness. That's my girlfriend. No, actually, that's my girlfriend calling from the UK, but I can't talk to her right now. And then I'm going to really just shut the phone off. My apologies, please accept.
No worries.
So, you know, for people who are disagreeing with us, then, or disagreeing with me, then you could say, I don't know what I'm talking about, but I'm just telling you that I do. And believe it or not, I still have fingers involved with organizations in Jamaica. Padmore Primary School, with whom I got involved in 2003 or something. I'm still involved with them because when I decide that I want to do some humanitarian work, I'm going to say it's the spirit that directs me to the people that most need the help and are most genuine with what they're going to do with the help. There's a lady in the eastern part of the parish, I can't say where, and she's from England, and she's white. And I don't know how I came across her, but I actually made my way to where she is. And those who know will know if I say that. She is a protector of the vulnerable in our community. And that's all I will say. And she needs help. She really needs help because Beryl did a number on her place. And because of the delicate situation she is, she can't come out on a public platform. But I will talk to her and see how best we can get the help that she needs, because the place that she's in is falling down. And she's offering such a critical service that it's, she has to reach out to the public because she can't get help from the normal channels. The same thing with Padmore Primary School. And this is just one of many primary schools, one of many schools. Because, the high schools after Beryl, they were damaged. And I don't know, children are not back in school.
Mm-hmm.
There are still some schools that are closed.
True.
And we don't hear people talking about this.
Mm-hmm.
We don't hear, we do hear people talking about the roads because we can see them. We can see the number of accidents that are happening. Why is that? You have a road in Jamaica that's a main thoroughfare, which people are stealing the street lights. So the lights are not there anymore. And then it's like a pathway through a cane field. So you've got bushes on the right, bushes on the left, and this dark road, no cat's eyes in the middle. And then you wonder why there are so many accidents.
Sharon, I was surprised for you.
Yes.
Here is Mr. Boom Baba.
Hello, how are you?
I am well, thank you. How are you doing? Long time no see.
Hey, hold on, Sharon. Why you get so excited as soon as I said Jeffrey? Me and Kevin Dale, are you just okay? You just talk to a farm, and as soon as I said Jeffrey, oh, Jeffrey.
You see, Mr. Rattigan? You see, you're a
Getting jealous.
I'm not going to answer you.
I don't know why he's getting jealous.
What can I say? We kind of knew each other from a distance.
Mm-hmm.
When you were in New York, I was in my home with my sign going live, supporting you as well. So
much appreciated.
that's I don't just speak it, I do it. Really.
You're such an inspiration to a lot of people. Just for the last 2 weeks, I cannot begin to tell you how many phone calls, how many text messages I've got regarding, even while I'm sitting here now.
Oh my goodness.
People are reaching out to me saying they would love to talk to you. They'd love to engage you because they find
I'm on Facebook.
You're on Facebook. Tell them where they can find you, please.
My name on Facebook is Sharon Bonafire Hamilton Pearson.
Spell the Bonafire for them now.
Bunafyah.
Sharon Bonafire. Okay.
But I can be fun, I can be light, but I'm very passionate.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm not really, I can't waste time. I don't want to waste time. So I'm not looking for a boyfriend. I'm not looking for a husband. Okay, thank you.
And here my hoping that you're looking for me.
I already know you're taken, so just go sit down. Take several seats. Because there's work to be done. Workers, anyway. Listen, we're going to lighten it up because I'm just like so passionate now. I'm like, oh, he's so strident. Yeah, because guess what? There's work to be done and we don't have no time for lele. There's
Right.
work to be done. And the workers are few because my generation is leaving. I'm in the waiting room now, Mr. Rattigan, Kevin Stew, Mr. Tavares. I'm in the waiting room. I'm at the airport in the departure lounge, getting ready to fly off.
Mm.
So if I can inspire some young people, and there are, thank goodness, there are a lot of young people out there who have the same passion, but we don't promote them enough.
One
sorry.
quick second. Because of you, Sharon, right? I have to read you this. I won't tell you. You know the person, but I won't tell you. I won't call in the names. But the person wrote to me right just now, and the person said, today's show lineup is quite interesting. I believe you should keep a diaspora member's perspective of Jamaica as a weekly segment on the show. It gives the audience an opportunity to hear how others outside of Jamaica are feeling about the country. Keep up the great work you're making, major inroads in history. And this is because of you, because we never thought about it until you and I spoke about it. I remember we had a certain topic and you said, no, I want to stay away from that topic. And I said, well, what would you like to talk about? And he said, let's do a diaspora member's perspective on Jamaica. I think we are going to do that. We're going to establish that segment where we have people come on. And you know what I'd love to do? I would love to have you on as a guest so that you can ask some of the questions.
Oh my goodness, Mr.
Yeah.
Rattigan, let me just, be honest. The
You
reason
can't tell
I'm
me.
so, I'm sorry.
You cannot say no, because here's what I'd like to have you on, when we have certain people on, like diaspora members, and then for you as a diaspora member, to
To
just
engage
ask.
them.
Yeah, exactly. Yes.
The
But
only
go ahead.
problem is that I cannot make a concrete commitment.
No, it's a once in a while commitment. So it's
Okay, then that's fine. That's
okay.
fine.
Yeah.
That's fine. Without going into details.
Okay.
What's up, Kevin Stew?
No. I just I saw a name pop into the chat just now, and I want to big up future city council member Mr. Lawman Lynch.
Big up yourself, Lawman.
Bless up, Lawman. Bless
Yeah.
up. Of the moment he's running for city council in Brooklyn in the 41st
Yeah.
district, and it will be a breath of fresh air for that area because I knew Lawman, got introduced to. No, actually, I think Lawman found me when he first came to New York, and we've been like that since then because he has the same passion, honesty, and transparency. And as a young man, I will always support what Lawman is doing while I'm able, because he has a love of the people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
And we want to wish him all the best in his bid to become city councilor, because honestly he's somebody who you can sit and you can chat to, and as you said, he has a passion for the people. And Lawman, I need to give you a call because we spoke about something the other day and we haven't got back in contact with each other yet, so just speak to you about it.
One of the things I like about Lawman is that Lawman can disagree with you without being disagreeable. He makes very cogent arguments. He's very persuasive. And so when you go to Lawman and you sit down and you talk to him, it's a pleasant experience because you learn something, because you go and you sit with him and you have a certain perception, and then he says, have you ever thought about this? Right. Yes. Exactly.
So, and I try and tell my friends all the time, just because we have opposing opinions, we don't have to fight. You're entitled to your opinion. I'm entitled to mine. Hopefully, we can persuade each other to come on over to my side. But we don't have to be fighting and, we're not chat to that one again. And no, this is what intelligent people do. They debate, they persuade, they change other people's minds.
Correct.
So in that similar vein, where you have a wealth of experience and you have people like Lawman coming up and younger than him coming up, then the important thing would be for there to be this exchange, this dialogue, a generational conversation, if you so will. And it's interesting because just yesterday I was listening to a professor out of Africa talk on this. Those who are experienced not sharing with the younger ones coming up, and so risking losing this history, risking losing a connection and this general direction to just frivolous thoughts. And so it's important that people like you get to talk with people like me and those coming up behind me, so that we can understand what it is like to live in a better place. Because make no mistakes about it, back when you were my age, Jamaica was a better place. Back when you were younger, when you were my oldest son's age, Jamaica was a much, much better place.
Absolutely.
And so it's important that we have this generational dialogue. And I don't know how to go about doing it. I've been thinking about it since I heard. I don't know if you have any ideas on how to make that happen, but at present I don't have one that I think would work.
What I would do is, reason with Rattigan should be mandatory in every school in Jamaica. Just like the history of Marcus Garvey should be mandatory in every school in Jamaica. In civics.
It's funny you mentioned that, Sharon, because speaking of civics, we have some programs planned, and I know you're flying out, but I know you'll catch the rest of the program at some later date. We have one on the Governor General. We have one on the King of Jamaica. There is a King of Jamaica. We have one there. And today we're going to be talking about the 3 trillion unaccountable dollars. We're also going to be talking about the Rio COBRE and the
fish scale.
Yes, we're going to talk about that. Windalco and True Juice and all of them, and the go in NEPA. And then we're also going to be talking about the decision yesterday from the court regarding the Prime Minister's bid to have
It's like the Integrity Commission.
Yeah, and that in and of itself is going to be a civics lesson, how to navigate this system. The Integrity Commission Act, the Corruption Prevention Act, and all of these things. So, look, we have to leave it there, but I want to wish you safe travels.
Thank you.
Thank you for taking some time out of your busy schedule to be with us. As always, you're an inspiration. You're my inspiration. Every time I talk to you.
Wow. No, Mr. Rattigan.
I'm telling you.
The honor is mine.
No, I insist. It's mine. It's mine. And
the reasoning is awesome, and it was great being back again. And as long as I'm available, you can call on me. Because
all right.
It's spreading the word and it's sharing opinions. My opinions.
Yeah. Let me just have Kevin and Mr. Vumvava bid you so long, not goodbye, but so long.
Farewell.
Yes, until next time when we get to sit and chit chat again. I do fear thee well. I don't know if you caught it, but a few months ago, Lawman and I sat down on my broadcast and we had a good chat. So those of you that want to get a better idea of who Lawman Lynch is, you can just check out the Night Shift with DJ Kevin Stew and just put in the name, or just go on YouTube and search Lawman Lynch Kevin Stew. You'll find it.
Thank you. Will do. I'll definitely check it out.
And I just want to say thank you for coming on and gracious with your presence. God go with you and see you again. Of course, the people
Bless you.
movie.
Bless you all. Thank you so much for the opportunity. It's been really good. Thank you.
All right.
And just keep on carrying on the fight.
We will.
Thank you, and you do likewise. Until next time.
Blessings.
What good.
All right, folks. That is what we are talking about. We get people on who are talk up the things, and not just real interesting people to talk to, and just listen to how the conversation is flowing and how it's structured. Speaking of which, and by the way, we wish Sharon all the best in her travels. Safe journey, and we'll catch up with her soon. But speaking of conversation flowing and all that stuff, we have 2 special guests now. One of them comes to us from Jamaica by way of Italy, and the other one comes to us out of Germany by way of Jamaica. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you my sister, Rosemary Binder. Here she is. And of course, we have Carla Gulata, the Jamaican Italian. Here she is. Blessings. Welcome to both of you.
Thank you, Will. Thank you.
All right. Good. Good to have both of you. Carla, how you doing?
I'm good, apart the rain, which is keeping mashing up Jamaica and all the road. No, it's a disaster,
Yes.
To drive. One pothole, one landslide, trees across the road, the river taking over. I never saw something like this in 35 years. So we are wet, but in a good mood. Anyhow.
Okay. Now I'm just checking on you because last week.
Can I say something? Hi, Rose.
Hi, Carla.
Yeah. Carla, I know last week you had a little problem with your throat. So I'm just wondering if that problem has been resolved.
You have to speak a little louder, otherwise through the rain outside, I cannot hear a word.
Yeah, no, I was saying last week you had a problem with your throat, and I'm just wondering if that problem, it sounds like that problem has been resolved.
No, man, I'm good. I'm coming up.
Good. All right, look. look, I'm glad to have both of you here because both of you are deeply involved in social, social work. When I say social work, in terms of the upliftment of our people, in terms of providing structures, in terms of providing opportunities, in terms of trying to get, the government to act in a responsible manner as far as the most disenfranchised among us are. Tell me, sounds like you got a ring coming down, Carla.
Yeah.
We are in a very challenging situation generally because what has been happening in the last couple of months, if I don't know if I have to call it unfortunate, disgusting, desperate, but it is not very conducive because we have been witnessing this tribal war with the government and the Integrity Commission, which should never happen. We have been witnessing some politician labeling Mr. Golding, which is the president of PNP, as white British man when he's Jamaican. We have been seeing a level of discussion which is, as I said, embarrassing because that's not the way two political parties, the political system, the government, everybody's free to agree, disagree, and discuss. But certain levels are not conducive. And if you look at the feedback, it is alarming because people do not go to vote anymore. Last general elections, voters were the 36% of the people entitled to go to vote. In the local government, last couple of weeks, there were some parishes which had to select MP, etc. 11%, 12%. That should ring an alarm because political life should be participated and shared by the people in this nation. While everybody feels that there is no representation for their needs, for their instances, and there is this claim of corruption which is devastating.
Rose, what's your take from this? Sorry, hold on 1 second. Kevin has something wrong.
I have a little housekeeping to do. I'm sorry. Welcome again, Carla. Carla, if you could just mute your mic when you're not presenting, please. Just to take care of.
Excuse me if I repeat myself. Outside is raining dogs and cats. So,
okay. So
maybe you hear me, but I cannot hear you very well. So please shout.
Okay. So I was just asking if you could mute your mic when you're not presenting, please. Okay. Thank you. And welcome, Rosie. And
Hi, welcome. Thank you very much.
I need to learn how to say that in German.
How do you say it in German, Rose?
You can just Rosemary or Rose.
No,
that's okay.
No, the welcome and hello.
Welcome. Oh, welcome heißt herzlich willkommen. Ja, oder willkommen.
Willkommen. Okay, Will, I don't know what
Willkommen.
I don't know what to do.
With all the heart.
Okay.
Thank you. It would be interesting if there was a Jamaican patois German version. But Denton, let me address this really quickly. A little bit of housekeeping. Denton, again, I've said this before. I don't know where you get your information from. It's good that you want to say something in the chat. Again, if you have nothing positive to contribute to the program, don't come here trying to disrupt the flow or anything like that. It is not welcome. And there are people that will block you. We don't want you blocked because we want your opposing views if you have any. But don't be calling anybody out their name. Don't be. We try not to do it here, and I tell people don't do it. And there he goes. Blocked, removed. Uh, but people, come on, seriously. When you're going to ask a question like, where's the evidence that shows whatever, then you're just grasping at straws when things have been presented. Come on, read a book, at least a newspaper. Sorry, just had
Yeah.
to
Yeah.
get that housekeeping out the way. But Rosie,
Yes. I think Wilfred asked for my take on Carter's comment.
yeah,
Being someone who is away here in Germany, I went dreaming about my country the last week. I spent the week in Copenhagen, one of the greatest cities in the world, where they say that we go first, meaning when it comes to being courteous to someone else, when it comes to taking care of each other, it says, we take care of us. We trust each other to the point that doors are not locked at night. I mean, it's amazing. I was just dreaming of my country the whole time. So being here from this perspective, looking at what is going on in Jamaica right now, I cannot help but think that there's an attempt to pull the wool over our eyes as greater matters exist. I think it is dangerous to politicize colorism and to be so blatantly racist. It is un-Jamaican. It is not a part of our history. We are out of many one. My Indian forefathers, all the people that fought to make Jamaica what it is, and is a part of the end product of who we are, which is quite unique. We cannot go now pointing hands and talking about people's color. I mean, where are we? It should have, we should not tolerate that at all. And there should be more anger about this. And there should be more, we should be louder about this, that we're not going to have politicians or anyone at all make us look at each other and not see each of us being important in the Jamaican space and in Jamaica as being an important part of who we are. I mean, what are we doing? And I think while we're doing that, we're not doing things like fighting crime. We're not doing things like educating our students that we were begging for example, from the Advocates Network, that we roll out an education plan about constitutional reform and about the monarchy, whether to have them or not. Nobody's saying yes or no. Just let's have that discussion. Where is all of that while we stand there and talk about someone's color and whether or not they are Jamaican? I mean, come on. So from afar, I see it as that continuous thing to just deflect or to pull a wool or to over people's eyes, or to let them, be tricky about what the focus should be or what the narrative should be as we go forward, wanting to improve our lives and wanting to improve the lives of Jamaicans. Look at what Carla is doing. While the noise is there talking about who is white and black and blue, she's there trying to make sure that those who are mentally ill and that those who are homeless can find a place of shelter. Come
on. Carla, Rose just mentioned your attempts to deal with the mentally ill and those who are homeless. Give us a perspective of some of the challenges that you're facing right now.
You see, that is something which came to attention very recently. I don't know why, because it's something which is, if you walk through Jamaican street, wherever you go, you see somebody sitting at the roadside, right? And as I said, I think last time when we were talking, mental illness and homelessness are really, really going hand in hand. Because most of there are people which were born with some mental pathologies, but the wide majority has developed them due to something wrong in their life, due to a crisis, a trauma, a loss. And the truth and the fact is that whoever is undergoing this kind of situation has nowhere to go. It's not that you just go to a mental health clinic. You don't go anywhere. You try to deal with it by yourself. And not everybody can manage it, right? And I don't think that we can pretend that people are so strong to overcome something which is bigger than them. So going back to the numbers, nobody has been screening the amount of mentally ill in Jamaica or homeless in Jamaica. But for example, from our work, we know the numbers of those which are detained. And I think I mentioned it last time. It was 340 mentally ill detained since 30 and odd years without access to a trial. Can I ask everybody a question here? Is it right? Is it right that you detain somebody which is mentally ill and he has no access to any form of justice? It is one of the most striking examples of human rights infringement. We start to work with them like in 2018. Take them out one. In fact, now there are 200 and something. But it's very difficult. I was not prepared. I didn't know how complicated it was because it's individual. You have to do it one. You have to try to figure out where are they coming from. You have to try to figure out who are their families because they cannot write, they cannot sign, they cannot apply, they cannot do anything. Somebody has to do it for them, right? And after 30 years, no papers, no folders, no documents, no ID, no addresses, no phone number. Sometimes it was taking 6 months to find one family, which we have also to sympathize with the families because the families do not know them anymore after such a long time. The new generation has no idea about who they are. And the families are worried because when you tell a family, hey, I free up Mr. Brown, get him back home. They have to feed him. They have to take care of him. They should know what to do with somebody which has a pathology, schizophrenic or bipolar. They don't know it. Mm-hmm. So you have to make sure that when you send somebody outside, he has a good situation. Otherwise, it doesn't make any sense. But on the other hand, you have to help the families. We have something which I cannot talk too much, but I will a little. Our team of 4 attorneys working on mental illness have presented an affidavit in court for the whole of them. And the idea is let's work collectively because it's not that one has a situation which is better and one has, the all of them have been lost in the system. And the idea is let's free them up, but also let's require a huge compensations for all the years that they have been suffering there. Compensation is due, but also is instrumental. Because if a family receives some $1 million, they will be able to offer him a good assistance and they will be more willing to take care of them. So it is really something extremely difficult. If you look at the numbers, we assist the mentally ill at the shelter in Port Antonio, which are 40 plus 36, 76. Plus some street people which regularly come up when it's raining, like tonight. Tonight we will have a crisis because people which are in the street can't manage it to be there. So by 8 o'clock, you will see the rich in the shelter, totally wet, totally desperate, hungry. Where we find the money to serve additional meals? So this is one. Then I know about a group of religious people, poor for missionary for the poor. They have around 1,500 they assist. It's a huge thing and they do a wonderful job. Then there is another amount of little shelters where they can go in the night. There are some new open. It's not a big thing. If I can say what I think, I don't like it. Because you allow them to have a bed, fine, and a shower, and a dinner. But then at 8 in the morning, you throw them out, and they will be all the day long in the street. I don't think it's a solution, it's a patch. And so, look at those numbers. For example, there are appeals in the big town that is shocking to put them on a bus and send them to the countryside. Because in the countryside, the numbers are less. So you take one poor person, you put it on a public bus, like 20 of them, or the police escort them, and you send them to another place. So the place, the village, the town, the following morning wakes up and find the 20 additional mentally ill. I don't think we can deal with a problem like this the way we are actually doing. That show not only that you are unprofessional, but
Carla,
you are not human. Sorry.
let me ask you a question. You have pointed out to us several human rights violations having to do with women being incarcerated for an inordinate period of time without facing the bar of justice. Have you seen any movement on the part of civil society come to the rescue of those people? And let's say, for example, file a claim with one of these international human rights organizations against the government of Jamaica. I mean, what have you seen in terms of civil society getting involved, trying to?
I think that it's a very slow motion. First of all, because it was stand up with Indecom, which brought to light this drama. And at the beginning, everybody was considering as a collateral problem until in the last years, the number have been increasing dramatically. So now finally everybody's saying, oh my God, something need to be done. But nobody's doing anything much. Maybe they can build another shelter which can host 20 people. But as I said, I see, if I look at the solution, I see, first of all, a change how you in the way you approach mental illness. Let me say something. We work in a lot of high schools in the so-called volatile communities. Most of the young fellows are damaged heavily, and they are only 14. Why? No family, no nothing. Father disappeared. Nobody's talking to them. At 14, they show some serious sign of lack of balance, right? Mm-hmm. There is last week we went to Kingston High School, 1,000 students, 3 counselors. What they can do? So I think that it is completely underrated, and if somebody does not decide to wake up and catch the problem when it starts to show, he's waiting until it's getting so out of hand that is basically impossible. If I look at solution, early assessment, robust campaign in the schools, robust campaign to help the families. A lot of these people are simple people, so the parents say, oh, they look a little funny. It does not have any idea what funny means, right? So early assessment, a robust campaign, help the families, they need it. There are a couple of areas where they do it and it works, right? Help the schools to screen the students and figure out where, what kind of pathology, what happened. Change the approach to mental illness as not something to discriminate and say, hey, he's an idiot, hey, he's a madman. That's not the way. Possibly fundamental change also a legislative frame which is sending to prison people which are mentally ill. If you do not know what you do, you should not pay for what you don't know. You should be cured. So that is, I would say, some possible changes. And that's why I fell in love with the shelter of the homeless, because it was my way to, I would say, verify if what I think and what I want to do works. And the answer is yes. We spoke about it last time.
Yes.
I have people which were fresh vegetables, right? Sitting on a chair like dumb. Now they go to school. Now they look after the chicken. Now they go to do some vocational classes. Now they do craft, and we are preparing to produce a Christmas day to sell what we produce. It was taking 1.5 years, not much. It can be done.
Go ahead. Let me bring on Rose and get a sense of her perspective on this. Go ahead, Rose.
What Carla has brought up and the fundamental problem that exists, we look at that it should have been covered. It's something that is our Ministry of Health that needs systematic.
Hold on 1 second, Rose. Hold on 1 second. Carla, could you just mute, please? Because we get
oh, sorry, I forgot it all the time.
Yeah,
apologies.
No apology necessary. Go ahead, Rose.
Yes, so I was just saying that from what Carla brought up and from how we know it, there are several ministries that should have also been responsible for this. I think fundamentally and most importantly, the Ministry of Health, right? As it relates to identifying mental health cases, as it relates to providing services for them and not just flimsy service, but real service to look at their how they can function in society, etc., etc. The legislative changes that need to occur to make sure that when mentally ill persons commit crimes or act outside of what is expected legally, that they are not just thrown into prisons and stay there to rot for the rest of their lives. It's a human rights issue. So it's also for the young people. Carla mentioned about the young people who start at a very early age to show signs of mental instability and do not have a diagnosis, whether bipolar or otherwise. So that is also coming through the education system. So all of it has pretty much basically failed, where even if some things are being done, it's not enough. It's way not enough. And Carla made a very important point that she does what she has been doing primarily to show, because of the love of her heart, from her heart, and to show that it can work. So she does not only provide the shelter for these mentally ill and homeless people, but she helps them to discover their worth. She has said she is in no way the ultimate professional as it relates to mental illness, but she's giving her best. And I call my purpose here tonight, I support Carla 100% in all of her endeavors in trying to improve the lives of Jamaicans, the lives of our people, putting the humanitarian point in front of us, that we are all people, we're all humans, we're all Jamaicans, and we at different times in our lives we need different kinds of assistance, all of us. And my job here tonight, and why I made the effort tonight to be here, is to say that as diasporans, we can support her in our own little way. So I'm here in Germany, and I know this is going on in Jamaica. What do? I call up my friends. I talk to them personally about what she's doing. I tell them, go to her website. I tell them, read what's going on in the newspaper. Please support the GoFundMe. This Christmas, I call on every one of our diasporans hearing tonight, donate $10, 10 pounds, 10 euros, 10, even if it's 10, whatever, just donate something towards this cause. You know why? Because it's really helping people exactly where they need it. And the best thing is you can see her work. She does her books. You can go, it's transparent. What better thing to do than this? However, as diasporans, a lot of times we're looking for causes to support. Guess what, you guys? We all do not need to start anything new. There are so many things going, so many good projects, just like Carla's, that's going on, not only with the shelter, but also with Stand Up for Jamaica. For Stand Up for Jamaica, I gave up having birthday parties years ago. You know what I do? I invite all of my German friends. They come over. Sometimes I even have Carla join us by Zoom to say, from last year to this year, what happened? Are the girls who are in the reformatory schools getting a little bit more gynecological help? What are the needs? And these people, it's not millions of dollars, but it's a little help, and it goes to the organization. So I'm saying tonight, we know how things are back home. We want our leaders and our government to do better by the Jamaican people, and not just the Jamaica Labour Party, any government that comes in. Because, every time that one speaks about inefficiencies or things that are lacking in the government, you get called a comrade or you get called somebody, because people cannot understand criticisms outside of the realms of politics and political parties. I find that quite dumb, actually. Because as Jamaicans, we're speaking what is for the good of the Jamaican people. And, just all in all to say, that brings me back to my point of advocacy. Carla is an advocate. Carla is advocating for human rights. There is no reason why even politicians, our leaders, or anyone in our society should be afraid of advocacy. This is something we should embrace. That's how we know how we can do better. And we must want to do better for the Jamaican people. And so I call on everyone tonight to support what Carla is doing, and make sure, even for this Christmas, that she can, I think she has the dreams of giving them a little Christmas gift this time. And if you go to Jamaica, plan with Carla to go visit these homes. Maybe after a while there can be some pilots of such homes across the island. And maybe finally the ministry that should take heed and do good by these people will probably take it on and say, hey, this is possible.
Rose, I'll tell you what, let me stop you there. I'm going to bring Jeffrey in, but before I bring Jeffrey in, let me just make reference to a comment in the chat. Now, the guest, a previous guest, just before you, Sharon Pearson, she just put a comment in the chat, and I find it to be quite interesting. And I just want to get your take on it before Jeffrey starts asking his questions. She said, there's not enough attention paid to the mentally unstable because they don't vote.
Wow.
That's an interesting point. Now, Rose, while you're thinking about it, because I see I see the idea circulating in your brain. Let me ask Carla, because Carla lives in Jamaica. Let me ask Carla. Carla, what do you say to that?
I don't think that there is much to laugh. I think that is a reality. But is the fact that the mentally ill do not vote, it is just part of this wide majority which has decided not to go to vote in Jamaica. I think it signals the fact that there are people which are left behind. It is, but it happens in every country, you know. I have been going to visit another couple of places to see what they do and how they do it. Some places are a little better, but generally the stigma and the fact that you think that they are idiot. Sorry if I use this word. In fact, for example, my mentally ill at the shelter, when they were graduating, there was a big ceremony. It was a very nice moment. And they were telling me, but if they take pictures, once I go on the street, everybody will know that I'm mentally ill. So we had to blur their faces because they were feeling fear. And I think that it shows something that is not positive. You should not feel fear for being mentally ill. Just to show you something, you see my earrings?
Mm-hmm.
They have been made by them.
Wow, beautiful.
This is our lab. And as I said, we are going to have a Christmas market in Port Antonio Square with all of them, openly, with the faces, ourselves, and ask the people, so what is this now? This is the change I want to also make. And I have to say something, allow me to say it. I am a beggar. I am a beggar. Please, if anybody feel to spend 5 US, 10 US, GoFunding is on all the media of Stand Up for Jamaica. I want a wonderful day for Christmas. I want for her to get a present. I want to make sure that they have at least once per year something beautiful.
Okay. Rose, you were while that idea was, I'm sure the idea has come to rest now. It was swirling a while ago.
Yeah.
Carla, don't forget to mute, please. All right, good. Thanks. Yeah, go ahead, Rose.
Right. So I agree with a lot of what Carla said, and what the lady before, her name was, I'd written her name down. I don't remember.
Sharon
Yes.
Pearson.
She was a great contributor. I can understand what she said. It makes me think, though, that even in our interpretation of the mentally ill, or those who are mentally ill, it makes us then limited, I think, to only a certain group of people, which is a mistake. Mental illness affects so many different people at so many levels. Those who we see with the need, with the real need, those who we say we're like mad and don't have anywhere to live and all that, that's just one aspect of it, right? So there might be some truth in saying, okay, there's not enough done for them because they don't vote. But I really think we really, even in some developed societies, they are just about really understanding about mental health and mental well-being, and mental stability and instability. I went to the Happiness Museum in Denmark recently, a few days ago. And Denmark used to be they used to be voted, and it's a scientific thing, as being the country with the happiest people. I think last year they were. This year they're second place. And one of the most important factor with education and all that other stuff, that constitutes happiness and a feeling of well-being is your mental health and your mental stability. Amazing. But just to show, for someone who thinks that I'm doing well, my life is well, it's good, you know, it's everything else. I need money, I need education, good health, and so on. It's that aspect of it is your mental health, your mental well-being. Go figure. So governments need to start planning around this. In fact, it was so interesting to see their take on the countries that do well with the happiness level, and see how governments take into consideration things like this in not only even in their urban planning, but in their planning in general. You know, so that they're not, or that they're deliberately, you know, not taken care of because they do not vote or because they cannot vote. There is some truth to that, but we have to see, I think, mental illness and mental, you know, instability in a bigger picture.
All right. Let me bring in Mr. Vumvava, Savumvavi, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares. Sir, the floor is yours.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. It's
Hello,
good
Jeff.
to see Miss Rosemary again. I've
Hey.
been on this program in a long while. Carla, good to see you also. You're doing a great job. And the question I want to ask you though, how many mentally ill persons do you have in your home?
All right, thank you for telling me that we are doing something nice, but we need to do more. That is my thing. We have 40 in the shelter, and then we assist 36 which are in the street, and we distribute breakfast and lunch every day, apart the weekend, where there are 2 churches which are distributing the meals. Actually, we are taking a couple of additional. One came just 4 or 5 days ago. What I want to do, I start to ask food for the poor, for materials, in order to build another little piece so that we can get more.
So 7.
You know why I asked that question is because I sit here and I listen to you, and I remember, not bringing up any old wounds, but I remember in the 1990s, the government of the day, you know, pack a whole truckload of mentally ill people from off the street of Montego Bay and dump them in the mud lake in St. Elizabeth. And not a damn thing came out of it. We sit down in this country and we gyrate about political parties and who is paying people and who is JLP. And we don't realize that our people needs help. And why I go down that road to ask this question of Rosemary, if this is going on in this country from ever since, the diaspora friends, American Friends of Jamaica, have been collecting money during hurricane, whatever, and sent down. I think the diaspora, whether it be in America, Canada, England, or wherever, should come together now with Marie and get some money, send down, have some fundraising up here, and send down there. Is there any way, Rosemary, that can happen, that we can assist Carla?
Yes, that's where we are. That's where we are reaching out to all the groups that personally that I know on the scale that I do. We should probably send a formal letter to the various diasporan groups. As you know, some of the diasporan groups are they are not necessarily independent. They can't act too independently, but those who can I think, should be supporting Carla and should be, making this a big deal. I'm definitely playing my part in doing that. And that's why I'm hoping that everyone who is listening tonight will do that, Jeffrey. Because, it's almost like, this is even if it's a Christmas activity this time. So to get this moving, to get this going, to get this really started, and to make sure that there are some real benefits for people this time. I agree with that, yes, and that's what we are trying to do, Jeffrey. And anyone else listening who wants to spread the word and help to motivate, and that we certainly, all my friends here in Germany can tell you, every one of those Jamaican groups have gotten this this notice of the GoFundMe several times. But let me say something. Many people promise. They'll say, I'll contribute. I'm going to do this. I understand that people are busy. We do understand that. But please make it a priority, because the situation and the need is there. And we do not want to...
Can I say something?
Hold on one second, Carla. Rose or Carla, can you just pin your the GoFundMe details in the chat, please? People are asking, they want to support, but they're asking, how do I... they're saying name the GoFundMe page, please. So
Carla, do you have it? Because I'm limited where I am.
Oh, you can just give it to Mr. Kevin Stew. He's back. So can you Carla, could you just give it to Kevin, and Kevin will put it in the chat, please?
Is that Stand Up for Jamaica?
No, it's a GoFundMe. I'd sent it to you earlier, Will.
All right, hold on, let me look.
One of the reasons why I went down that road, is because we're going to come up with a conversation after you guys leave. $3 trillion of taxpayers' money is unaccountable for in our country.
Yeah.
And it begs to ask the question, where is the priority of successive government over the years? Are they thinking about the people of this country, or are they thinking about themselves? And for us now, a lady who is, if I may say, a Jamaican, but not a Jamaican in a sense, to come on our country, to have a building, to shelter people, to help to shelter people, mentally sick people. Nobody else see this to do it.
But it's not only even that, Jeffrey. Let me get on. You've come up with something for me that is that gets me upset many times. Yes, we are throwing money away left, right, and center, and somehow we're not being strong enough about making sure that this money is accountable for. And that's why an organization like JAMP, the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal with Jeanette Calder, is so important, right? Because they're holding government accountable to these financial, what can we call them, holes, so to speak. But not only even that, have anybody ever seen anyone giving Carla Galata at any time during any kind of an award ceremony anywhere in Jamaica, any prize? I don't know if Carla's gotten anything, but I sit and look on the stage, and Carla has been working all these years, and it's not just Carla. It's many people who are just there down on the ground, working their hearts away, not standing there to take pictures or to pose with anyone or to be trying to be influential in any way, who are just helping people because they have a passion to do that and they see the need. Have you ever seen Carla gotten any recognition? Carla, if I'm wrong, what award have you gotten from the government for the years of long work that you've been doing?
Hold on, before you answer that question, Rose, I looked through and I didn't see. Could you please send it to me again?
Yes. Okay.
Please. All right. Yeah, Carla, what award have you received from the government?
Government.
Or anybody, or private sector. Anyway.
We are not particularly popular. Human rights people are not popular. So if you want to win an award, then maybe decide to do something completely different, right? Because we are the ones which give troubles in this peaceful corruption, raising problems, raising concern, criticizing. Uh, I got some awards. I have them at the office, but it's not the reason why I do it.
Right.
I also got a whole heap of backlash. Sometimes, sometimes when I come out with the statements on the, I'm often on the radio, or I write something on the newspaper. Comments are, "Go back a yard. We don't want to see you. Why human rights people defend criminals?" One whole heap of things. If I can say what I think, I don't care. I don't care. I do what I do because I want to do it. And then if somebody wants to tell me two bad words, well, it's part of the game. But
Right.
you also find people which are willing to support you. But as I said before, it's not a commitment which make you feel particularly popular. No. Especially when we touch some items, for example, discrimination, hands off. Abortion, hands off. Death penalty, hands off. So I think that I don't. It's not that it's me alone. There are a lot of people in Jamaica which are working on that, and we all know that we do it because we want to do it. We spoke to each other sometimes, and all of us we say, "Well, that's it. That's not a big challenge." What I wanted to say before was excellent idea, the support of the diaspora, because the Jamaican diaspora is very much participating to Jamaican life, even if they are abroad, which is not happening in most of the countries. But Jamaican diaspora, apart giving the funds, okay, beautiful, should also discuss about political issues. One was why you put somebody which is mentally ill in a prison. Why? So Jamaica diaspora has power, and I see they are very committed. I know a lot of them, and I love them. I love them. They do a very good job. But I think that the action should finalize. Yes, I help you, but also I help you to make changes. Otherwise, tomorrow we take out 2 mentally ill from the prison, and after tomorrow there are 2 more.
2 more.
If I may,
go ahead.
Mr. Rattigan.
Go ahead.
I don't think, Marie, to be honest, I don't think you want an award from these people. Because as I keep on saying on my platform, the National Award ceremony has been given to criminals, child molesters, human traffickers. So you don't want to be a part of that. You're a decent woman. You don't want to be a part of the bunch of criminality that's running this country. And a bunch of people who keep on getting all of old donkey and all of bad odor. You don't want that. Don't be a part of that. Do it because you do it for your heart. And I will try and support you. I'm not a rich man, but I'll try and support you. You don't want to be a part of Harris Chang, who has the crime situation out of whack, and he's getting out of Jamaica. You have the Minister of Tourism getting out of Jamaica, while the tourists, the hotel workers are enslaved.
$2 a day.
$2 a day. Are
$2 an hour.
enslaved.
$2 an hour.
An hour.
$2. Yeah.
They're enslaved by these bucky masters. You don't want to be a part of that. So don't, if they even offer it, do like what the late Mutty Perkins said. I don't want any order of old donkey from no one.
Jeffrey.
Don't accept it, my dear.
Jeffrey, as I brought it up,
You're right.
You definitely have me cracking up. You know, it's a serious matter. But the reason why I mentioned it is to show that the people that, in my opinion, that are really out there giving their best for Jamaicans, yes, they are not seen and they're not the ones being recognized, primarily to show that us in the diaspora and Jamaicans as a whole should really understand that really the people that are there doing the work are the ones that are not being brought up on the stage, but they're doing it because they have a life's purpose. They do it for the passion and because they're human rights activists and advocates, and they believe.
Let me just say, Sonia, big up yourself, Sonia. And Marjorie was asking about Daisy. I think our sister Daisy is probably watching. She's fine, trust me. Everything is fine. We talk to Daisy quite often, and we're gonna have her on the program real soon. I shouldn't say it. She doesn't know about it, but she knows now. So that's where we are. Go ahead.
Will, just a question. Did you get the link I sent to you?
Oh, hold on 1 second. I'm sorry.
I had put it in. It's in the chat.
Right. Thank you very much.
Go ahead and pin it. We'll go.
See, Kevin, Kevin a ramping a rose. When things get done, man, I say, feel like a fish out the water when Kevin a ramp. Oh yeah.
When you have people who are involved in sexual assault of minors and human traffickers, do you know why the government of Jamaica can't give out the sex register list? Because if they do so, some people of the Vumvavon in Upper St. Andrew and Cherry Garden will be involved in it, Their names will be on it. And some politician names will be on it too. So they can't put it out. Back to the thing. Miss Carla, don't take it every offer. Don't take it. Don't be a part of those people. Mr. Rattigan, I yield to you, sir.
Yeah, Kevin, you're back. Anything you want to add? We have a few more minutes.
Yeah,
so I want to hear from Carla as well. Yeah, before go ahead. Well, you put it in the chat, people. If all of you who are in the giving mood, and that should be all of you. The GoFundMe.
I was looking for it just now.
Hold on. Let me send it to you because you're sure it's the right one you have.
Yeah.
It says the GoFundMe. Yeah.
Okay.
What I'll do is I'll put it back and I'll pin it.
Yeah, because folks, the Lord loves a cheerful giver. So please be cheerful and give. It's a season of good cheer and giving as well. And God knows, Carla can actually do with the funding. And like that, you've heard it. And sometimes when people speak to you, you can just spirit take them, and there's a connection, and you just know that this person that talk truth and to come from them heart. And Carla is one of them. She's trying desperately to help the homeless and the mentally challenged in Jamaica. And think about it. Carla not have to do this, but Carla feel compelled to do it. This is her calling, and she's doing it. And we have to appreciate that. And Carla, like Jeffrey said, you don't need no award, because guess what? The biggest award you get it around here from all the people them who appreciate the things that you're doing. And we're going to support as much as we can and for as long as we can. All right?
I especially tip my hat to the movement to change the narrative. When, Carla, you can have a product to display. You're currently wearing them on your ears.
Yes.
When you can show that, whereas an individual may be in a position right now, it is not a lifetime sentence. It's a position from which they can be taught. There can be reintegration to society, which is why you would have some of the happiest countries in the world being the happiest countries, because they have addressed some of these issues. It's not that they don't exist in those countries.
Exactly.
They do. Those conditions have nothing to do with lifestyle. It just has to do with the fact that there is something going on mentally with someone, a past trauma that has caused an individual to get to a certain position, and it has never been dealt with. And just them getting that little bit of help, they have managed to find some sort of stability. And that's what a lot of mental health situations have in common: instability.
Instability.
And so when there's no routine, there's no show of love, there's no assistance, guidance, then you will have what is considered out of hand mental states. No, we can address that. And you have shown where that can be successfully addressed with very few resources. So now you have a group of individuals that have something that they are proud of. And they can hold their head high because they have used their hands and put forth effort to create this thing. And you are modeling some of those things, figuratively and literally. And I tip my hat to you for that. And if for nothing else, anybody listening to this broadcast should go ahead and do what Rosie just suggested earlier. Give a $10, $2, $5, $20, $200 if you can to an organization like this that is putting in the effort, doing the work, and showing the results. Ratty.
Can I make just a quick point to what you said about when people when Carla, she's wearing, she's showing, she's doing with this with so much passion, but these people are feeling that someone cares. This is such a big deal. Some of them have never been loved or shown any signs of love before, so that awakes another kind of something in them, in that realm, in there, wherever that is in the universe, that is their mental state, that actually helps them to move forward and to even find that spot to be productive or to be creative, or to want to be a part of a group. And it's something that we must explore. And I want to say, I think Carla is open to people. If you go down to Jamaica and visit, why not? Come and visit. See what you're supporting. Become a part of it.
Yeah. Rebel?
We're almost, a second. All right. Yeah, we're almost out of time. So what I'd like to do is let's
Can I
just
say
go
one
around.
sentence?
Yeah, sure. Go ahead.
Before we finish, apart from you, I obviously want to thank you. But I want to finish with something beautiful. Tuesday, December 10, International Human Rights Day. We are going to have a party, Christmas party, in the male prison, 350 inmates. We will have music, they will perform, they will sing, they will dance, we eat some cakes and have a nice time. This is why I do it.
All right, let's go around. You'll get the final word, Carla. We're coming back to you. But Mr. Vumvava.
Well, I just want to say thanks to Carla for really stepping up. Really, it reminds me of when I was living back home in Negril, and you have, the hippies come down, and on the beach in Negril, and they want their little sense in me, and you go to your house and you give it to them, or you give them a tent to stay in there, and they never leave. Some of them are still living in Negril. I'm so happy when you see somebody like Carla who visits our country, fall in love with Jamaica, and decide to help Jamaicans. Why can't we have that love for our own people? And don't think about a political party, but think about Jamaica. The people of our country needs help. And I lift my hat to you, ma'am. I really appreciate you, and I will see what I can do in my endeavor best. Is what I can do. And obviously, continue doing your work. Continue fight the fight, and remember, take it from me. No collect no award for none of them. Collect none. Don't be a part of the criminal organization who collect awards. Some of them just want to get, and I have a friend of mine who got an OJ. I'm not talking about you, ma'am. Please. But you have some of them who, when they collect, if you don't address them as Dr. Rumbarocious OJ, they're not your friends anymore. This order of whatever doesn't mean anything, because the people who truly doing the work down there not getting it, people like you and others. So if they offer it to you, tell them thanks, but no thanks. Kevin?
Boy, I don't know, I mean, I take my award.
I don't want none.
I don't think in the political affiliation, but I think in the recognition, because with the recognition, I can say, hey, see, we are doing this and it is recognized. Come be a part of it and help to make it better. But I understand your position too, Jeffrey. Don't worry about it.
Well, let's hope they can call. Oh, Wilfred Rattigan, Esquire, Order of Jamaica. Him no want either.
Him not get none.
I need to fix the place behind me. I need to fix the place behind me. Yeah, fix the place behind me first. So, no, I don't need no award. Where are we? Rose.
Well, I was gonna say thank you, ladies. Thank you, for taking the time, and Carla for once again, sharing the work that you're putting in. People like you are some of the hardest to get to talk about what they do, and so thank you for doing it, and thank you for continuing to do it without friend or favor. Thank you, and much more blessings to you.
Rose.
And I want to thank you, Mr. Rattigan and team, for having Carla. I want to thank Carla for just her energy that doesn't stop and her passion, giving back to Jamaicans, and not only with the shelter, but also with Stand Up for Jamaica, making sure that people who offend and spend their time come out and can have can be back in society and not recommit, because that's a big part of our crime situation if we don't fix that. Thank you for all your efforts with that. And thanks to all the hundreds and thousands of Jamaicans, wherever you are, where you're doing your little part to make not only Jamaica, but the struggles and the challenges of being Jamaican and that we're experiencing Jamaica just a little bit better. Sometimes you're not seen or really heard, but we pray for you and we thank you. We thank you. The Jamaican people thank you. And as diasporans, wherever we are and we can help, we'll be there to do that. Hats off to you, Carla, and to also this broadcast that does so much to expose all what's going on. We thank you too.
Thank you.
And
Carla.
thank you to Rose.
Carla.
The amount of thank you that we have been sharing in the last 5 minutes, it's amazing. We have been thanking each other all over. All right. So I don't thank you anybody because I think it has been said. But what I want to see, that our conversation tonight, our exchange of information, ideas is translated to action. I am a very realistic and stubborn person. I love to talk, but I love to do. So my invitation to all of those which have been following this program, tomorrow, do one little thing. Not necessarily the money. Yeah, I'm happy for the money. Yes, obviously, yes. But look at what you can do. There are so many things that everybody could do. Do one little thing. Is your drop in the ocean. And that will help. And it's going to also make you feel good. So bless and love to everybody for this wonderful program. And let's see what's happening tomorrow.
All right. Let me just say before we go that I want to thank Rose for bringing Carla to my attention. And Rose is a strong supporter of the program. And whenever I veer off course, she doesn't hesitate. She send me letter. She send me her text message. And essentially she said, what y'all doing? So I just want to thank Rose. I want to thank you.
You guys are great. Yes. You're a big voice that we have to have.
Thank you. And then for you, Carla, I mean, it's a distinct pleasure meeting you, because I didn't know that there was a Carla in Jamaica. And I'm so thankful and so happy. And I speak on behalf of all of Jamaica, particularly those who are being helped by your grace, by your endeavors, by your kindness. And as I said before, you didn't have to do this. You're called to do this. And we are going to support you as much as we can for as long as we can. And this, consider this your home. Whenever you need a platform to speak out on whatever the issue is, please feel free to come on. No reservations necessary. You don't have to call. You just say, hey, I'm coming on Saturday. And that's fine. We'll make the arrangements. We'll make the adjustments because we consider you family. All right? So having said that, take care of yourself.
But before you go, Mr. Rattigan, please, before you go, someone in the chat has been asking, Carla, how can I get in contact with you?
Kevin, put the thing. It's right here.
Yeah, it's pinned. It's pinned. The
Yes,
GoFundMe.
that's a GoFundMe to donate, but you can go to standupforjamaica.ja. Correct, Carla?
Stand up for
you
Jamaica.
You can contact her, yeah, because there's a website. You guys, there's a website for Stand Up for Jamaica, and you will see the website, and there you'll see what they're doing, and you can contact Carla there also. Or if the person needs to speak with her directly, I think Carla can get her information or contact information to Mr. Rattigan, and we pass it on like that.
I send you my mail, the easiest way. The easiest way.
Okay. All right. Look, ladies, thank you so much. Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you. We're going to join on YouTube now.
Okay.
It was great seeing Marie again. Rosemary.
Thanks.
I want to send you my little blessing.
Again.
Yeah?
All right.
Can I send you my little blessing? Blessing.
Yes.
Blessings.
And
thank you.
All right.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Heading
Bye-bye.
over to YouTube. Yes.
Okay.
Bye.
Folks, I mean, those are two lovely women. I mean, they're people trying to help Jamaica, trying to make the situation better for our people. And we're asking our people to stand up and stand up in a big way. And we're going to get to that later on. But here's what happened now. Kevin decided to give up he's decided to allow us to use the tools, but he's going to still come on. So miss it. Miss it. Don't carry on with me because Kevin is coming. All right, because we know Missy want to bash me over the head. You know, anytime I touch her, Kevin, it's like a problem. And not just miss Missy. Kevin have a whole crew. Thankfully, when Kevin finished with them still hang around and come hang out with the Rebel at midnight. And I'm eternally grateful to all of you for doing that. All right. I don't want to name any names because I'll leave out somebody and then
Speak in general terms.
But all of you, you know the crew who show up at midnight. The crew show up for Kevin. The crew who show up for this program. They show up for Kevin's program. They show up for Culture Tea, and then they show up for the Rebel. Tony Culture, all of you. So big thanks to you. Now, here's what happened now, folks. We have some things that we have to talk about. There's one thing that I was planning to speak about for quite some time. And again, that's one of the reasons why Kevin said, you know what? You keep on putting off some of these things and you need to get to them. So, because Jamaica is content rich. So no matter what you talk, if you talk about 10 things tonight, you will have 10 more things to talk about next week. And he's absolutely correct. Somebody in the chat mentioned some spoilage. We're going to talk about that, but let me just show you, let me just kind of warm up the crowd and show you something that is just depressing. Look at this, people. Look at that. Let me big it up here. You see that? That's one cabbage head, right? And look on the price. 2,699 Jamaican dollars. Kevin,
Mr. Rattigan, you sure this is Jamaica, sir?
See, try that's a product of Jamaica.
No, I not seen properly. I haven't the new glasses.
Well, it's been sold at Super Value Fresh Foods. That's what the signs, the thing says here. The sticker is on it. 144 Constant Spring Road. See, the people, one cabbage head for $2,699. I'm hoping that it's a mistake and it's actually $269.
It's not a mistake.
But on a look on that, and just think that the minimum wage is what, 15,000, and here it is, you spend 2,500, well, 2,700 to a cabbage head, right? So we don't know. My people in St. Elizabeth and my people in St. Anne, we still want to go through. Things rough. So we just want the crowd, all of your family members out there, to just look at what's going on in Jamaica. Right? Just look at that. Just make that sink in for a while. Just take a look at that. Because that's what happened when I got it. And I look at it and I put it away. Then I look at it again and I say, wait a minute, maybe it's 269. And I look at it again and then come to find out it's 2,699.
When you do the US conversion, though, that's when, for those in, well, if that doesn't hit you one way, you do the conversion and it hits you another. That's for sure.
And we know the price kind of right. We know the price, right? Because look at it. Them say it's 2.045 kg, right? And it's $1,320 per kg. So this per price kilogram is right. Yeah, it's right. So
GCT on food though, Roe Washington. GCT not on food. GCT not on food. Consumables. Seriously?
Look at Petra. He said that's an imported cabbage. Jamaican cabbage that looks so tough and big. Big thing.
Somebody said Floxy.
Remove that. Let me see if there's something else. Go ahead, Kevin.
Cabbage costs more than chicken.
Look on this one now. Look on that one now. This one is honey baked dressed ham. Look on it, no?
Hey, hola. That needs the tag not need to change because it needs to say slice of ham.
Look at it's a honey baked dress, and that is that's $6,000 a kilogram, you know. Yeah, 600. That's little less than half a kilogram. See, the one piece of ham with some little fluxy looking pineapple slices and some maraschino cherry on it. Yeah, and that's it. Honey baked dressed ham, product of Jamaica, and them include the GCT now to make a note of them. You know, you have to pay more. Than the sticker price is the price. Now, this is from Progressive Foods in Brayton, in St. Catherine. Look on that.
I'm gonna ask the Jamaicans in that are listening right now, how to eat. No, I'm serious. How? Because anybody that is surviving in Jamaica right now, not thriving, surviving in Jamaica, can go to another place in the world and thrive. Because if you can make it happen when you have 4,000, you're spending $6,000 on a head of lettuce, a head of cabbage, and a slice of ham. You don't pay rented, light, water, transportation, school fee for the kids if you have kids. Yeah, OT, I did that math. That's what I'm saying. If the Jamaica price don't get you, the US price will. So Jamaicans, how do you eat?
I don't know. You know what? This is so depressing. We could just move on to this story, Kevin.
Wait, Simon, who this? Simone, where? Oh, yeah. The to find the GoFundMe, you want to go to, you can do standupforjamaica.org. That's the website. Standupforjamaica.org. You can, on social media, you can put Stand Up for Jamaica. And I know on Instagram, if you do it, you'll see the link for the GoFundMe. You can just click on that and it will take you to the GoFundMe. But Stand Up for Jamaica is where you want to go and get connected. All right, that's what you want to use.
All right, let me ask all of you this question. Jamaica's borders. Who's in charge of protecting Jamaica's borders? Let me just ask you if you know, and you know what? I won't even ask you to name me the agencies. Just tell me the number. How many agencies are responsible for protecting Jamaica's borders? Because if I ask, I know if I ask I ask you for the names, 99.99% of you will get it wrong.
So when you say the organizations are who is how many, you mean it's more than one? Isn't just the Minister of National Security take care of that?
Agencies, not ministries. How many agencies?
So okay, the agencies in under the ministry.
How many entities in Jamaica are responsible for protecting Jamaica's borders?
Let's see, the Coast Guard.
Mula said no clue. I didn't even think our borders are protected. Hey, that's not a bad answer.
Yo, that funny, but it's serious. Yo.
Yeah, there's another one. Monica said the Don control.
Yeah.
OT is the Minister of Security. OT, I'm talking about entities now. JCF and Jamaica Customs are two.
The Coast Guard. You can't leave out the Coast Guard.
All right. Let me go to the answer. It's the JCF, the JDF, and Customs.
So who the Coast Guard fall under?
Coast Guard would fall under Customs because they have the Marine Police. You have the Marine. You have the Marine on the they have the Marine Police on the JCF. And then you have the JDF, they have their own Marine thing. Customs, they have their own. And the Coast, I think the Coast Guard come on the Ministry of National Security. As does the JCF. Here's why. I said 3 and you didn't answer. Dirt, you'll kill me now because Dirt, when I talk, sometimes I close my eyes, so I don't even really look on the screen. So blame Kevin, all right? But I'm going to show you something, all right? There is a group of people, maybe it was a group of people, called Port Management Security Limited, and they've been trained to intercept guns, illicit drugs, and other contraband from entering through the seaports. And not too long ago, their jobs, they were being made redundant. And here's one article that Mr. Fitzjackson took on this issue. And they're saying, but if these people have been trained to ferret out these things, then who's going to take over if we get rid of them? And there it is. Here it is. Their success in intercepting legal goods was not solely due to the collaboration with the JCF and Jamaica Customs, but also owed greater to the specialized skill set and professionalism of their team. So that was one issue. Here is Mr. Fitzbailey again asking to address the job security, because he's saying, look, you know, our borders are porous. These people are great at doing what they're doing, and so we need to have them continue doing what they're doing. I don't recall what's happened since then. This was March of this year. Here it is, Mr. Fitzjackson again. He's taking on the spite, and the government was going to take over port management security and put it under customs. And so there was some issue there. They're still arguing at this point in March. They were still arguing about it because here it is right here. Look at the sentence. It says the decision to integrate PMSL services into the Jamaica Customs Department raises concerns among its over 85-member team, noting that the recent interception of 64 guns and nearly 1,000 rounds of ammunition underscores the crucial contribution they've made to national security. So that was their role. They had a specialized skill set. So let me see which one is this. And there in May, they were supposed to meet with them. These are some of the guns that they found in Montego Bay to discuss the future of their jobs. Now, I don't know. And now in June, 60 of them to lose jobs. It is right there.
So the entity that has has been given the directive to help protect our borders is cutting back on the personnel that are being used to protect our civ-like borders.
Correct. Now,
Gotcha.
here's a border protection unit from Jamaica Customs Agency. I didn't even know that the customs was involved in doing all of this stuff. And look at this. I tell you, Jamaicans are very good when it comes to structuring things on paper, putting things on paper. Because here it is, they have a border protection unit, they have an intelligence branch, they have a risk management. You can't see it because I can't enlarge it on my screen, but I can tell you, just take my word for it. They have a risk management branch, they have a contraband enforcement team branch, and they're going on. And they started when the U.S. government started making noises about Jamaica being a transshipment point, and so they decided that they're going to form this group, and this group will be responsible for, along with the other groups, to defend Jamaica's borders. And it says they're going to secure the borders and safeguard citizens, and they're going to partner with the JCF, JDF, Coast Guard, Port Authority, Ministry of National Security, blah, 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 blah. So that's one of them, right? That's what that customs is responsible for, protecting our borders. Now, I hope you guys remember, maybe you don't remember, in July of this year, there was a breach at the Sangster International Airport, and flights were canceled, emergency protocols initiated, disruption, because they thought that a firearm had passed through the pre-boarding screening machine section. And so, they closed down the whole thing. And Minister Vaz said, I want a review of security at Jamaica's airports, all of them. And remember, we talk about the airports, right? That is not 3. It's about 17 airports in Jamaica. So I want all the airports. I want an assessment, security assessment done. Now, here's one of the problems. The Chinese, they manage the Freeport out at Newport East, Newport West. They manage that. What kind of security is out there? Who's in charge of the security out there? How do we know what's being brought in? When? From where? For what purpose? Especially if you're talking about consumable, items like food stuff, cigarettes, and all that stuff. Do we know if some of those things are tested to make sure that our people are not being poisoned? I don't know if they've done that. Here's another one. Our former police commissioner signing Interpol agreement, that gathering stuff. Nah, forget about that. No, that's one I just showed you, the border protection unit. I'm showing you all of this because we're going to get to something that's going to shock you. Now, here's where our Prime Minister said that his administration has made the largest investment in the country's border security. And he gave a wonderful speech. You know, he said, now we have vessels to prevent illegal entry. And we're going to be doing this, we're going to be doing that. But even with the state-of-the-art boat that he has there, the Haitians are still coming into Jamaica using rafts. I don't understand how is it that you have a raft out there with some people and you have a state-of-the-art boat with the radar and them can't pick up nothing. And in fact, in this speech, he says, now we have several vessels of extensive capacity, not just to prevent illegal entry, which we do quite a bit, and we do now serious work to ensure that we don't have a massive migration flow from Haiti and other countries. Nonsense. Absolute nonsense, people. Which one is this? This is September 2023. He says we're bolstering our border. It says we're moving to strengthen our capacity to protect our borders from the increasing flow of guns and drugs from North America and other parts of the world. More talk. Here's customs. See? For those of you who didn't believe me when we say customs are protect borders, them have them both here, you know. Jamaica Customs Agency advancing its border protection capabilities. And in their fight against illegal activities, they're training people, and they're doing this, and they're doing that. We're getting their people. And here's this Prime Minister again saying we're gonna bolster our border security to stem the flow of illegal guns. That's a border protection one. We talk about that. And look at this one. Jamaica pours 11 billion into border security, including coastal radar. Right? 11 billion. This was 2018, folks. March 29, 2018. Right? We're getting there. Stay with me. More nonsense from the Prime Minister. Oh, let's forget that one there. Not that. All right. Here's one. 185 pounds of cocaine seized at Norman Manley International. And don't forget, remember the one that the big seizure over at Boscobel, Ian Fleming Airport, where we were promised that arrest would soon be made by our former Deputy Police Commissioner, Mr. Fitz Bailey, who's now, I think, acting police commissioner down in the Turks and Caicos. I don't think the Turks and Caicos people did their due diligence. But he said that he was going to make arrest, that the JCF was on the verge of making arrests for years now. And nothing has happened. And if you notice, they're finding drugs all over the airports. But tell me, when was the last time you hear them arrest somebody? You always hear them say they're going to. They want to. Nothing happens. Now, why do I go through all the trouble to show you all of that and talk to you about our border security? Not to mention, the ports. We didn't talk about the ports yet. Why do I go through all of the trouble and tell you all of that? Because, wait there. I'm going to show you a document now that would have solved all of these problems. See the problems at the airport where they can't, drugs show up there and they can't figure out who brought the drugs there, no arrest, nothing like that. All right. I'm going to show you a document now, right? But before I show you the document, let me tell you this. There's a company called Secure Report. I don't work for them. I'm not looking a job from them. All I know is that they're internationally known for securing airports. And if you drive on, those of you who live in the DMV area, if you take 495, as if you're going to Dulles Airport. And about maybe 5 minutes before you get to the airport, look to your right. And when you look to your right, you know you're going to see there's a big building there. There's a Rolls-Royce dealership. It's the big sign, Rolls-Royce dealership there. Next to the Rolls-Royce dealership sign, you'll see Secure Report. That's where I think that's their main location. They've provided security services all over the place, all over the world. We're going to show you all of that. But here's what happened. On June 22nd, 2018, they met with the leader of the opposition, Dr. Peter Phillips, and they met with his assistant, Mrs. Imani Price. And the purpose of that meeting was to provide a proposal. Say, this is what we can do, this is how we'll do it, this is how it will help Jamaica. And this is how it will help Jamaica's standing in the world as far as security. On the same day, June 22nd, 2018, they met with the Minister of Security. Who was the Minister of Security? Dr. Chan. They met with him and his team, and they explained the whole proposal. And there was a suggestion that the proposal should be emailed to the permanent secretary. In fact, the minister himself told them, okay, nice presentation. Now I want you to email that proposal. And I have the proposal. And I also have the what do you call it?
The email?
No, not the email. The slide presentation. I have the proposal and the slide presentation. And he said, send them to my permanent secretary.
From June of 2018.
June of 2018.
Mm-hmm.
The email was sent 45 minutes after that meeting. Not 45 days after. Remember, they met with the leader of the opposition and his assistant, and they said, this is what we're going to present to the government. Then they met with the government, they met with the Minister of National Security, said, this is what we'd like to offer you. And he said, you know what? Nice. I like it. Email it to my permanent secretary. 45 minutes later, it was sent to the permanent secretary. On the same day, all of this took place on June 22nd, 2018. Same day, they met with a gentleman by the name of Nari William Singh. He's in charge of Civil Aviation Authority. He was in charge. I don't know if he's still there.
He's still there.
You know the name?
Yes.
Okay. Now, 3 months went by. No response. No response. On the 20th of September, same year, 2018, the U.S. Embassy sent a message to our Prime Minister. For him to meet with secure report people. Because the U.S. Embassy, remember now, the Jamaican government has been interacting with its international partners regarding border security. So it makes sense that the U.S. government, with whom they've been conducting liaison and meetings, whatnot, say, hey, listen, secure report, Mr. Prime Minister, they were here 3 months ago, whatever. Take a look at this. We believe that this is going to help your border security. Take a look at this. And they were also asking, why is it that we haven't heard anything after 3 months? On October 9th, 2018, the Prime Minister's office response to the embassy was that Secure Report should stay in touch with the Minister of Security.
Hold on there, Ratty. Hold on. Secure Report met with former opposition leader Dr. Peter David Phillips and Imani Duncan Price. Okay. Then Secure whatever went and meet with the Minister of National Security, Dr. Harris Chan. He told them to email his permanent secretary. Immediately, was about 5 minutes after it was emailed. And then the American embassy asked to meet with the Prime Minister of Jamaica. That's all?
Yeah, 3 months later, after the email was sent with the proposal, the embassy contacted the Prime Minister's office and said, listen, we need you to meet with the secure report people because you're always talking to us about border security and we're trying to help you. Here's a company that's internationally known and we're asking you to meet with this company. The Prime Minister's office responded, go and talk to the Minister of National Security, with whom they had met 3 months before.
And hold on there. The same Prime Minister who traveled to Washington to meet with people of the State Department about, according to him, names of Jamaicans shipping guns to Jamaica. No, sir?
Exactly. Exactly.
You know, brother.
So the Prime Minister responded. The Prime Minister's office responded. Go back and go talk to the minister the same person who talked to 3 months ago and him no respond to him. Go back and talk to him, man. Right? That was October 9th. On October 11th, the Minister of National Security responded and acknowledged receiving the proposal 3 months earlier. Yeah, sent an email and he said, yes, we received your email that we asked you to send to us with the proposal. We received it 3 months ago. And that was it.
So tell me something now, Mr. Rattigan. As a retired former FBI special agent, when you read all of this, sir, it's your program, not mine, but you know, I have to answer the question. When you read all of this, Mr. Rattigan, what does that say to you? Does that look like the Jamaican government want to solve crime in Jamaica?
You know, when I'm looking at the timeline and I'm looking at the communications between them, between Secure Report and the government, I have to say no, they're not interested because here it is that you, and by the way, Mr. President, but by the way, they went to the US government, you know, and said, listen, we need help because too much guns and drugs are coming and we need help. And it is my understanding that they even send a man to Southcom, right, where the military have them satellites and things, scan the Caribbean. And them send a man if you go watch and see what go on. The man, they must say blind because plane are flying at Jamaica like it a go to style and a crash land and nothing at all. Nothing. So them go to the Americans and say, we need help. The Americans say, okay, fine, we don't need help. Here is somebody that we use. Here is somebody that we think would be useful for your purposes to protect your borders. Remember, we go ask them, you know, and we ask the Americans for help, and them say, okay, here it is. So when the man them come and the man them show them what them can do, when the man them show them, I don't know, DB security people, them, most of these people who work for Security Port, they're retired federal agents, whether them come from Homeland Security, FBI, DEA, ATF, whatever. That's their composition. That's how they make up, right? So they know about security. So the man them tell them the things them what them can do. I don't know if it frightened them and them said, no, we can't.
Yes, Ratty frightened them because they don't want them to come in there, you know. Remember the former world-class ministers, FBI is coming on to investigate SSL, you know. So they don't want that in there because if that ever happens, you know, God help them, you know.
No. So from 2018, nothing. Government not deal with Security Port. Now, I am going to show you the proposal. But before I show you the proposal, I'm going to give you the conclusion first. I'm going to give you the conclusion that I'll show you. I want you to tell me, Mr. Jeffrey Tavares and all of our family members in the chat who can talk to it, because we're not take phone calls on the program. I want you to tell me, because it costs money, you know. It costs money. I want you to tell me how much money Security Port was charging Jamaica to put this technologically advanced system in at the airports. And by the way, this system, you could also use it at the ports. I want you to tell me how much money on the thing security. Them money there. Tell me how much.
About 50 million US, Jamaican.
You get warm. Come in, people, not talk to me, you know. This is the part where we need, you know, it interactive. Come in, talk to me. How much money you think Security Port did that charge Jamaica for putting in the system? It's a president there. $3 billion.
$100 million.
Anthony G said less than 1 trillion. That is. Anthony, you know, easy at all. Pastor Ricky, 100. Petra E, 5 billion. But then if US or Jamaica not. Petra, 2.5. Penija, I'd say what? 100 million. All right. All right. Joycelyn, Freedom, OT, want to come at the front of the class. Monica, come at the front of the class. This is how much them that charge Jamaica.
Hold on, Ratty. 0? Oh, there was no money even for them to thief.
0. Here is how the deal was structured. Security Port said, this will cost the Jamaican people and the Jamaican government 0. Here's how we all make our money. The tourists that come to Jamaica, if the airline ticket costs $200, we're going to put on a little $5 upon each ticket. So we'll make our money. We'll make our money off of international travelers coming to Jamaica. And them not going to feel it because remember them used to charge departure tax, you know. And you have to pay it when you leave, you know. Now they put it on the ticket so you don't feel it. Because them used to have problems with people. I say, me nah no money. I'm right. So them money they don't charge them. They don't charge international travelers coming to Jamaica. So they don't put like a little $5 upon each ticket. And cricket, Jamaican government said, no, we ain't nothing. We don't know. We don't want nothing from you. Here's the agreement. I have the slide presentation, but I won't show that. I'll just show you the agreement itself, the proposal. All right. See it here. Let me big you up. And you go and see the things them when the man had that plan for do. All right, here we go. See it there. Security Port. It means that they might go secure ports, airports, seaports, whatever. Right? But this one I don't deal with the airports, right? I remember now people, Jamaica have how much airports again? Somebody says 7. I get it right. 17. Good. Not
Hold on, Mr. Rattigan. Do you know why they didn't want this company to come in? I'll tell you one of the reasons why. A well-known Jamaican company, well-known, big company bringing all kind of something, have a port for themselves where neither the JDF nor the JCF goes there. And that is the reason why I didn't want that company to come into Jamaica, and many other reasons. Go ahead, sir.
All right. So here it is, and it's a proposal to the government of Jamaica for civil aviation and immigration security services, right? this is the main office. But like I said to you, there's one out on 495. If you know the DMV, you see it out there. And see it here, proposal to the Jamaican government, and it blah 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 blah. Tell you all of them things there. I'll just go through some of the things then. All right. Oh, first of all, I could go to the testimonials and awards. I could go write this up. So we're showing the sound on the little DB people them here. All right. Wait there. All right. 15. All right. Okay. See who they write us now. See it now. Testimonials and awards. So now, somebody come and say, "Oh, I want to give you this." You want to know who them people are. A fly-by-night people. But you know, so them not fly-by-night because the U.S. government has said, no, you ask us about security. So the company are. All right. All right. See, let them get to that one up. Best biometric identification solution. All right. Interpol give them one. Right? And then we go down here so now. This is a Frankfurt International Airport. Rose place this.
In Germany.
Germany, yeah. It says that them install the system then on. Ultrasonic fingerprint scanning, automated fingerprint identification system, and blah blah blah. A whole bunch of things the man them put in the German airport. Them not use a German company, Secure report them use. All right. We'll keep going down. See another one now. Which company? U.S. government procurement. Them use them there, so right. Department of Justice use them. DEA do some research with them. See right I said no. DESC. They say the Drug Enforcement Administration is intending to award a cost-sharing research and development contract with a contractor experienced in ultrasound, fingerprint biometrics, blah 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 blah, and them go on and on and on. See another one now. The Army, U.S. Army, use them. Department of Defense, use them. All right. Okay, keep going. Reagan National Airport, use them. See it right, that's all. This is the Culpeper Regional Airport, just outside DC. And them says, look right at us. Since its installation in 2006, Secure Report system has operated satisfactory results. Them identify people, control this, wireless that, blah blah blah, fingerprint, boop 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 boop. All works. All right. So that's after this after them case study what them put out. All right. Sierra Leone use them.
Hold on, man. Hold on, go back there, so. Sierra who?
Sierra Leone. So, and look at them put, the ministry would like to thank Security Port for the continuous support and assistance in making the Republic of Sierra Leone a safe place. See, Pastor Jeffrey.
A safe place, yeah, Republic of Sierra Leone.
Right? And said, to your presence and provision of services at Lungi International Airport, blah, 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 greatly enhanced. All right. Minister of Internal.
Stop this, sir, Mr. Rattigan. Stop this.
You go back here, sir?
Tap right there, sir.
Oh, so my brethren, I sat there on the case I would be on. All right, see me. See the people. When the
Kevin.
All right, go ahead. What you say you want me to stop this? Or what you want me to stop?
One of the reasons I want to stop there is it that the government of the government of Jamaica was afraid that this company here would have bring up something that the Jamaican people will say, okay, yes, we know some thief long time. Me say it, not Rattigan words, my words.
Right. Jeffrey, I wish I could have tell you what went through the mind of the Prime Minister, the Minister of National Security, and all of those people responsible for securing the borders of Jamaica when Security Report was made the pitch to them. And don't forget, people, it was the government of Jamaica that saw the assistance of the U.S. to help with border security. It wasn't like Secure Report just come in and do them thing. The government asked, and the US government said, all right, fine, Secure Report, fine, it's a company where we use. The Army use it, the DEA use them, Civil Aviation use them, everybody use them. Right? Frankfurt use them. All right, make me go on here. Then see them get one from Interpol, right? For stuff what I'm doing in Equatorial Guinea. Right? All right. Which one this? This look like something in France. I don't know about that. I not read French, so I don't understand French. So I don't know about that. But them put it up there. Them get another one, yeah. Another language. This other one from them get another one from Sierra Leone. And that's it. No. Let me show you now, people. Show you something. See what them man them gonna do here. See what them good pan here. Them specialize in the design and implementation of state-of-the-art civil aviation and immigration security services and intelligent information management system to governments using passenger biometric recognition. Let me big it up here. All right. Oh. All right. See it here. And look on this. Look on this and tell me if this wouldn't frighten any politician, people. Look on this. See what it says? This look on what me highlight in a yellow. Right, that's all. It said the secure report system allows data to be cross-checked against watch lists compiled by local and international security agencies with which its government clients maintains relations, such as Interpol, Europol, the UN Office on Drugs and Crime, the CIA, MI6, whose databases also rely on fingerprint records.
Stop the Mr. Rattigan. So, sorry to interrupting you. Do you believe that this current administration would allow this? With $3 trillion unaccountable for? Mad as hell.
But Jeffrey, just ask the question. How much time you going to put the people on blast?
No, think about this. When secure report come and say, listen, guys, we have the ability to cross-check, interface with information coming out of CIA, MI6, UN Office on Drugs and Crime, Interpol, Europol. You're right, Jeffrey. If you are a scumooching, if you are a criminal as posing as a politician, and you involved in them kind of illegal activities, you really think say you are going to have anything to do? And I'm not accusing the Honorable Minister of National Security as being involved in none of them nefarious activities and none of that. But I'm saying, you think that a government who's involved in any of them things that would have said, no, we want this thing here, we want it. You think they would have wanted it?
And
no.
I think that you should do this more often. Show the Jamaican people that this Prime Minister, the Andrew Holness-led administration, have no intention in solving Jamaica's crime pandemic.
Well, yeah.
Well, crime is big business, You need to get money to fight crime. So crime is big business. When you eliminate crime, where the money going to come from? Our farming industry, our agricultural industry is not thriving. Where it could thrive with the selling of marijuana, they don't want to legalize it, although they intend on selling it to legal entities in the US. I don't know how they're going to work that out. But you take away this big money-making thing, because when you catch criminals, now you get the prison system, which is another big money-making thing, things like that. However, the actual crime itself is big money making business. And if they're getting more money in a shorter time from that high risk, high returns, you know, you don't want to take things to limit the risk. So it makes sense. No for
Well,
that.
well, I could continue because we'll wait for Sister Janet to come on, so I could continue. But here's some of the things that they do, and this is all, you know, people, this language here, now broke it down for
So,
my
Ratty, real quick, was Chang in when this was submitted?
All right. Apparently, you never there when we that go through the beginning.
Yeah.
Let me tell you what happened.
That's from that part of the class.
Yes. On,
Yeah, man. Yeah, backbench. We come up front now.
On June 22nd of 2018, Secure Report met with the Minister of National Security and his team and explained what they were offering. They offered this. They gave him this proposal, slideshow, and he said, "Nice. I want you to send me this thing by email." And they emailed it to him 45 minutes after the meeting. That was in June of 2018. In September of 2018, they went to the Prime Minister because they hadn't heard from him for about 3 months. And the US Embassy went to the Prime Minister and said, "Listen, are you interested? What's the story? What's going on here?" The Prime Minister's office said, "No, I want to go back to Chang and talk to Chang about it." And when they went back and contacted the minister's office, they said the minister's office responded, "Thank you very much. We are in receipt of the proposal." That was in October. That was on October 11, 2018. And to date, nothing. And what was happening since then? Coca fly in and out of the airport, plane a crash, plane a come in with people who we don't know, and I walk downtown King, all of this.
All disappeared.
This, yeah. No. Look, all of this. Wait a minute. Hold on a second. I think sis there, I know. Yeah, man, sis. Hey, folks, listen. We're going to stop the program right now, so because we have a very, very important guest. More important than me any day of the week. And twice on Saturdays and Sundays. You have heard a lot of talk. Let me move this. You have heard a lot of talk recently about money's been missing. Or not missing, unaccounted for. And you've heard about this going back some time now, particularly in January of this year. You heard about 1.7, and in February there was something else missing from municipalities. And I've said on this program many times, and I've said it on a lot of programs, that if there's one lady, well, I take that back. If there are two ladies who should be getting the highest civilian award we can give in Jamaica. Two ladies. One of them is with us tonight. The other one is the Pamela Ellis. I can't remember her last. I mess up her name now. You know, I think I had myself. The Auditor General. I don't know her, man. That lady has worked tirelessly, and I heard that some people were dissing her, and I'm saying to them, shame on you, you don't know the facts, because this lady has been putting out the information. It's just that people don't read. People don't read. Go to the website. Go to the website, and you'll see that she's been doing your woman's work there. She's been fighting for the Jamaican people. She's been putting out stuff when the government not going to value for money. And a rent building, and a dean of the building, and a money I pay for things, and when you get no receipt and all them things. That lady, we're supposed to honor that lady there.
Pamela Monroe Ellis.
Pamela Monroe Ellis, the Auditor General. We don't need to big up that lady there. No, the next lady now, one of the big up is this lady over there with me tonight. Her name is Janet Calder. She runs JAMP, the Jamaica Accountability Meter Portal. Serious lady. I know this lady. This lady has no kin teeth. She's a straight shooter. She'll tell you like it is, and she's fearless, and she's brilliant, and I love this woman to death. Ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, let me bring on my friend, my sister, my compadre. Here she is, Miss Janet Calder. Janet, welcome.
Evening, everybody.
Greetings.
Good to be with you, Will.
Greetings and salutations.
Respect.
Well, look, first of all, I'm extremely happy that you're here with us because for lots of reasons. Lots of reasons. I admire Jam. I admire the stance that Jam has taken. And I just admire how the important work that you guys are doing and how you do it too. You know, just come out willy-nilly and just chat, as Isaac would have said. Just chat, and then people hold it to account, and then you have to backtrack and give apologies, and none of that, right? So here's what I want to, here's what we want to talk to you about. We heard about, you know what? Let's start like this. When the Auditor General when she has completed an audit, walk us through the process of how that audit, you know, where it goes, how it should go, who should review it, and all of that stuff. Please walk us through so people can understand.
Yeah, it's gonna be that's an excellent place to start, by the way, Will, because context is, as Isaac would say.
Context matters.
That was not deliberate set of Isaac, but it's truth, you know.
Excellent way to start.
Yeah, man, it means everything, and there's nothing that means more to me than getting the people to understand where we're coming from. My job is to not have a job in 5 years because people have really come to understand. What I have come to understand is the accountability framework of Jamaica, which is crucial. And it's gonna be a very short walk, Will, because the distance is between the Auditor General and the Parliament is a direct one. So the AG, I want folks to be clear that the Auditor General is the government auditor. This is not somebody from outside coming and not minding her business. The Parliament, our legislators, created it, you could almost say, a long time ago, from the days of the Constitution. And her work is defined in the Financial Administration and Audit Act. That's the legislation that pretty much runs the Ministry of Finance, but also all public bodies that get our money, tells them how to spend it and sets the rules and the regulations. Yeah. So between the Constitution and this legislation, the bottom line is the AG has about 331, she would call it her audit universe. Ministries, departments of government, and public companies, which we call public bodies. Now, you have to understand it's a lot of work, so she doesn't get to do all 300 and add per year. But when she finishes a report, and there are several different types of report, only one of them is what we'll be focusing on tonight, which is the financial statements. What money you get, what you do with them. My favorite report, though, Will, is what you call performance reports, because you can get $100 million and you can only spend $100 million. And you can go and tender it and, you know, everything proper, but Jamaicans still don't get value for money. So the performance reports is the AG going one step further to tell us, did you get value or not? But we're focusing on the financial statements, regardless of what kind of report it is. The law says when the Auditor General is finished, by the way, I should tell you that this is one of the offices in the Constitution that is highly protected, like the DPP's ISAT, but you can probably talk more about that for me. And the reason it is so protected, Jamaicans don't have to wonder, Will, this is one office that usually has bad news for government. And so if you don't mind sharp, mischief can be played with this office by the politicians. So the politicians themselves have really protected the Auditor General. No one can instruct the Auditor General of Jamaica. Nobody can tell her where to go. If a citizen has a problem, a citizen can go and say, AG, I think something is happening. It's up to her. Nobody instructs her. Nobody tells her what to do. But when she's done, herself and the 120 Jamaicans that work so hard for us, her report leaves that office and it goes straight to the Parliament of Jamaica, to a very special committee called the Public Accounts Committee, which most citizens might recognize the name of that. It goes straight to Parliament. Why? And a copy also goes to the Ministry of Finance. But why is it? This is the simple thing I want to say before I hand you back the mic, Will. It's our parliamentarians who determine who is going to get how much money out of that $1.3 trillion in the budget, right? Now, after the Parliament decides which ministry going to get how much and to do what with it, the job of the Parliament after that budget is passed is to watch the government, monitor the government to make sure that the government has spent our taxes on what the parliament said it should be spent on, while respecting the laws of the land. Now, any report coming back has to come back to the parliament. So the AG comes back to the same parliament who set up that budget to say, did the Ministry of Finance spend the money, the right amount, on what you say it must be spent on, while respecting the laws that protect the people money? And if anything is going wrong, the Auditor General raises the red flag so that the parliament can step in and say to the government, hold on a minute, we have a problem, we have to fix it. And that's really what, that's a very short description of that, what we call the accountability chain and how it is supposed to work. I did not say, by the way, Will, that it is the opposition who is to raise a red flag in parliament. I just want to close off by telling everybody, every member of parliament has a responsibility when they get these reports, including the backbenchers on the government side, to raise the red flag and say to the minister, what is going on in this report? What are you going to do to fix it? That's the essence of how that works.
All right. Thank you so much for breaking that down so that my family members, them in St. Elizabeth, the ones who can't read and don't know how me talk, and they can understand exactly how the things run, right? And we say that because, you know, Janet, some of them can't read, but they have a PhD in common sense. And they understand when things not right. Yeah. No, Janet, I did something, I violated a certain protocol, which, and people in the chat reminded me. Normally, when somebody comes on, I said, could you please, in a few words, just tell us who you are? I just assumed that. I just wanted to get to it right away. And could you please just do that for me?
Who I am? Okay. I many ways to describe it, but in the context of what we're talking about, I'm a proud former civil servant. I am an architect by profession. Right. And I worked in the Ministry of Finance for a couple of years. I fell in love with government while there, which is why I do what I do. The team here, Wilfred and everybody listening, I spent 6 years in government, but it really impacted me because I left that space with such clarity about what a government working with a parliament can do to change lives for generations. I worked on some projects, in particular, I'll tell you one in Farkas Beach, which of all the things that I've done in government is the one that still motivates me to do what I do. With very little money, we went into Farkas Beach and we radically changed the lives of 40 families down there. They'd been there for years as fishermen. They had no light, no water, no sewage. And with a teeny amount of money that I was able to advocate for, we went down there, and before I left the government, we were able to bring in light and water. I left before we could put in the sewage, but I never forget what it meant to the people down there to get light for the first time. And as a fisherman, you come in with a catch, Will. You can imagine what that does to your pocket, that you can refrigerate some fish for the next day, right, and how that changed their socioeconomic conditions. So I have the greatest and the deepest regard for public money and what it can do when it is well spent. I came back to Jamaica in 2012 on the invitation of the government. And while waiting for the job, I ran into some citizens who had a problem. That was under the PNP at the time. And I had the expertise in the area. And I thought, well, let me help them while they were trying to advocate on a particular issue. And that is when the advocacy bug bit, because I realized that my expertise in procurement and contracting and my knowledge of government was of a lot of help to them. And so I stayed. Mm-hmm. And so for those who might have thought, well, it's very important to close off by saying this. There are a few Jamaicans who want you to believe that I started advocacy under this administration because my intention is to harm this government. JAMP started the idea of JAMP began in 2014 when Outer Many happened. Most of you will remember Outer Many under the PNP, when the NHT took $180 million and bought an entertainment facility. I organized a protest in front of NHT, and it changed my life. I decided to stick with this accountability thing. That is when I started speaking out as an individual. And by 2019, started JAMP, and here we are today. So the bulk of my advocacy time was between 2013, 14, 15, 16, was under PNP. And I'm continuing to talk on that JLP, and I'll be here after. So that's in short, guys, how I got into the business. That is what has motivated me. a love for this country, and a deep, deep, deep respect for the job of a parliamentarian, which I think is the most important job in this country. Ain't no farmer, ain't no teacher, ain't no lawyer, no doctor can do well unless it's backed by good public service. And so I want the parliament to be the best it can be for us so that our lives can be better. That's basically my story.
Okay. Tell us, please tell us, how do you do what you do through JAMP, for example? How is JAMP? Yeah. How did it come into existence? How is it funded and the mandate?
Sure. We're funded primarily by the taxes of the European Union. So taxpayers of the European Union is primarily what has been driving our funding since 2019. And the rest of the bulk of it sometimes comes from the UK government. So quite a bit of the research that we're going to talk about tonight had been supplemented by funds from the UK taxpayer. The back of almost all of what JAMP does, and I want to say to folks who might hear me being, talking on these issues, will hear on the radio, on the TV, that is less than 5% of what I do. The bulk of what JAMP really is providing citizens with tools to really stand in their place as the real owners of Jamaica, the employers of all public officials, and the financiers of everything that government does. So Will talks about all of these things and does it extremely well every week. But then he leaves you with something for you to go and do. But I found that it's difficult for citizens to really stand in the space of owners that they really are of all public assets and money, and employers of all public officials. You can't exactly walk down the corridor and talk to your employees. So JAMP created a website where we have tools for citizens that they can utilize to feel more empowered. So by the time this ends, I'm going to tell you how to utilize some of them to express how you feel about this unaccounted for money. So we are narrowing the gap on JAMP's website between you and the politician. You don't have them on speed dial. I don't have them on speed dial, but there must be a way for you to effectively share how you feel about the situation. And the second thing is you need information. And JAMP's website provides a lot of information as well around accountability. So 6 tools. If I can just share an example of one, this JAMP's website or MP Tracker is the only place, and I'm proud of it on the one hand, but I'm ashamed on the other hand, that in 2024, after 62 years of independence, JAMP's website is the only website where you can find all 63 elected representatives, something about them, where the constituency office is, what is their email address, what is their phone number, and their social media handles. Now, if they really are elected representatives, why is it took me 18 months to put that together? 18 months. And I'm not afraid to say that one party gave it to me in a week and another party took 18 months. Now, that should not be the case because you are renting all of those offices and you are paying all of those bills. And yet there's no government website that tells people how to find their MP and how to reach their MP and how to communicate with them. So usually that's how people find them. They Google them, JAMP's website comes up, and there's a page there with a profile for each and every one of them and other information that we collect on our MPs. So that's just some of what we do. But how we do it is something every citizen can do. And that is a legislation that was given to this country. I don't like it, but some people don't like that word, but it was passed in Jamaica in about 2001. Yeah, just about. And you would have heard of the access to information legislation. Now, everybody listening tonight is here because they want information. Because Will has done a good job of doing his research, bringing on guests to supply you with information that you want because you care about the governance of your country. That's why you're here. But what if Will wasn't here? And Will hasn't always been here. And what if Will decides to say something else and won't forget it tomorrow? Should you not be able to have questions answered? Well, JAMP decided, Jeanette decided in the creation of JAMP that since government has passed a law for some 22 years now that says If a citizen of Jamaica, as a matter of fact, it's for anybody, even somebody abroad, and I know foreigners who have used it. But if you want information about your country and how it is being governed, all you have to do is you send an email to the Access to Information Officer in any ministry, department, and agency. You ask a question about anything that's bothering you, and within 30 days, they are obligated under the law to answer that question. If they're having a difficulty, they can ask you for 30 days more, but by 60 days done, by law, you are to get an answer. So let me give you an example. A lady called my office one day and she had concerns about the mosquito, the fogging, and she did some research and she felt that she needed to find out, well, what kind of chemicals in that defogger that's coming around our community. Sounds reasonable, eh? So she called JAM because she heard me talking about this ATI Act, and she asked me, Miss Calder, can I use this act to find out what kind of chemical is in that thing? I said, of course. I showed her how to do it, and she called me back a couple of weeks, excited, Will, because she got an answer. She never think it could have worked, right? She thought she would have to call somebody, top on her to find out for her. No, the law says they're obligated to answer you. Do we get all our answers answered? No. But I think we have sent almost 1,000 ATIs out by now, but we get 80% of them answered. So that is the main way, Will, in which we do what we do. Government is obligated to answer us, and we have created a website with 6 tools based on the information we get to help other citizens. That's it.
You know what, Jeanette? I'm so glad that you mentioned ATI because I don't know if you recall.
I do.
Folks, let me just tell you, folks, Jeanette and I were at a Zoom conference, just the two of us.
Yeah.
And she was walking me through the portal on JAMP and how to access the ATI and all of that stuff. Wonderful portal. In fact, Jeanette, I'm gonna be doing a little tutoring this Monday. I have a small group that I meet with, and we're gonna be using JAMP's portal as one of the examples to get to ATI.
I'll make myself available for that. Yeah, man.
Look, outstanding. No. You have been a thorn in the side of these politicians because you are holding them accountable. You're saying, listen, we need value for money. You're getting the money. There must be something, where we can show to the Jamaican people that your taxpayers' money, here's how it's spent, here's the benefit, so that people understand. No, I don't want to take you too far back. I want to take you as far back as a few days ago.
Sure.
You came out with, you did a press conference. And by the way, let me just explain to some of the people who criticize the Auditor General that the Auditor General's function is not to have press conferences. And in fact, Janet, you and I had this conversation and you said, no, you said, tell me one, you said to me, Wilfred, tell me one Auditor General you know of in the world who will do the audit and come out and have a press conference and criticize the government.
Not gonna happen.
Right. So then guess what, folks? That's where Jeanette stepped in. And she said, all right, you know what? I'm going to dig through this information. And I'm going to dig through it. And I'm going to figure out what the hell's going on. And Jeanette, what you said to me, which was, I remembered it, but I really didn't think about it, was you said, well, this $3 trillion that we're talking about, it did not happen overnight. There were signs about this thing going as far back as January. Could you please explain that to the public for me?
Sure. I mean, when it came out in January, it also wasn't a shock for me because I've been reading Auditor General's report. Before JAMP started, I read 41 reports. And that is what inspired me to start because I saw the quality of work. I saw the tenacity. I saw that regardless of the fact that Parliament and media and people not paying attention to them, this office just kept on doing the work for us. So in January, when the Gleaner, Edmund Campbell, excellent parliamentary reporter, came out and said, I think on the 21st of January, there is $1 trillion crisis. I smiled. I said, boy, this crisis has been going on forever. But it was very good that the Gleaner was now bringing it to light. If I can just give you an example, Ministry of Education. There's a situation that even though the Ministry of Education has not given to the Auditor General by law their accounts for the last 9 years. That represents $902 billion that we don't really know how a cent has been spent. The Auditor General still goes in regardless of the fact that they're not giving her their financials, and she audits them. She audits programs and she audits projects. One of the projects or programs that she audits is the early childhood. Everybody here know that that is how we're going to fix education, investing in early childhood. And I should say this. When you think about our budget, I'm just interrupting myself for a very important second to say, when you think of our budget, folks, that $1.3 trillion, after we pay our debt, just like our parents teach us, when you get your pay, you pay your debt first, all the way you owe people. And then you rent, and then you figure out the rest. We pay our debt first. Which sector do you think gets the largest share of the budget after we pay our debt?
Education.
It's education. And I'm sure every Jamaican listening would have said, Jeanette, that should be the place, because that's how we're going to develop people's lives and this country. So education gets a whopping amount of money. And we're not getting a cent for the last 9 years in terms of reports. But the AG doesn't stop there. She goes into the projects and she audits them. Early Childhood Commission. I have looked back as far as 10 years, and almost every single year without fail, there's an audit finding that says this project is overpaying people. Why? They leave, nobody makes a note of it, but they continue to pay the people that have left. Now, Will, you tell me. You make that mistake 1 year. You say, all right, come on, let's be fair, guys. People make mistakes. I make mistakes. You might even say you make it 2 years because maybe you never even hear said the Auditor General did flag it. But from 2015 till now, I think it might be about 6 times or more that the Auditor General is saying the number is increasing. The number is increasing. You have to go find these people and get back the taxpayers' money. After 1 year, 2 years, you set yourself mistake. But after that, folks, come on, man. What can go so? So I am just see you laughing, Will. So I'm just saying that I sent to Will because I wanted him to see examples and upon examples that though the Auditor General is not getting the financial, there are some hair-raising things that she's finding out every year within the Ministry of Education, the same Ministry of Health, the same Ministry of Labor and Social Security. That would shock everybody that is listening to me tonight. Shock you. You wouldn't believe that this could happen once, but the things that happen over and over and over again, it's just gross mismanagement. I call it a betrayal of the people. That's what it is.
Well, you know, I read through it last night, and you know what happened? As I was reading, I started highlighting things. After a while, my head started hurt me.
It must.
It started hurt me. I'm just put on the highlighter and just start to the stuff.
No, man. It's madness, Will. You want me to show a few of them with the folks, Will?
Well, I have it right here. I have it right here. Say no more. Here it is right here. Just tell me which page you want me going on. We'll start with that.
Well,
that's the 3 trillion, right? That's all.
Yeah.
See it right? That's all.
Yeah, and you will notice that and that surprised me, that the Parliament and the Office of the Prime Minister is now on that list.
It is Office of the Prime Minister right here.
Yeah. $12 billion over the last 3 years, unaccounted for. That can't work, Jamaica. Yeah. The police is there to enforce the law. 152 billion over 3 years. I want to point out for the Jamaicans listening, all of us who, if we have small businesses and we don't follow the law, we don't respect the tax laws, there are some serious penalties and sanctions for you. If you don't respect the Companies Act and file your reports every year, there are some serious laws coming at you. Isaac can tell me if I'm wrong, but if you have a legislation and you have a requirement under these laws, the public officials, just like our private businesses, and you fail to adhere to these requirements, there are offenses under this legislation. I am supposed to be able to say you have committed a crime. If the law says after the financial year ends, 4 months after that, you must report to the Auditor General and the Parliament of Jamaica in terms of what has happened with taxpayers' funds, and you fail to do that. It's an offense under the law. I'm very comfortable saying there are some crimes that are being committed. And I don't know about the rest of Jamaica, but the other day I was driving, and I have to give enough respect to this policeman, guys. I driving down the road, my phone is on that magnetic thing on the car dashboard, and some thing make me pick up that phone. This guy, this policeman saw me like an eagle a mile away. And I tell you, the Jamaican government understands accountability. I'm so impressed. I got a ticket for $10,000. And right there on the ticket, the government is already telling me, Miss Calder, we're penalizing it at $10,000. And if you don't pay this in 3 weeks, I already know on that ticket say what, guys? Semi-court date there. Already, everything just line up. And it already tell me, if you miss that. So I ended up in court because I forgot it. And I've had a friend who police show up at his gate already and draw him to Manchester because he never paid a traffic ticket. So don't tell me the government don't understand accountability. When you and I commit an offense under the law, it's very clear what needs to be done. The vast majority of everything here that the Auditor General documents every year are offenses under the law. And there's a long list of people in government that when you ask, how is this happening? You have an internal auditor. You don't have to wait on the Auditor General. We pay internal auditors. You have a director of finance. You have a permanent secretary. I don't know if you know this, but there's a board of permanent secretaries and they meet. Who chairs that board? The cabinet secretary. That's the highest ranking public official in the land. You think he would pick this up and say to them, hold on the pace. I said the Auditor General say, you give no report for 5 years. Hold on a minute. Nothing there. The Ministry of Finance has a special role. Nothing there. The parliamentarians ultimately get this. And don't blame it on government. Who is sitting in the parliament? You should be hearing this from the opposition. You shouldn't be hearing this from civil society, guys. So Will, it's the whole ladder. It's the entire ladder from top to bottom that I think has really been gross neglect and disrespect to the people of this country.
And you're talking about both sides of the ladder.
That's what I'm saying, Kevin. Both sides of the ladder, because the parliamentarians are aware, getting the report are not, they're in the house. The opposition doesn't have a responsibility. Let me quote something. Will, it's at the very front of my report.
That's what I'm going to.
Please go ahead.
That's what I was going to. This you talk about.
It's an important statement.
Yeah. Now, this is the gentleman who is in charge of our business here. This is our prime minister, right? And I highlighted. When you sent it to me, the first thing when I see him picture, I said, "Me have to read what I'm saying now, because this is the real man. This is the pro God, right?" Now, folks, look at what he said. He said, "I highlighted some things for you." He said, "Oversight."
Logan.
He said,
"What did I say about that thing I'm going on inside there?"
Jeffrey, mute.
Jeffrey, you're unmuted.
Yeah. It says, oversight is a responsibility of every parliamentarian, and particularly the backbench, blah, 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 blah. And it goes on to say, on the issue of oversight, the government is not just the executive arm, it has statutory authority, statutory agencies and bodies that submit reports to the parliament. But here's the part that I found, and I have to big it up so everybody can read it along with me. All right. Our Prime Minister said all committees will be functional and their role is to ensure that the government keeps the commitments and promises it has made. And that way, we will see greater accountability. Now, look on the next paragraph, people. This we are talking about. Hold on there. Big it up here. Look on it. You might talk to the speaker. And the House says, Speaker, there is a sense sometimes in the way the opposition speaks as if accountability, probity, and high moral standards is their exclusive domain, as if the government of Jamaica is intent on tricking the people and operating in a way less than the people's expectation. It will not happen under my leadership. It will not happen in this government. There is no deviation from the commitment to have the highest level of integrity, dignity, and efficiency. That is a direct quote from our Prime Minister made in the House of Representatives on September 29, 2020.
Yeah, there's a problem though.
Go ahead.
Just before you realize that you get what you pay for. And so after 100 days, that was vetoed. I just need to put that out there.
I don't think I understood that though, I said. Run that by me again.
Run that by.
Yeah.
So that statement was made in 2020.
Right.
And it's since been vetoed because he came out and says, listen, you get what you pay for. Then they did not get no money. So they had to increase the salaries and saying, no, the highest integrity and probity and efficiency comes because the salary is commensurate to that statement. So the statement hasn't gone into effect as yet.
Yeah, but here's the thing.
And I'm not being facetious when I say it, but that's really the thinking behind it.
But here's the thing. He's now not talking about salaries. He's talking about accountability.
Responsibilities, yeah.
Right, accountability.
Yeah.
And don't forget that him going to spend money and come on. And Janet, thanks for putting it in the document you sent me, the green paper, the one with the role and responsibility for ministers, I believe. There were actually two of them. But here he's talking about accountability, probity, and high moral standards. Those are things that you shouldn't have to depend on a salary to do these things. These are things you shouldn't depend on. This is not like saying, well, I'm going to try to fix your road for you. I'm going to try to do this. I'm going to try to do that. This is something that as a politician, you're going to the office. You're going to serve. This is complementing the service aspect of what you're supposed to be doing. And so when him say it will not happen under my leadership, I understand your point. But him can't run from him words. He cannot run away from the words.
And he can't run away from what is the basic role of Parliament. The Prime Ministers, regardless of how Prime Ministers come and go, the role of Parliament is set up in standing orders, and that can't change. What I found very illuminating of the Prime Minister, and I appreciated him saying it because, guys, I was a public servant. I used to go sit before PAC for answer questions. And this is something I never know Jeffrey till about 2 years ago. Hear me well on this. I always thought that it was the job of the opposition to hold the ministers in Parliament to account. Why? Because that's the only thing I see.
Checks and balances.
The Prime Minister was saying, not Nagoso. And I had only learned that maybe a year before he said it. It is the job of every parliamentarian except the ones that form the executive. So it means the whole of the opposition, Tova, Jamaica, Moreland, all of the people sitting behind him are really to be holding the government. What him say? Him say it himself, guys. Don't miss it. He says that, hold on, let me find it. Oversight is not only the purview and the responsibility of opposition members. Oversight is the responsibility of every parliamentarian. Every parliamentarian that doesn't form the executive. So as far as the role and responsibility, Moreland Wilson is supposed to feel free to get up and say, AG, Minister of Finance, I read the Auditor General's report. What really are going there, sir? What is the plan of action to deal with this? I never know that because the only thing we grow and say, Jeff, is the opposition, right? And I heard, let me add this, during the budget debate this year, I heard a very senior official in Parliament, parliamentarian, telling the people of Jamaica that it's the job of the opposition is oversight. That's not true. The Prime Minister is correct. So I say that to say, I don't want to make this a JLP administration thing because every parliamentarian should have said something before now. Every parliamentarian that's not in the executive. And that is why we'll come back and we'll continue talking about this. But I want to come back and talk about the job description. Because if there was a job description, I wouldn't live so long, Jeffrey, before I would have known that it is the job of the backbenchers, even on the government side, to hold the Prime Minister to account. That is what we're paying them for. But you and I didn't know that. It take bucking up, Miss Calder mentioning the Prime Minister saying it, you now watch Parliament. For us to discover that's a very important thing. That's never happening. Because once a government is in place, the backbenchers behind the Prime Minister are not going to do it. Not true.
Right. Listen, before I bring in the esteemed panel here, I just want the Jamaican people all of the 762 devices were connected, and all I know the thousands we watch across the globe. I'm going to show a little piece of this document. Again, folks, this document that Jeanette sent me is 70-something pages, and this is not all encompassing. There's some other things which she said we never send it yet. No, send it
tonight, yeah.
Right. But what I want you to do, I just want to show you a couple of the examples I looked at, and one make my head start spin. All right. Look on. Look at, I don't know if I can see this one. The first highlighted one here. First highlighted one, Early Childhood Commission, overpayment to the tune of 36.5 million. Overpayment. Look at the next one.
But before you move, Will, do you see how long it's been happening for us? Since 2011.
Definitely.
All right.
But right. To who? To where? That overpayment?
To the early childhood practitioners. Those who are in the system continue to get money after they have left.
Them left and them get money. So we don't know if them get it or somebody will collect it for them or what's the story, right? Now look at this other one here. Unpaid receivables. Despite adopting a receivables and debt management policy, them have a policy in 2021, you know. And the financial exposure is 44.3 million Jamaican dollars. But let me skip and go down to another. Look at this one here. Look at this one here. This one at the top. See that? Minister of Education made payments amounting to 124 million to an entity which does not have a legal status. The purpose and use of the funds are unknown. People, come on, man. We have to wake up. We need 1,000 Janet out there. A fool the money, you know.
Amen.
Fool the money. Look on this. $124 million paid to an entity when no legal, no legal status.
God Almighty.
And nobody don't know where the money go for. The purpose and the use of the funds are unknown. I talk to all of the minimum wage workers, them, you know. All of the minimum wage family members, all of them who not even make minimum wage. I talk to all the people out of Santa Cruz, my people, them, you know. I talk to my people in Manig. Look on this. $124 million going to a status, going to an entity when I have no legal status. Nobody know it, no registered. Nobody don't know nothing about this, and we don't know where the money gone. As Jeffrey would have said, the money gone like Sammy Mouth. The money gone. Let me just go down. Let me just do look. Our library involved, you know. Library.
Yeah, I was gonna ask how you pass the library like that. The
other one, yeah.
Other one.
Another one I said.
I know this one is unconscionable.
Yeah,
3 billion.
Yeah.
3 billion for the library. They not submit no annual statements of receipt and payments. So money does go, and we don't know who the money has got to for what purposes. We don't know.
Mr. Rattigan, may I?
Yes, sir.
I personally believe that some people getting money under the table for something, because this can't go, sir.
Well,
No,
Miss Calder, well, you can't talk to Miss Calder, you can't talk to the Auditor General. I say you go.
In 24 Jamaica, $3 trillion has gone on the drain, sir.
Well, it's a 3 billion it you gone right to the Jamaica Library Service.
Over time, Jeffrey, over time, not just one.
See another 205 million, you know, Library Service. Minister of Education again. Look on this. Look on this at one year. 904 million.
That's almost $1 billion.
Almost $1 billion.
Yeah.
Recurrent payment vouchers with expenditures totaling almost $1 billion were either misclassified, had no supporting documents or information relating to their classification. People, if you're in a business like this and you're gone bankrupt, you know.
Correct. Well said, Will. That is the important thing here. Yeah.
But Jamaica is bankrupt.
Yeah.
Them tell them have money. Look, here's another one again. Early childhood development, 26 million. Early childhood development, 15 million. Ministry of Education again. Look on this, 2 billion. Look on that. Hold on.
Read that one, Will, because that is
yes. Yeah. This one, ya people. Let me big it up that for all the people who can read. Because sometimes I'm not so good for the reading. See ya. It said the Auditor General was unable to verify the appropriateness of 15 recurrent journal vouchers. Recurrent, mean it a go on, with total value of 2.2 billion, as no supporting documents were presented for audit scrutiny. So money appear. I will have no supporting documents for this money that we appear out, and it's recurrent, meaning it's ongoing. It's ongoing every month. Money appear out. I wouldn't know where the money are go. Jamaican people, minimum wage family members and friends, I found the money them a thing, I want to sit down there. I want to just accept them.
We'll zoom it up so we can see the ear.
Oh,
zoom it up so we can see the ear.
See there, 2016.
Yeah, perfect.
2016. 2 billion, 2.2 billion. 2.2 billion recurring payment, and we don't have no receipt for sure what's going on with this money here. What's going on with this money here? I'm not gonna say it yet. I have something I want to say about 28 bank accounts, but I'm not gonna say it yet. I'm not gonna say. No, I have to be honest with you, Janet.
Yeah.
I was reading this last night. I go through it and I highlight. And like I said to you before, there's a point where I just got depressed.
Right.
I'm starting to get a headache. I said to myself, no man, them numbers I can't write.
They're all right. Let me just say why it was important to provide Will with these findings is it is true what you said at the beginning. In the absence of the AG getting the financials, we can't say there is corruption. We can't say it's missing. I mean, let's face it. Each of these ministries have been providing goods and services. The teachers, the schools, everything. Services are happening. But I wanted the Will and the rest of us and the rest of Jamaica to understand that while we can't say it if we don't have the reports, at the same time, the Auditor General has been auditing projects and programs and are saying, my God, these are some alarming things that we're still finding happening in these ministries. So what are the chances, I'm asking Jamaica, that in the absence of getting those finances, can we say all is well? All cannot be well. Because when we look at all the other things that she's finding, procurement, no regard for procurement laws, some of the time, overpayment of people. They have this thing in government they call environment policy. And what it means is, the ministry gets say 100 million. They have to spend it on recurrent, which is the things you have to pay every month. Light, water, rent, utilities, salaries, those kind of things. And then you have what you call capital expenditure, more like investment projects, like road, school, whatever you're building. Now, the government set up a rule that says, if you get 100 million, yes, you're going to spend 100 million and not $1 over. But you cannot go into like the capital projects and take money out of that and just put it on salaries and say, but it's only 100 million I spend. You guys can understand why the government would say that. Because that's what was happening. When you approve a budget, people start to shift money to what? Give more salary to people. When you look at the Auditor General's reports, this goes against the financial laws that the Parliament has set. The amount of time the ministry, the permanent secretary in the Ministry of Labor and Social Security, millions of dollars, she has moved from one budget item to salaries. And the Auditor General reports every year to the Parliament, 100 and odd million, 200 and this million, moved to salaries. It's not allowed without the minister's approval. And it just happens in year out. Nobody raising a red flag and say, P.S., it's against the law. You can't do this. So I'm sharing all these examples to say, while we cannot say what has happened to the money, we must demand accountability, because in these ministries, we're finding gross mismanagement in some areas. And these are just some examples that we're taking out of each year for the last 10 years so that we can substantiate the fact that something has to be done.
Let me just say that when I read the report, I think it was in the Gleaner, call Jeanette, and she said, "I'll get back in touch with you." And then I get her later on, and she said, "Well, you know, when you see a headline like this, you know, say you can't get me." Right? I'm gonna say, no. I'm gonna say to her, say, "Is this true? Is this really true?" And she said, "I'm gonna say, Jeanette, I want to believe you, but I have to see the documentation. I have to see the documentation because the numbers then where you are throughout, you know, and by the way, folks, I want you to know this. What Jeanette did was not simply go to the website and just copy. She went there and she dug and she analyzed and she came up with all of these things. So it's not something she just grab and then just throw it to us, right? There was a tremendous amount of work that went into what she did and the documents that she produced. And so far, I heard one person said to me that the government has said, "Oh, you know, it's not quite the way that you're portraying it and all that stuff." And I say, "Yeah, but you know what? Let them come and bring for them numbers. That's all. Just don't sit there and say, well, yeah, it's not quite that." But listen, we have a panel here, a distinguished panel. We have DJ Kevin Stew. We have Mr. President. We have Mr. Isaac. I was going to say something else, but people might say me political, so I'll leave it like that. And we have Mr. Vumvavi. Yeah, why you laugh? and that him dub himself that Mr. Vumvavi.
Yeah.
That's what him say the upper echelon of Saint Andrew. So that's where
Saint Andrew, sir.
So, gentlemen, let me start with Kevin Stew and just go down the list. Kevin, ask any question you want to ask him, Jeanette.
Over what period of time did you work to how long did it take you to put this together?
Not long. I don't think it passed 3 months for sure. It didn't, not at all.
Because all the information was already there.
No, because I've been reading these things for a long time. So I kind of have an idea as to where to go to get what. What I can tell you is there's nothing I put my hands on that any citizen listening can't find. That is the important thing to also say. Yeah.
So if clearly it was hidden in plain sight.
Yes, and to say plain sight, Kevin, just quickly to state this. The Auditor General's Department, you know, I remember when I first did research into it, I needed 41 reports that I was interested in. I didn't have to call that institution and ask for one. They were all on the website, every single one. So when I say it's there, it's not hidden. As the Auditor General gives it to Parliament, the people have access to it, Kevin. So it's not hidden, but the people of Jamaica haven't really been taught where to go to find it.
So my simple thinking goes like this. If I am doing something that I am not supposed to do, and people can simply read to figure it out, then I need to make sure that in order for them to not figure it out, they can't read. Or they don't have access to it. One of the two. And clearly, since access is given, then it must be the latter. So
it could also be the one I'm saying, which is, I'd put a third in there, which is that they just don't know where to find it. They can read, they are interested, they just don't know it even exists or where to find it.
Okay, let's yeah, we can put that third one in there.
Yeah.
But if we consider that third one, then they're putting themselves more at risk, because if the other two are not met. You know what I'm saying? We have a crisis. We have an education crisis.
Yeah.
And people skirt around the issue.
Mm-hmm.
Some people mention it, some people shout it out. This, to me, gives me the why behind the education issue.
Okay. Part of it. Yeah.
I could be wrong.
Yeah. And you could be right. I can't tell.
But that is where I sit.
Yeah.
Gentlemen. Prezi, you will be next.
All right. Handing over the baton. Jeanette, first and foremost, excellent job. And I don't think you stated where you used to live, but I seem as if it was England. Was it England? Can you say?
No, I was in the Netherlands.
Netherlands. Okay, so
Yeah.
some European country, but that's pretty neat. So again, thank you for bringing this information to us, and I appreciate your work. I do have a few questions.
Sure.
However, I don't know if I'm going to get the mic again, so I'm going to kind of do a Kevin Steele interview real quick. So I know, as I said, this information is publicly available, and you pull your data from publicly sourced information. I do see, though, that on your MP radar, on your tracker, your MP tracker on your website, that Gordon House have not provided information, and then in a while. And I also noticed that most of the politicians that have skimmed through from either party have not done any kind of statutory declaration or asset declaration. So I want to get your feedback on that. Maybe your site didn't provide the information, or is it a total disregard to the requirement as politicians? So we do have a politician here, so I can't say triction. So, and my next question, so I want you to make note of it. I know, and you mentioned that the EU and England stand behind you financially. My question, usually when a grant is given or any kind of money or funding sources there are some requirements. Would you be kind enough to inform us as it relates to what is your responsibility to the EU? Do you have to submit an annual report, or do you have to follow and implement their interest? Because they're not just going to give you money because, hey, we want to give away money. They must have some level of interest. And we do know a lot of international companies will not do business in Jamaica. We know phone calls are more expensive from Jamaica because a lot of things on the corruption index, because it really affects how people do business. But in your opinion, talk to us about these asset declaration, the EU, and also what Gordon House is doing in terms of that. And I'll leave the rest of the questions for later if I get a next chance.
Wonderful. Well, let me start with the MP tracker. One of the things, for those who haven't been on it, one of the things we saw as a basic area of accountability is people showing up for work, right? That has to be the start. So if we're going to be holding our parliamentarians to account in 2018-19, when this was getting off the ground, that's just one of the places where I started. Who's in the House representing us? And so I'm happy to say that when I started asking Parliament, Mr. President, for the data, I mean, the clerk said to me, Jeanette, I know there's an access to information legislation, but you don't need it for the Parliament. This is the one place where the people, we feel obligated to provide anything the Jamaican people ask us for, because it's the Parliament of Jamaica. And I thought that was a wonderful, I'm just sharing the kind of welcome we got. People might not anticipate those things. So I want to highlight and flag the good things. That's really good governance. And so I requested 5 years worth of attendance of all members of Parliament. So that was one of the things, folks listening in, that you can find on that MP tracker for every MP. What has their attendance been for the sitting of the House on a Tuesday? And all the committees that deal with finance. Mr. President, you will not see all the committees there. JAMP is focusing on anything that impacts the people's funds. So we're not trying to look at all 16 committees. We focus on the committees and the matters pertaining to our money. So we have not had any real difficulties getting that data, but this year that was not the case. The financial year ended in March 31st. Typically, we would give the Parliament about 3 months. The reports would all be tidied up. So April, May, by June, we would have it. I'm here to say we only got it, I think it was last week. So by next week, that pop-up will come down because we will be able to populate last year's attendance. I don't know why it took so long, but I just decided that I didn't want it to look bad on JAMP, that you come to the website and you don't say anything. So I something there, and I advised the Parliament, Mr. President, that I'm putting something on the site to advise that the reason the site has not been updated is because the Parliament has not yet given us that data. And I'm happy to say that sign seemed to have worked because we got it. So it should be updated by the end of next week. Regarding the asset declaration, when I started looking again at the formulation of something called JAMP, I want to tell the people of Jamaica, I could get this thing called an Integrity Commission. It existed before, you know, the name is not new. There was an office called the Parliament's Integrity Commission, and they did the same thing. So I asked for those reports, and Mr. President, if you go on the website now, you can see in the past, prior to this Integrity Commission, you could see, and JAM could tell you, if a parliamentarian that works for us committed an offense under this Anti-Corruption Act. I could tell you if they were late in submitting their statutory, which is an offense under the law. I could tell you if there was missing information. I could tell you if they were not certified. It didn't matter who they were. It was there. Since this Integrity Commission and the GAD clause, those levels of details, we are not provided with that anymore. So I've left the data up to show people what we used to receive in the past so that they can have a real comparison between the blanket nothingness we get now and what we used to get from 1973 until 2017 when that law came into power. You understand what I'm saying here? So the blank that you see now,
absolutely.
You see that blank because the GAD clause says you have employees and you are no longer entitled to know whether or not they have committed an offense under this Anti-Corruption Act until they probably end up in court, and that's when you might find out about it. And the third and the last had to do with the Integrity Commission. The European Union. I get that question a lot. I can only tell you what my process has been. I think it's very transparent. When the EU is willing to give a grant to any civil society group, they advertise it. They tell you what their focus is. Sometimes it's corruption. Sometimes it's strengthening the democracy. Sometimes it's strengthening women. Sometimes it's the disabled, and the relevant CSOs that cater for these needs respond. JAM submits a proposal, we compete, and we win. Now, I've been doing this since I came back home in 2013, and I have never seen or heard or experienced a case where this is what we propose to do, and the donor actually steps in and say, but we think you should do X. What they're holding me to account for, Mr. President, is everything I said in my proposal I would do, and I have a budget, and I can't deviate from that either, and everything I said I would spend. And they have rules about how I spend their money, just like government. I have to procure. If I need a consultant, it has to be done according to their rules. I can't give it to my friend. I have to audit that project with an independent auditor when it is done. Just like the AG, they're going to let the EU know if I broke any of their rules or I overspent anything and I didn't act according to their budget. So I don't know of anybody who has had like an EU intervening. The only thing they will instruct me on is that they will say at the beginning that, Jeanette, we need to see a focus on the vulnerable in society. They'll say, here are the 5 groups we consider to be vulnerable. Pick 3, right? And for this proposal, I picked the disabled, the youth, and the women. But beyond that, there's nothing else that I have been instructed to do. I'll close off this question by saying when JAM started in 2018, it was the private sector who gave us seed money to begin. So I have a small office that came out of the private sector of Jamaica. Yeah. When I started to build that website, it was private sector members who said, Jeanette, we think this is a good idea. We'll sponsor you for a couple of months. And then the EU came in and has helped us out since then.
All right.
Yeah,
Mr. Isat.
Boy, my question come with so much context, Miss Scholar.
Tell me.
All right. There is a 9-day wonder factor or reality in the Jamaican space. There is also the thing called ad hominem. That's where you attack people. The minute that you started to speak about accountability, and I've been here almost an hour, and before I came on, I was looking at the comment section. The minute you start to talk about the money, the social media warriors come into the comment section and they start to attack everything but the facts. So I'll say this, and I might get in, well, no, I don't think I'll get in trouble. The duties of the persons who are in there. So here's this. I'll put it this way. Money is being stolen at a high rate. And as from your end, you say, well, the Auditor General says, well, the money is missing, but we have nothing to suggest, or we have...
The money is not missing. She's not saying that.
Yes.
We have to be very clear on that, Isat. You understand the importance of words.
Money is spent.
If you have not given account for it, it just means you haven't told me what you spend it on.
Right.
Yeah.
So no, so here's what I'm saying. Yeah. When I say money is missing, meaning there's no account. Somebody cannot account for it.
That's
and
different.
In the absence of accountability, the money is missing because we don't have any.
No, Isat, I can't agree with that. Yeah, I can't.
You won't say it that way.
We do not know if the money is missing. It's like, let me just give you a quick example going back to myself.
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah.
I have money I have to give account for, and I could have spent everything exactly in the way that it's supposed to, and I can account for it. I just have been slack about it. I'm a board, for instance, my board has not been really overseeing me. So them say, boy, we know Jeanette, honest, we don't go bother. We know everything, Chris. Now, the fact that I haven't given them a report doesn't mean the money is missing. It means tomorrow, if they probably came down on me and said, Jeanette, your job is now, your job security is now in question, that report will come immediately. And that is actually, I said, the problem we're having, is the job security that people are facing while we're in this situation. But it's not necessarily missing. So I wouldn't be comfortable using those terms. We just don't know how it has been spent. And
all right. Let's all right. I'm gonna use your term. The reason why you said you don't know how it's spent, but they do.
The ministry, absolutely.
Of course, right. So from my end, for instance, Ministry of Education.
Yeah.
There are a plethora of cases in the court where the very money that forms part of the report is on the financial end. In other words, there are people being charged for fraudulent thing. I'll go as far as practices within the Ministry of Sports. There's a trial called the InSports trial where they're charging persons who work for bad practices through that ministry, and to cover respectfully what is they being unable to account for the money. They're saying, well, the lower level people must have done this, and so there's a case in court. Same for Ministry of Education. Mocha just lock up people from Heart Trust NTA. There was the parish council scandal with the monies. So if we're not going to say missing, we're going to say bad practices and persons not accounting. Now, the practice that follows is when the 18 years comes up. So it's the money, you're doing bad stuff, and you say, you had 18 years, which is almost like you thief too. Your bad mind, shut up. When Uno was in power, Uno do this, and there's a conversation about the practices. And I'm saying this in terms, I'm gonna ask a comment because an election is coming up, constitutionally due by the 15th of September 2025. And what we see for a concession that monies are being badly spent, wasted, whatever, is the goodie bags that comes with $20,000 give back. Here's some money, and everybody keep quiet because the government is trying its best. That doesn't account for the overspending at Cornwall Regional Hospital, just one hospital alone that forms part of the overspending, lack of accountability in that area. Now, what it is, now that we know it, would you agree that possibly in terms of the citizen, we can't, and I'm saying we, I'm including myself, we can't really worry. We hear it, but then the light bill is going to come and the water bill is going to come. School fee when you have kids, you have loans that's outstanding, and you have to feed yourself. Basic the physical needs from the Maslow's laws of hierarchy. How can we, what is the expectation? Because the government's response is, but the opposition do it too. And we know as bad as them. And plus we give you a road. And even if them are mash up, we're going to give you it back now. What is the response to that? Because the information is in front of us. I'll respectfully say, in the absence of accountability, it's thief the money.
I can go as far as saying this, Isaac, which is why I have provided the evidence that in the absence of those accounts, it's highly likely that some things have gone amiss. Highly likely.
Highly likely, yeah.
Highly likely. And I don't want you to think I'm shying away from saying it. That's the reason I have brought those Auditor General's findings to the fore. Because there are some people, Isaac, who have been saying, oh, sure, Anna said missing. They just need to report, like Anna nothing. And I'm saying, in as much as Jeanette is not prepared to come out and saying there is corruption happening, I'm saying it's very likely because we see all the other findings and concerns of the Auditor General. It cannot be that all is well. I just can't say definitively until the Auditor General tells me what her findings are. But I'm glad you picked up in sports because I'm going to make a serious point here. And Wilfred talk about the things that hurt him. I mean, this one really bothers me to the core. And I just want to set the stage of saying the people are not wrong, Isaac. This one is an issue. The gross mismanagement does extend right across the two administrations. In Sports Limited, I remember reading, I think I stopped even reading it maybe 2 or 3 years ago. But up to at least 3 years ago, the Auditor General's report was saying for 35 years in sports has been getting the public funds and has never given a report to her or the Parliament of Jamaica. 35 years. How many parties that span? So you see my point? When it comes to the issue of this public financial accountability and ensuring that the parliamentarians do their job of making sure that government gives them these reports, both parties are absolutely guilty of betraying the trust of the people of Jamaica in this regard. So this is one of the times when we say it cut cross both. So who is going to bail the cat? If the parliament is not doing it and nobody else on the ladder, is only one set of people can bail the cat, and it's the citizens of Jamaica.
I'm glad you said that. Here it is, Dorrit Elliott, who represents as a citizen, if it's a real person. This is the basic thinking of people who are frustrated. It is the post-traumatic slave syndrome effect. JLP are thief and PNP are thief. If PNP not thief, JLP not thief. They all borrowed a little trillion change. Ha, ha, ha.
Yeah, well, I'm going to say that there certainly are some citizens in Jamaica she's speaking for. But I want to tell you this, and hear me well.
Right. I just wanted to fix it. Give us the antidote. Yes.
The vast majority of Jamaicans don't agree with her. And I respect her view and her opinion, because you remember how we got taught in school, I said, come on, denominator, you mark this out and you mark it out, so it's the same. Not in this regard. Listen to me. The Auditor General of Jamaica is here, and my own view as a citizen, why I come off of my career path to support this institution, is because they protect our future. By protecting our assets, by telling the government how they can improve. By the way, as Isaac, the private sector of Jamaica, they pay billions to companies like PricewaterhouseCoopers and others to do what? To audit them, you know. Why are they paying millions for somebody to come in and do what the Auditor General is doing? Because their auditors are coming in to show them where they can improve. Here is a risk where people can commit fraud. Close the gap, right? Here is where you're not as efficient. If you're more efficient, you get more value out of your money. And private sector pay millions for that. An auditor is your best friend. We look at Jamaica's auditor as if them is the problem. No, that's politics talking. She's there to protect us. Now, how are we going to deal with this? The people of Jamaica who have already reached out to me, ISAT, said, Jeanette, we want our voice to be heard. But guess what happened? I want Dorrit, who just texted you that a while ago, to understand where JAMP comes from. And hear me well, Dorrit. I had to redefine who I am. And I said to people the other day, I'm not just a citizen of Jamaica. As a citizen, it's telling you where you belong. I am more interested in looking at this problem through the lens of an owner. It is actually true that all that money in the bank belongs to us. All the government's assets that the Auditor General is talking about, this thing named government, is really the people's. That's the first thing. I'm an owner. The second thing is I have to look at it through the lens, not just of a voter. Yes, I sat. There's an election coming up. That election is actually a hiring mechanism. I am employing 63 public officials who have to step aside, and we have to revisit who. So if I'm employing them, that makes me what? An employer. As an employer, I don't have the responsibility of a voter. A voter has one thing they have to do really almost every 4 to 5 years, dip your finger. But an employer has to be paying attention what? Far more often than that. And the last thing is, I am not just a taxpayer. A taxpayer is the person who Parliament write a law and say, you have to give me this. I see it as I am a financier, because everything that the government is going to do, I am financing it, and I want a return on my money, because that is what a financier wants. So Jeanette and the team at JAMP sees themselves as owners, employers, and financiers. So when I'm a financier and I hear that Barita or whoever is fooling around with my money, I'm going to hold somebody to account. How are the citizens going to do this? How are you going to make your voice heard? There are many ways. And call me the fool that I be, but I've been paying attention to governance in Jamaica for 15 years. And I sat every single time the people of Jamaica lean in and say, it nah go so. It does not go so. So who is really at fault here? Is it the employee, the 63 parliamentarians, or the employers? They are waiting for us to lean in on this matter. And there are several ways to do it. And I'm just going to share with you one way that JAMP has come up with. What people don't understand, and you're young in this thing as a politician, I said, but I've had politicians, one in particular who has been in this
teach
a
me.
long time. And I'm afraid to say, I sit down having a drink with him at Acropolis one day. And he said to me, Jeanette, the people think we don't listen enough. We listen and we watch everything. I said, really? Him say, yeah, man. You think we don't watch it? You call a call-in show, we are listening. You write the editor, we are listening. You only think we're not listening. So I'm saying to the Jamaican people, find any way you're comfortable to raise your voice. But JAMP has come up with a way which I think ISAT could be a game changer. And I'd like to ask Will if he could just pull it up on his website. Will, I go and just drop something in the chat? I'm going to ask if you can just bring it up to show the citizens what I'm talking about here. Yeah. And I'm going to ask everybody, if you feel me tonight and you understand, say, I am not coming from a place of politics, but really a love for this country. And I believe that if we speak up, our parliament will respond. Then I want you to use this link to go to this section on our website and make your voice heard in a special way. And let me show you why I say it's special.
All right. Kevin will take over the control of this. Kevin.
All right. Usually, I said, when you sign a petition in Jamaica, it go to this thing named government. Who knows what that is? I don't know how to call government and say, you get my petition, or you think. So what JAMP has done, it is enabling citizens to talk directly, not to government, but the person they elected to go and represent them. And I told another program this morning that your representative is there to represent your views. But if you are not giving them anything to go represent, then hello. So this particular petition is one where you're going to see the letter talking about the trillion, what you think of it. You're able to click and select your MP. You're going to put your name and your email, and you're going to say to your MP, there are 3 things I need you to do regarding this 3 trillion. And if Jamaicans agree with the 3 things that JAMP are asking for ISAT, we want them to sign it, but not just sign. When you hit send, your MP is going to get your letter. And I know I've used it before, and MPs have responded to citizens. And that letter is asking your MP to say, to tell you, but when the MP gets the letter ISAT, it also goes on the record of the parliament, the clerk of the house gets a copy of every one of these that are going to be signed. So the MP is going to get it, Mr. President, but I don't want it to stay with the MP alone. I want the parliament to know that a citizen spoke to them MP. So this clerk of the house gets a copy automatically. Now, when you hit the send, a copy come to your email, Mr. President, so you know it gone. Parliament get it, MP get it. And what are you asking him for? When Kevin pulls it up, you will see. I believe that if enough Jamaicans sign this letter, that our parliament is going to realize that we've decided that we can't cross this. It must end now, and something will be done. And I'm not asking for an announcement.
I must say,
You want to put it up? You want to put it up now?
I must say, Jeanette,
yeah,
that,
Yep.
yeah, it's,
go ahead, Mr. President.
okay.
You were
Yeah,
saying?
I was saying it's really simple. I went on the website. I was saying it's really simple. I was able to just put in first name, last name, email, select your member of parliament, and it's really, really simple. So anybody can do it on their phone
and you
send
don't
it off.
have
So
to add
continue.
your last name. Very importantly, because we know some Jamaicans are more vulnerable. You don't even have to put in your last name. You have to put in your first name, and then you send it off. All right, bring it up for me, guys. We can blow it up a little.
Yeah, Kevin, big it up.
Go ahead and click that accept.
Okay, hold on.
Well,
see, Ja?
Yeah.
I want to big it up, Kevin.
Okay.
yeah, man.
So there's a.
All right.
Yeah, that's a good. Nice. Thanks, guys.
Mm-hmm.
So it spells out the problem, and as Mr. President said, scroll a little for me. Your first name, your email, and your MP. You're clicking the MP for me a second, guys. Let me just show them what comes up.
Oh, you can't see it on my screen.
Oh.
No, I think on my screen I can see all the names of the MPs.
Okay, it doesn't come up here. All right, so you will just select. But when you go to the bottom, let us see what we're asking your MP to commit to. It says, as my MP, I ask, what concrete action will you commit to take to ensure, 1, we receive answers for this level of neglect, 2, to ensure that the government provides Parliament with a plan of action, including timelines to correct the illegality, which is what these are, and 3, to ensure that the responsible public officials are held to account. So you are asking your MP, who you have empowered to do these 3 things, how is he gonna commit? The Parliament will get that record, the MP will get that record. They may or may not answer you. This has been used before, and people have gotten in touch with me and said, Jeanette, you know, me shocked my MP actually write me back and tell me something, you know. So this is you communicating both with your representative and the Parliament on this issue. This is how the voice of the people can get heard in a way in which there is a record on the House ISAT. You follow me? And that is a very important thing, that we have a record.
This is significant, but I just have to jump in here, and I'm not being cheeky.
No, go ahead.
Some of the MPs can't read and write.
That is being cheeky, I shot, my God.
No, this is factual.
What?
Some of them can't even construct a proper sentence. How will they be able to represent?
Well, that is why then you should say, Jam, is a good thing that you're sending it to the Parliament.
No, I'm glad it's going to the Parliament, but I'm saying this is one mechanism, but the reality is that we're at an impasse where representation at the level that is necessary, especially with the salaries that people are collecting. How do you deal with the situation where you just simply don't have proper representation? Mind you, you know, in context, the Representation of Persons Act doesn't disqualify somebody for not having the capacity. But what in terms of, I'm putting in context what you have rightfully said about it's not just dipping finger and it's not just paying taxes. It's you are the employer. This is your country. This is your bank account. This is your business that 63 people will be running. So now this is a conversation about capacity. And I just want some context with that, because I can see people saying, how are you going to do this? And people just sitting there and probably take up a chair and swing it at the wife again or something. I don't know.
Well, let me tell you, change don't happen overnight, at least not change the way I want it to. So how I'm seeing this is that as Jamaicans begin to have a better understanding of the job of the MP, they will actually be in a better position to assess the capacity of the person in front of them. You see, this discussion about the money, a lot of Jamaicans have said to me, Jeanette, but me never know say my MP have to read them kind of report here. I had a lady said to me the other day, saw me in the supermarket, but Miss Calder, if it's my job and my MP to read them reports, them understand financial reports, you get me with? She's raising a very important question. So the matter of training or coming to the job with this capacity, she was never thinking of it before until she learned that this is something they were supposed to do. So I understand why Jamaicans might think it's okay, ISAT, if he's illiterate. If all they think that the MP is supposed to do in come in the constituency and ball out for them, you don't need to be literate for that. But the more Jamaicans really understand that this is the most important job in the country, that's how I see it. I believe that one, they're going to be joining me in demanding that job description, and two, ISAT, that's when the change happens. They can begin to say, well, that brother, you're not ready for the job, man. Now me understand the job. And that's where change begins to take place, guys. You understand what I'm saying, Kevin? It makes sense?
Yeah.
It makes sense.
Yeah.
Makes sense.
Mr. Vumba V, we are run out and Janet, look, I have to call you offline, but I mean, the conversation, if it's too much people inside that ask questions, Mr. Vumba, jump in, brother.
Will, is there a way to share the link with the team that's here for the information? 700 Jamaicans. Is there a way to show them how to get to it? Maybe on the web.
Yeah, we're putting it in the chat. We're putting it in the chat right now.
All right, thanks, guys. Yeah.
Vumba.
Miss Carlo.
I love that name.
If you remember the first time you came on my program, I used the A's. He said to me, Jeff, what do you know what that means? You remember the first time? Yes. My question to you is this, and I don't know if I'm asking the right question.
Go ahead.
Do you think MOCA should involve in this?
Well, I'm going to answer the question this way. That matter is that MOCA just came down on this week. I am very happy to tell Jamaicans in this room that MOCA picked up that from an Auditor General's report. You see how it works, Jeffrey? So the Auditor General raises the red flag, shows enough to another anti-corruption agency that this is a matter that needs a closer look, and they zoomed on in. This is the system that our parliament designed, and it's working for us. Yes, my answer is yes, Jeffrey. There is an aspect of it that MOCA is going to look into. MOCA can't look into all of this one time, but they're going to have to take a look, I think, a closer look at these reports. Clearly, they're already looking, which is why I said they went into that NHT matter. But I don't know to what extent and the capacity they have. But some of it, I think, is going to warrant MOCA. And let me tell you, let me be a little clearer. As the reports come in, and they must, right? They must. The Auditor General will now have financial reports, and maybe she will be able to see, Jeffrey, why it was taking so long. Are you following me? And she will provide the findings that ISAT claim he thinks is already clear. And then MOCA can come in to determine exactly what they need to now go and pinpoint. That's how this thing works. Yeah.
But we also have to say to ourselves, if MOCA even go in, is the Director of Public Prosecution going to, Jeffrey, shut him out? Going to allow, for this to go through? Because based on what we're seeing now, and I think message of stop saying it, I don't think, I really don't trust our justice system.
I want you to leave our justice system alone. And I don't know, Mr. Vava from Upper St. Andrew person, how do you get to the Director of Public Prosecution? There's no complaint.
Well, I have one answer. May I share with you what it is? Yeah.
Yes.
In the very same documentation that Will has, I think one of the things that has hurt me, and you might say to me, Jeanette, why not one of all? I don't know. But back in 2018, I was reading an Auditor General's report. And it was on the National Insurance Fund. And I'm going to bring it right back to the DPP and tell you why Jeffrey has a point.
Okay.
The DPP, the National Insurance Fund, the Auditor General did an audit. And it still shocks me to this day. Because in short, $3.4 billion was invested in a number of Jamaican companies. Nothing wrong with that. They invest the money. But they invested this money, ISAT, and based on the documentation and the audit that the Auditor General did, the investment committee inside the National Insurance Fund did not give an approval, wasn't aware. The permanent secretary was not aware. The Ministry of Finance is 3.4 billion I'm talking about, you know. The cabinet of Jamaica didn't know. No, the cabinet, let me just say it for the listeners. When I was in government, and still, I think it just changed this year, you couldn't spend $60 million without your prime minister and the cabinet saying you're good to go. How did an investment committee in the National Insurance Fund invest $3.4 billion in companies without due diligence? There was no evidence that there was any. Without all of those people who must know, knowing. The FID investigated the matter, ISAT. Because from where I sit on the Auditor General, there's something seriously wrong with that. The FID submitted their report to the DPP, and from all that, you know, I understand, it was a case that was heading to court. My understanding, and I have no difficulty saying the FID said I could say it, the FID was told this case is prosecutable. It was easy. That doesn't sound like an easy case to you. We know who they are. We know what they did. We have the documentation. And the DPP's office, under the former DPP, said, here is an area you have to go and tighten up and bring it back to us. The FID went and tightened up what was already prosecutable. And by the time they came back last year, suddenly the DPP said this case can't prosecute. Sorry. Now, how that sound to you, Mr. Buchanan?
Can't be prosecuted on what grounds?
Well, that is where I am in the process now, still trying to find out from both of those organizations what are the grounds. Well, I can tell you this though, Kevin, the FID doesn't have an answer up until the last time I spoke to them, and I'm still trying to get the latest. So I can't tell you what it is. But based on that story I just gave you, does that sound like something that we should not be able to take public officials to the court over?
So here's the problem. There, boy, Miss calling them said you for me tonight. There, when one wonders why was there a push to keep a certain person in office, if you know Section 94 of the Constitution, Mr. Rattigan has done this. The powers and decisions of the office holder is final, no matter how you feel. So somebody can just, a police officer can just see a Rasta man and scalp them, and they say, well, it don't look like a scalping, it's just a little hair pull out thing, case done, and nothing happens in the criminal realm. That is a legislation issue, because even FID sometimes don't have the teeth to do what they need to do. You see, the Integrity Commission has done its job, and here there is a judgment from the court in relation to the Prime Minister's judicial review. And the same people who you say the backbenchers are there, parliamentarians are there, and the question now is to ask, how many of them can read that document, says something is not right and we should speak out? But then they can't, because there's about 7 more who are in similar situations with illicit, and then people put their people in places, and these things that where the nepotism reigns is why we have an issue. I'm only raising this aspect of it because when somebody says they don't trust the justice system, I think the judiciary is solid. And when parliamentarians, remember, you know, when they make the law, they make it to ensure that the law can beat them the way it beat them. And we as citizens have to appreciate that your lawmakers aren't making law that's going to put them in prison tomorrow, i.e. an impeachment legislation. That should be the first order of business. It should probably be a part of a referendum. Should we have an impeachment bill tomorrow? Things like that. And so in the absence of that, we are seeing the gaps in the investigative process, the issues about going to parliament to speak about it before it goes where it's supposed to go. I mean, the Auditor General's report is it's telling, it's appalling, and it is a deciding factor in the very next election.
I'll tell you what.
It may very well be that both sides need to shatter the bricks.
And I'll tell you what, Isaac, you mentioned the Integrity Commission report, and we have another guest.
Hold on, Mr. Rattigan. I didn't finish asking Ms. Calder the questions, you know.
And Ms. Calder losing her voice, so we have to wrap soon.
my question to you now,
Yeah.
where do we go from here? Where do the Jamaican people, where do Jan go from here? Where do we go from here? With all of this 3 trillion that's gone like a salmon mouth, which I thought you said, no, we must not say that. But, you know, it is in front of our face. To me, it gone like a salmon mouth. Where do we go from here, Ms. Calder?
Saying it doesn't make it true, Jeff, but we can only go the only place a citizen can go, and that's just the truth. And until we do it, we don't know if it will work. And I'm saying, Jeff, I've seen many instances where government make a decision and the people feel differently. When we found a way to raise our voices, it made a difference. I'm just saying, you keep doing what you do, Jeff. Make sure the folks get an opportunity to hear you. Keep on pressing it. If we stop talking about it, the citizens turn with us to, you have a talk show. Keep talking about it. Let me tell you. You see the document I shared with Will? Will only touch 10% of it. There are different things in here to be discussed, Jeff, and I'm more than willing, as you know, to come on and unpack different aspects of it. So let's keep the conversation going. The trick has always been to let the conversation die. And once you were part of the media, it dies on your mic, it dies in the minds of the people as well. So Jeff, keep talking about it. I have some other research I have done that demonstrate what government has done in the past that actually has worked, that they have never done since in dealing with these issues. We can talk about it another time. But I'm just saying, let's use this as an opportunity. Guys, let me just say this. Every time I'm on the show, every time you see me, it's probably a bad sign because something has gone wrong in governance. But every time something goes wrong, my way of approaching this is to try to educate the people of Jamaica. So there's a silver lining, Will Rattigan. I believe that after this long discussion, there are people who understand the Auditor General's work better, understand the PAC, understand a couple of things. So listen, guys, something has shifted just here tonight, and I'm grateful for it. So Jeff, there is a silver lining. So let's keep talking about it. Let people keep calling in. Let people write the editors of the newspaper. Let people do what? Click on jams. This is a very significant one, guys, because this time it is, sometimes we talk to ourselves. We spend hours on social media. This link is allowing you to talk to the parliament and the powers that be. And not because we do it because we know this will also make a difference. And that's it. There's nothing else you can do. We can't fire them yet, right? We can't fire them yet. And in any case, let's be reasonable, guys. We can't fire the whole parliament, and the whole parliament and lots of elements of the public sector. This is a dysfunction. So Jeffrey, it's not even a case that we could fire. We can't fire the amount of people we would need to fire to hold responsible for this. So let us, as the employers and the owners, demand a plan of action, which is what I've said here, that we can come every month or 3 months. Will can come back and say, tick, 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 it's going well, or it's not going well, and we ball out again. Yeah? We don't want no announcement. We don't want no speech. We want a plan of action as to how this is going to fix.
Well, Jeanette, let me just say that it's been very inspiring, very informative, and I'm sure you mentioned it, a lot of Jamaicans are now understanding the role of the Auditor General and your role as well, and they're understanding the information.
All our roles. Absolutely.
Yeah. And the conversation will continue because I'm getting phone calls like crazy saying you have to bring it.
Wonderful. That's
so
wonderful.
You and I'll give you a call tomorrow and then we go.
Yeah, man. I will see where we take this discussion next. Yeah.
Indeed.
Thanks, guys.
I'll give you a call, Mr.
Yeah, man.
I appreciate it.
Yeah, take care.
All right. Why we could talk to Janet for days. I mean, she's in addition to just being personable, she's highly intelligent. She knows, she knows this thing inside out. If you're talking about an expert on government and good governance, this is the person you want on your thing to talk to, on your program to talk to. Listen, we have with us a gentleman who is going to talk to us about the Prime Minister. Where is he? Oh, the Prime Minister's the case that the Prime Minister brought against the Integrity Commission and two of its members, the Director of Information and the Director of Investigation and the Director of Information and Complaints. Mr. Wildman, where are you, sir? Don't tell me you got see me. All right, in the all right, remember, people. I want to thank you for waiting, but you know what? Oh, you have your assistant that do things here again as usual. But I'm gonna tell you, when you grow up, man, it's just like you know, right?
Boss, man.
Yeah, man. Atio.
See that?
No, people, listen. I what I did was I did some research on this, a lot of research on this case before Friday, and I was supposed to do a presentation on it several weeks ago, and just didn't get the chance. And I'm not gonna go through it tonight, because we have a decision, and we have Mr. Wildman here, and I took off. I don't know where I'm gone, but it means for come forward. And Jeffrey, I know Jeffrey must gonna take care of some things. But anyway, Mr. Wildman, welcome to Reason with Rattigan. And we're very, very pleased to have you here, sir.
Okay.
And
welcome back.
You finish all of your chores.
Again.
No, I had to cut my gym workout.
No, don't tell me that, man. No.
Yes.
No, me and you talk about this, and Mr. T said we're gonna do it later after the gym. So this is it. Anyway, we don't have much time because we have Kevin Stew. I hope you listen to DJ Kevin Stew programming up on Reggae Global Radio from 10 to midnight tonight. And I hope you all listen to it. Right. And then me come on. Oh, by the way, you have to listen to me now, because in fact, I want to have a clash with you. I want to have a sound. Kevin, we have a sound clash with me now because him claims him better enough DJ, you know. Yeah, so him send me video, I must spin music and things like that. And him not too bad. Him not too bad. You know, I'm not gonna say him good. Him not too bad. But we have to deal with a clash with him. But anyway, Mr. Wildman, we're not here for that clash, a music clash. We're here to talk about the decision handed down by the court yesterday regarding the Prime Minister's attempt for that judicial review on 28 different 28 counts. Give us your impression. I don't want to ask you a specific question. Just give us your impression of it. You and I, in full disclosure, people, Mr. Wildman and I, we've had discussions. We talk on a frequent basis, not about this issue, but several issues. And we had a lot of discussion yesterday about this issue. And in fact, we had some discussions earlier in the week, but yesterday we had several discussions about the issue. And so I won't ask him a specific question. I'll just yield the floor to him and let him just tell us what his impressions of the judgment handed down yesterday.
Okay, one has to go back to first principle in looking at this judgment, and what is it that the Prime Minister sought to achieve. Now, the IC report forms the basis of this application for leave for judicial review. And in the report itself, the Prime Minister sought to challenge the findings and conclusions of the IC in relation to the refusal to certify, among other things, a statutory declaration. So the primary purpose of the application, one would think, is to compel, as I note, the IC to certify the statutory declaration. And from the beginning, my view was that that could not be achieved. Just make that point, could not be achieved. And the reason for that is that judicial review is not an appeal process. where you, for example, you don't like the findings and conclusion, and you say that I want to go to a court of appeal or to the Supreme Court to get them to come to a different conclusion. Judicial review is grounded on three bases in law, where you are challenging the decision of an inferior tribunal, and you are saying that the tribunal acts outside of its jurisdiction, and the tribunal may so act if it does either of three things: acts illegally, that is to say, it did something in breach of a statute; it acts irrationally, that is to say, its conclusion so arbitrary that no tribunal directed could have come to that conclusion on the same evidence; and three, where you say that the decision arrived at is in breach of natural justice or fairness. So those are the three bases on which judicial review is grounded. Now, when I look at the judgment, I mean, quickly, I saw where the Prime Minister was seeking to compel the IC, or the Director of Investigation, to recommend to the Integrity Commission that his reports, status declarations, be certified. That could not be achieved for the following reason. As stated in the judgment, the Director of Investigation gave affidavit, and they gave reasons why they could not certify the PM's statutory declaration. They said that it was incomplete and that they were doing other investigation, which Section 32 permits them to do. Now, you may take issue with the fact that they say that they can't certify, but you can't say that they refuse to examine. And that is what the statute said. They must do the necessary investigation, examine. So you could not get mandamus to compel them to examine when they have already examined, but they come to a different conclusion.
Tell the people what's mandamus.
Mandamus is where you go to the Supreme Court for an order to compel a statutory body to do what the law says it should do. That essentially is a mandamus. Mm-hmm. To compel the body to do what the law says it should do. And in this case, the IC security investigation, which they say they have carried out, but they say that because of the incomplete nature of the evidence presented by the Prime Minister, they could not certify. So there's no way under the sun you could get a mandamus in those circumstances to compel them to certify. Because to do that, you'll be usurping their powers, and that is not the purpose of a judicial review exercise. So it seems to me that the main thing that the PM would have gone to court to achieve could not be achieved in the context of a judicial review application of this nature.
All right. So essentially, you're saying that from the get-go,
yes,
this was just a failed attempt then to
That's correct. It could not be accomplished given this, right, given the evidence.
No. If I won't ask you to get into the minds of the attorneys who represent the Prime Minister.
Yeah.
But I'll ask you this.
Yeah.
If you were the Prime Minister's principal advisor,
yeah,
and he said to you, listen,
yeah,
the IC report is damning, I don't like it,
yeah,
and what do I do about it? What would your advice to him be?
Well, there are aspects of it which seem to be challengeable as to whether, for example, under the statute, they have the power to make a referral to the FID. Because remember that the IC is a creature of statute. It has no inherent jurisdiction. It has no inherent powers. Therefore, if the IC, the act setting up that statute, that body does not provide for that referral then that would be an ultra virus act. But so let us say you can accomplish that, and to get a declaration and to quash the referral, but you're still back to square one, because once you cannot change a critical aspect of the problem, which is the certification of the declaration. Once you can't change that, it seems to me that the PM would have a problem there. You may get a Pyrrhic victory in terms of asking the court to say there's no basis in law for the referral. But at the end of the day, you could not get certification through judicial review. So in those circumstances, I would not have recommended, if the purpose of going to court is to seek vindication and to put in a position where you can say, hey, we have succeeded, then in the circumstance, you could not have gone the way of a judicial review to compel them to certify. You'd never achieve that. So it seems to me that there has to be another way out of this thing. It can't be by way of a judicial review. It seems to me that is a political issue here at work.
All right. I just went back and looked at the judge's decision concerning. She gave out 3 reasons, saying if this is this, then there is a reasonable, there's likelihood of success on the merits, and therefore I'll grant the judicial review. One of them, as you just mentioned, is whether or not the IC had the power to refer the matter to the FID.
Yes.
All right. Let me show you something and just give me your interpretation of this, these provisions under the IC Act.
Yeah.
Let me show you something. All right. Let me start with. Oh, hold on. Let's start with 4. All right. The way I read it, it says.
Nothing in this act.
Yeah, shall prevent a member of the JCF or any other body having investigative powers under any other enactment from commencing or continuing an investigation into any complaint, information, notification, or other matter.
Okay. This is the base on which the IC would have referred the matter to the FID.
Mm-hmm.
Yes.
Let me show you another one. All right. 6C, it says, subject to this provision, the functions of the commission shall be to take necessary and effective measures for the prevention and detection of corruption within public bodies.
Yeah.
All right. That's 6C. Now let's go to 6K. 6K says, the commission can collaborate or cooperate with any persons or bodies, whether in Jamaica or outside of Jamaica, duly authorized to prevent, combat, and investigate acts of corruption so as to implement an integrated approach to the eradication of corruption.
Yes.
That's 6K. Let me show you another one. 63C. The commission shall have the power to do all such things as it considers necessary or expedient for the purpose of carrying out its functions.
Yes.
That's 63C. Let's go to 71. The commission may, in the performance of its functions, work in cooperation with any person or body as it may deem appropriate.
Yeah.
Let's go to 9.
Mm-hmm.
It says right here, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary,
the commission
under this act or any other law, the commission shall disclose, listen to this, the commission shall disclose to a competent authority any information or document that is necessary to assist the competent authority in the investigation and prosecution of offenses relating to acts of financial crime. So the question then is, what is the definition of competent authority?
No, I've been seeing these provisions of the IC.
One second. Let me show you, and then we go to 10. Talks about the same thing, so that they're a competent authority, they can give it to a competent authority. 12, it says, subject to the provision of this act, the commission may, with the approval of the minister, enter into a memorandum of understanding, which they do have They
That
do
is
have a
correct.
memo.
In fact,
They do. No.
let me just make this point.
1 second. Just give me five seconds. Sure. It
Yeah.
says into a memorandum of understanding or other agreement with a competent authority. So remember,
Yeah.
we asked the question: what is a competent authority?
No, let me go there. Let me go there.
Here's the answer. Here it is, right here. Competent authority means look at C.
Jamaica. Yeah.
Here it is.
So clearly, the question of the referral would be within the ambit of the act.
Exactly.
And in fact, the FID has a similar provision in its statute.
You're absolutely correct.
Because when I did the Pinnacle Reach situation, that issue looms large as to whether the FID could cooperate with anybody in the sharing of information. And he said once they have a MOU with a body, they can share that information subject to certain provision of the act. So it seems to me that the referral will be within the ambit of the act, and therefore again that would make the PM's task far more even difficult in terms of getting even a Pyrrhic victory as to whether the powers of the
and again, you talk to some of my people from St. Elizabeth and St. Anne, they don't understand Pyrrhic victory. Explain to them what Pyrrhic victory.
They would not even a victory in paper on paper. It would be based on what you have demonstrated there in terms of the statute. The statute does permit for the referral. So in those circumstances, the judge granting leave because of the low threshold for leave in judicial review, when it comes to the claim itself or the trial of the matter, then the PM will have a very difficult task in succeeding on the referral point.
All right. One question before I bring in Mr. Vumbava and Isat and Mr. President. No, one of the things that the judge said was that I'm going to grant judicial review for you to make the argument that the entire report and the supplemental report should be thrown out.
Yes.
But in her analysis and her recitation of the facts, there are things which she said, hey, these things actually happened.
Militate against. In other words, what she's actually saying, remember in judicial review, the bar for leave is a low one. And it seems to me that she was very charitable in granting leave because some judge could have taken the view that there was no basis for the grant of leave, given the evidence from the IC in the affidavit, evidence of the Director of Investigation, and given the statutory provision that you have just demonstrated there. Then I noticed there was no discussion in the judgment of the statute.
True.
So it seems to me that she didn't want to get into the merits of the case.
Okay.
She just decided to exercise their discretion because the respondents conceded that leave should be granted.
True.
You see the point I'm making?
The IC conceded and said, give the leave for these three things.
Yes.
Right.
And let us go to the trial of the fixed date claim form. But if it was vigorously contested, it is very likely that it could have been refused.
No, here is the last point. Here is how I view this. Because I've read the entire report.
Yes.
And the way my analysis of it is this: the judge is, and forgive me, judge, this is just my opinion of what you wrote, that the judge is saying, I'm going to open the gate for the fool. And that's a saying, that's a biblical, it comes from a biblical expression. And basically it's saying that you don't understand what's going on, and I'm going to open the gate so that you can go in and you will get that, it will be tough love. You're going to learn, and you're going to learn the hard way. Because the prime minister, it would appear to me as if he's in a much weaker position now. He's in a very bad position now going forward to January 7th when they're going to have this hearing. Your take on that?
That's what I'm saying. That the main thing that you'd have gone to court for, remember, the issue in the country is the lack of certification of the statutory declaration. So the main issue in the context of the discussion in the country is, can he get the IC or the court to have the IC certify the statutory declaration? And based on the statutory provisions, based on the evidence that was placed before the tribunal, and when I say evidence, this affidavit evidence, then it seems to me that it was inevitable that leave on the issue of the mandamus would have been refused. And so you could, once you cannot get that to even go forward, then it's an exercise in futility.
Mm-hmm.
So I agree with you that you'll be in a much weaker position, having not gotten the mandamus which he sought.
All right. I have more questions, but we have a learned panel here. And so let me start from Jeffrey, Mr. Vumvava, and then go up the ladder. Mr. Jeffrey.
Jamaica's next Attorney General, good night to you, sir.
Good night, sir. Good night.
Oh, you accept it? You accept it?
So, Wildman, my question to you, sir, with all of this with the PM now,
yes,
isn't he, if you are advising the Prime Minister as a legal counsel,
yes,
would you advise him to go down this road?
No, that's what I'm saying. I would not. That's the point I'm making, because I'm saying once you could not have gotten a reversal of the lack of certification, that you're like, yeah, it would be a pointless exercise to go for judicial review. That's what I'm saying.
So where do we go? Well, they have the court hearing on the 7th.
That's the first hearing. That's the first hearing of the fixed date claim form. Remember,
Right.
after leave is granted, you have 14 days to file the fixed date claim form.
Mhm.
And after that 14 days, then you have to, the first hearing has to come for the hearing of the fixed date claim form. And then at that first hearing, case management orders are given to both sides for the actual hearing of the fixed date claim form.
Do you know if there would be maybe 3 or 4 judges in there?
No, you know why? Let me tell you why. If there are constitutional issues involved, then it would have to go before 3 judges. If constitutional issues are involved, but if it's just a mere statutory interpretation, then a single judge will hear the matter.
I yield to the gentleman from up east.
So I saw the man from out east.
So in relation to the declarations that are being sought, you don't think, especially because the learned counsel for the Prime Minister has been hollering about the public importance that they may very well have 3 persons here.
Well, I'm saying until such time, until that is, we see that. It is. I'm looking at what leave has been granted for.
Yeah, but what the judge did say in the very document was that they didn't need to seek leave for
that's correct.
the
But
declaration.
I'm saying until we have seen that fixed date claim form, and see where they are going in terms of challenge
the declarations. Yes.
And I have to confine myself right now today.
To what is there?
That is correct. That is correct.
Okay. Significantly though, the issue that you spoke about in relation to the granting of the judicial review, I'm of the view that it was more a protection of the process while the relief was granted. There is notwithstanding, especially when you're dealing with natural justice, and fair hearing. I'm looking at. I don't want to sound like I'm defending the Prime Minister, but I'm looking at his affidavit, as in parts of it where she's saying, well, you never gave me an opportunity.
Yes, I saw that. I saw that's what I'm saying.
And I think on the basis of that and that alone, judicial review ought to be granted. And that is why including the concession. So the purpose of judicial review was there. But I do see where it is a waste of the court's time because he still has to provide the information, and I think the judge made it clear, if at all. So coming January 7th, this is just I hear you using big words. I like to follow my seniors. This is just some pontification, to have justification and circumvent the processes of the adjudication. I just want to know if you see it that way.
Yes, and that's what I've been saying, that once
Yes.
you can't get a overturn of the lack of certification, because that's the essence of your challenge.
Yes, you basically lost. And evidence of that is that they made an attempt to appeal.
That
and
is correct.
IC lawyers made no such attempt. They are in fact saying, but this is a beautiful outcome because
For
they,
them.
that's
what I'm saying. So once you can't get that overturned, then everything else is just, I mean, it's a sideshow.
Mm-hmm. Very well.
Mr. Percy.
So, Wildman.
Yes.
What I want to know, in your esteemed position as one of the most well-known and beloved attorneys,
yes,
what's the level of your confidence in the Jamaican judiciary as it relates to the competence, lack of corruption, or I'll probably use a medical term, efficacy in this case, since and ISAT and Ratty are the legal minds here. But what's your confidence in the judiciary? And I know some people may be watching and expect you to give a politically correct answer, but I would love to get your honest feedback.
Yeah, well, you wouldn't expect me to make comments based on what you're saying about the judiciary like that. I mean, it is known that people do have concerns about aspects of the judicial system, but I couldn't go down the road to tell you that it is corrupt or that. I couldn't go down that road. You understand? But it's a fact that
not
people
necessarily down the road, but a bird's eye view.
Yes, I mean, people do have concerns about the issues, but for example, there's a great concern about the lack of efficiency in the administrative aspects of things, where people are filing documents and they can't be found. People trying to get dates for matters that have been filed for so long. And it is a problem. That there are problems there. Then we have an issue there with people can't get transcript of proceedings. You have a lot of people waiting on transcript. The shorthand writers, most of them a lot of them resign. And so you have courts being shut down because you can't get transcript. There are several issues there. There's no question about that.
Yeah, I wasn't talking about administrative inefficiencies. But administrative inefficiencies is really not what I'm talking about. But I'm talking about
Montage. All right, we'll come back to you, Mr. President.
Just give me anything. Give me anything. Give me anything. Anything. Just anything. You want little crumbs off of the table.
I can't, give you what probably you may seek me to do. You don't expect me to do that.
All right.
Jan, I'd love to pivot to a question, but it's okay. Ratty, I yield back to you.
Yeah, Kevin.
Greetings again, Big DJ.
Yes.
So just in simple terms, just for clarity, I had gotten a phone call when I had to get up just now, so I might have missed it. Essentially, what we're saying here is there's a court date set.
Yes.
And there's an appeal that was made.
Yes. No, attempt to appeal. They sought to appeal.
An attempt.
Yes.
But at what point does someone make an appeal?
Okay. Because the proceedings in this judgment, these proceedings are what you call interlocutory proceedings. Therefore, where leave in this case has been refused in some instances, the losing party can make an oral application right there and then, seeking leave to go to the Court of Appeal to appeal that decision.
Mm-hmm.
If it is refused, as was done in this case, then you can renew that application in the Court of Appeal. But the critical point is that you must first seek leave before the court that made the order. So that is why that was done.
Okay, cool.
All right. It's interesting, Sawalman, because you said the losing party, right?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
I want people to understand that. I want people to understand that if you get a favorable judgment, you don't appeal a favorable judgment. You appeal a judgment that you're not satisfied with. And that's what and the Prime Minister's team of attorneys, they orally requested leave to requested an appeal, and the judge
requested leave to appeal because, as I said, the critical issues that they went for, they lost on that. And so because they lost on that, they sought leave to appeal, which was refused. And so they would now have to renew that application in the Court of Appeal.
All right. Now, I said earlier that I believe what the judge did was to, as I said, open the gate for the fool. Now, there's another, I found this quote here, and after it's so apropos after mentioning it. It says, any man can make mistakes, but only an idiot persists in his error. Any man can make mistakes, but only an idiot persists in his errors. I'll leave it there. Now, here's a question I have for you. And let me just set it up. I am a critic of the Integrity Commission Act, and I'm also a critic of the Integrity Commission itself, the way it carries out its business in certain aspects.
Yes.
Now, it is my belief that none of this would have happened. Yes. None of this would have happened if, when the Prime Minister said to the Integrity Commission, and this is based on what they said, he said to them that I'm not going to cooperate. I'm not going to give you a certain type of information that you're looking for to determine whether or not there was illicit enrichment or whatever. I'm not going to give it to you. And then they said, you know what? Because he's not giving it to us, we can't make a determination as to whether or not there was illicit enrichment. So we now have to refer it to the FID.
Yes.
All right. I'm going to show you something. Take a look at this, please.
Yeah.
No, this says, it says, look at 2. Sorry, it says 3. It says the court may, on an application made by the commission without notice, ex parte, no notice to the other side, order any person or body to provide to the commission any information or document which the court deems necessary to assist the commission in carrying out its functions under this act. Yes. My question to the commission is, why didn't they go to court?
And an ex parte application that could have been, that could have been done.
Because if they had done that, let me remove this. If they had done that and the judge issued it, then if the Prime Minister decided that he wasn't going to comply, he's violating a court order. Right? And so he's subject to penalties.
Yes.
And if the court had said, no, we're not going to give it, then they could have appealed and at least create a record. You know what I'm saying? Yes. And then, so it would be similar to what they call exhausting your administrative remedy.
But pause there. If they had gone to court ex parte, and got an order.
Oh, by the way, hold on. Do I have to talk to my people and from St. Elizabeth and St. Anne? Ex parte means that the other side no say you have a court.
Court. Okay. Let us say they went to court and the PM did not know, and they got an order to compel the PM. The PM can make an application to the court to challenge that order. Because it's the nature of an ex parte order.
Of course.
So his side now could have gone to court and said, hey, this application was granted ex parte. We want to be heard. So we are filing our affidavit challenging this ex parte order. And it becomes an inter partes hearing. And at that stage now, the court will make an order which must be respected by whichever side. Okay? Subject to an appeal. Okay,
right.
So I agree with you that course could have been adopted, but what it would do, it would definitely, I guarantee you, litigation along the way, right? Possibly right up to the Court of Appeal.
Yes, but here's my point. My point is this.
Yes.
That provision is in the law for a particular purpose.
Yes.
Exercise it. You are the Integrity Commission. This is your act.
Yes.
This is your act. You're not borrowing somebody's act.
I agree with you. I agree with you that could have been explored, but bear in mind that it would have resulted in
I agree.
adhering.
No, I agree. And because what would happen if they said we're not giving it to you and they didn't file for for the appeal, then they would be in contempt. So so I understand that. But I'm saying for the life of me, I can't figure out why the Integrity Commission didn't say, look, we have a provision here in our law that says if you don't agree, if you don't comply, we're gonna force you.
True. That could have been adopted. Yes.
And then we wouldn't have this referral to FID and all of this nonsense coming out now.
The problem though is, if I may, I think that the Integrity Commission at all material times was acting in good faith.
Yes.
They were respecting, they were not making it contentious, and they were not saying that he was doing anything criminal or untoward. There's the whole spirit of that act and legislation is that when the persons are being investigated, in the absence of a conclusion and a tabling within Parliament, persons are not to know who is being investigated, what is being investigated. So if this thing went ex parte, as in in the absence of the Prime Minister, then his lawyers turn it into parties. Clean and nationwide and Twitter and everybody would know, and it would be messy. And then there's the aspect of it where at the end of this, if nothing, which I highly doubt, but if nothing is behind the madness, then it's gonna cost taxpayers money because you would have damaged reputation and straddling defamation.
No, but here's the thing. The Prime Minister, based on his practice, has been, as one of his lawyers stated, recalcitrant. He used that term, recalcitrant, right? He's not cooperating, right? And there's a pattern and practice of him not doing it because they said, look, we gave him three chances to revise his statutory declaration, and he still didn't do it. So it's not like, and then they said, look, they said it in their own words, he refused to cooperate with us and give us the information. So my point is that at that point, you're not talking to somebody who's trying to work with you. You're somebody here who, based on his pattern and practice, is not going to work with you. So guess what? We have a remedy for people like that. And the statute says you go to court. And I'm saying you take him to court, because guess what? We wouldn't have this problem now with the FID involved and whether or not it was constitutional for him to do this and natural justice and all this stuff. You wouldn't have that. And then not only that, part of it is this. You have a Prime Minister with 28 bank accounts. Some companies, some mid-sized companies now have 28 bank accounts, and you have a Prime Minister with 28 bank accounts. And that's gone all over the world. And now you would have a Prime Minister who's not cooperating and now he's been dragged before the courts. Just think about what that would do to him. And he would deserve it. And that's my point. My point is that if you're the Integrity Commission and you say you're going to stamp out corruption, you show no leniency. You go by the letter of the law and you go by the spirit of the law. And the letter of the law says if they're not cooperating, you go to the court by yourself and you say, Judge, I want an order. Let them see. The way I practice law, Mr. Wildman, I don't act as if I'm the other person's lawyer. I said let them do whatever they have to do.
Approach too, so I can understand your approach. That's my approach.
What I have to do. Yeah, I do what I have to do. Let them do what they have to do. That's their problem, right? And that's what I would have done. Mr. Jeffrey Tavares.
I'm here listening, and I think I'm gonna heal the question to my good friend, the man from the East.
Is that his new name?
I'm reading something here that I need to ask Mr. Wildman. So let I yield to the gentleman from the East.
Okay. The man from the East.
No, the man from the East is resolute. I've already said to everybody, and I don't think I should quote Shakespeare, but it's much ado about nothing. I think the public is aware, and evidence of it is that they're internet warriors, whether they want to make references to it as judiciary review and whatever nonsense, is that there's no victory. He has lost his bid to mandamus.
Yes.
That is forcing the Integrity Commission to certify his statutory declarations. He is sitting somewhere, probably listening to the show now, saying, "Do I really have to give this information?" And they warned him before because his business partners has also sought judicial review to get a second bite at the apple. So we do know that in terms of what the public needs to understand is that the Prime Minister has not gotten his way. Put it in the layman terms, Mana asks Christ, you have to go give up the information if the Integrity Commission intends to ever certify your report. And it's just an embarrassment to the office that he holds. That as somebody who has created the Integrity Commission, already you have not signed the code of conduct, and you have advised your supporting cast. The government itself is a codeless, conductless government. When it comes to morality, when it comes to integrity, when it comes to all the things that requires for good governance and leadership. I'll just lastly comment to say that the judge, in response to Mr. Vavavoom and Mr. Prezi about the justice system, is that in this judgment, Justice Althea Jarrett, she has made the judiciary proud. She issued a judgment that is reminiscent of the current president of the Court of Appeal, which is schooling the public. It's palatable. If you never knew anything about judicial review, it sets out what it is, how you're to go about judicial review, what's the purpose of it, and for the jurisprudence is something to be commended, because in the space, and I've looked at the social media, they started before anybody read the judgment. She was the Solicitor General, is our friend them, because she and Mala who are friend, and all the things that they were said, and lo and behold, she explained herself, she defended her office, there was transparency, and I just want to commend that aspect of it, because practicing in that court, it can sometimes be disheartening. But when a judge puts out a judgment and shut you up and shut down the people who would otherwise mar the judiciary, it's something to be commended. The other stuff, we go back to the reality.
Before we come in, Jeffrey, let me just say that I agree with Isaac, because I think she set a trap for him, because there's no way more get out of this. And also what she did, which I found remarkable, was that she educated the attorneys for the Prime Minister. She educated them. She said, listen, because one of the things that they came to court asking for was for the judge to repeal the Prevention of Corruption Act, Section 14.5, and certain aspects of the Integrity Commission. And she said, are you guys crazy? We don't know, so that is not part of judicial review. We can't do that. And she said, listen, let me educate you. And what she said was, I'm doing this for future litigants so that they understand what judicial review is all about. And then she goes into this thing about...
You said it nicely. She says, so you not come with foolishness like this again. And no, then
put it this way. I take a slightly different stand on that.
Go ahead.
My view is that you could have a situation in judicial review, which I have done, where a statute is regarded as being unconstitutional and you're seeking leave to quash it. I did that in the Gardner case. I did that in the go and read the Gardner case. Because what had happened in the Gardner case is that Miss Gardner was being retired prematurely. And we went to court. I went to court to get an injunction to prevent the Public Service Commission from retiring Ms. Gardner on the basis of they were reorganizing the ministry. And I got the injunction. It was one of the last cases Justice Sykes did before he became Chief Justice. He was the judge who granted me leave to go for judicial review. And one of the grounds which I saw judicial review is that the government at the time had passed an amendment to the Supreme Court Act. And in my view, that amendment was designed to remove Miss Gardner from her job. And I sought to challenge it, to say that, because what it seeks to do was to give the Chief Justice a casting vote over the public service. And I said, hey, that's a breach of the separation of powers doctrine. And Justice Sykes agreed with me. Justice Sykes agreed with me that was potentially a conflict with the Constitution, Section 125. And I cited Hines and the Queen, among other cases. And when it went to the full court, leave was granted. It went to the full court. They struck down that portion of the act. So it can be done in judicial review.
Yeah, but that's a different.
The point I am making, I am not agreeing with the proposition that you can't challenge the constitutionality of a statute in judicial review. I'm not agreeing with that proposition. The question is whether in this particular case, that challenge was appropriate.
Right.
But the judge made no such pronouncement in this particular.
That's what I'm saying. So I am not. That's why I'm making the point.
Okay.
I'm not making the general proposition that you can't challenge the constitutionality of a statute in judicial review application. I'm not making that proposition.
Let me just say to Chris. Hold on 1 second, Jeffrey. Let me just say to Chris, because Chris I take offense because I say that not talk to my people and me not St. Elizabeth and we want to break it down and things like that. Chris, lighten up. I joke, man. My people in my St. Elizabeth can read every single one of them. It's just joke,
but not only that. There's also the fact that you've been asked to break things down in layman terms so that the average Joe can understand. Not everybody understands judicial terms. Not everybody understand that there are some words that are used in court that are not used the same way in everyday speech.
Yeah,
true. So,
when out for the people of Upper St. Andrew, the Baba Booms, who have education, please.
So,
yes.
Crystal, don't take offense. There's no offense here.
No problem.
He's responding to those that he was asked, which is why he also said they know who I'm talking about.
Thank you, sir.
I always have to use this word. I don't know why. In which modern democracy can you have a PM taking the IC to court for the same law that he helped to formulate? Don't you think that there's something fundamentally wrong there?
On the face of it, I would agree with you, because before the law could have been passed, it would have to be brought before the cabinet, discussed, and then instructions given to the draftsmen at the ministry to draft the law. So I'm agreeing with you that it is somewhat odd if the PM would have supervised, presided over the passage of this legislation, then now seeking to challenge it. It clearly, it would seem odd.
But Mr. Wildman, respectfully, you could oversee an act before deciding to become a thief.
All right. You know what, Jeffrey?
I'm just saying these are hypothetical statements. I mean, I can see where one would. I can see where one. No, I'm saying, can you imagine?
When you're going to pass a law, it is debated in the cabinet. It is debated before instructions are given to the draftsmen. So you know exactly what it is that the mischief you're seeking to deal with.
Correct.
So one would expect that if you pass such a law, you know what are the implications of that law. You know what the law seeks to do. So and it is presumed that your Attorney General would have given you advice in the cabinet that the law is constitutional.
Exactly. Exactly. And Jeffrey, I'm glad you asked that question. And I'm glad
Hold on, Ratty. So is it that the Prime Minister ignored the advice of the Attorney General of Jamaica?
no,
Decide to go through with this case?
no, it's not that he. Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Wildmans.
I'm saying that before a law is actually sent to the draftsmen, the government draftsmen for drafting, it would have to be debated in the cabinet. And the Attorney General, who is the principal legal advisor to the government, would have to sanction that. When I was in Grenada, I was like a de facto Attorney General, and I had to do that. So you don't pass a law without the approval of the Attorney General. Before you take it to Parliament.
I'm glad you mentioned that. I'm glad you asked the question, Jeffrey. You know why? Because all of my Jamaican people, my bright people, them down in St. Elizabeth, and I know me I'm talking, and the people in St. Ann, Montego and Santa Cruz, my people, there's something called Hansford proceedings. And what it is a discussion that Mr. Wildman just mentioned before the bill passed. All of the politicians, them get together and them discuss, and who have objections, them raise it and blah, blah, blah. And then them kind of refine the point, and then they go to the draftsman and whatnot. Now, I'm going to show you the law that Jeffrey was referring to was the Prevention of Corruption Act of 2000. You know who was in the parliament in 2000? Our prime minister was in the parliament. He got there in 1997. He was there. This bill came before the parliament. Our prime minister never have nothing to say. And I'll show you why. Here is the Hansford proceedings for that piece. Here it is. All right. Now, if you look at, let me move over right here. Look at, this was KD Knight shepherding the bill through Parliament. And see what it says. It says, Madam Speaker, I beg to move and to have read a first time a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Justice Reform Act, and also a bill shortly entitled the Corruption Prevention Act. So I'll discuss it. We could go on and say. And so here is a discussion between Dr. Phillips and the speaker. The speaker was a lady at the time. And here over the side here, they're talking about what constitutes corruption. And look at the term that they use right here: illicit enrichment and the penalties to be imposed on conviction. Right? This whole piece right here is about the Corruption Prevention Act. Here it is right on at the bottom here. Mr. Knight is saying, Madam Speaker, the Corruption Prevention Act of 2006 to repeal the existing Corruption Prevention Act, which was enacted in 1931, and to make new provisions designed to combat corruption, new provision in the performance of public functions, blah, 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 blah. And he said some complaints were raised about Class 6, Subclass 3, and 4 of the bill. That is not Section 14.5. That's not the illicit enrichment piece. With them talk about it. The biggest problem they had here was saying that, well, what if a journalist gets some information and publishes that information? There is a secrecy clause, and they say it's going to be violated, and then it comes into conflict with the freedom of press. That was one of the biggest discussions they had. But let me skip that. I want to show you something. Here it is, right? It's, I merely want to assure some members of the public who have been coming to me regarding having particularly concern as to whether or not their privacy will be invaded, and I have had to be giving them the reassurance that this will not be so. And they go on talk about the journalists, but I want to show you something that a particular parliamentarian at that time, who's now our Minister of Justice, what he said about this bill. Let me skip all of this. Mr. Jackson. And then here it is, Mr. Chuck. Here it is. He wasn't concerned about 14.5. He was not. Here's what he was concerned about. He was concerned about journalists getting the information and publishing the information. And here is what he said. What he said right here, Mr. Chuck, right here. Here's what he said. So, Madam Speaker, not only shouldn't it be widely publicized, but we should as soon as possible put in place the necessary investigative bodies to weed out corrupt officials or anyone engaged in corruption. And we hope, Madam Speaker, that at the end of the day, be it 2 years, 5 years, we can feel that this act has made a difference to public life in this country. He was also talking, and it's funny, there's a laugh here. They were saying that here's what he said. He said, it's very important, Madam Speaker, and I support the member from Eastern St. Andrew, that persons who would like to become public servants, elected or bureaucrats, that they should be protected, and protected in the sense, Madam Speaker, that their privacy in terms of their assets and information should be protected. Madam Speaker, this is Mr. Chuck speaking. I found when I had to declare everything I own, everything my wife and my children own, to be an invasion. And indeed, I wondered if I had to. But eventually, because I'm a parliamentarian, I said I will follow the law, and I followed it. And then Mr. Henry said, but they leave girlfriends out. And they had a good laugh about the girlfriend's piece and all that stuff. But Mr. Chuck was in full support of this law. He was in full support of it. And it passed. It passed. So I don't understand now why he would have any issues with it, why the Prime Minister would have any issues with it. In fact, the Prime Minister withdrew that claim. He withdrew the claim. And I said, then why even put it in there, Mr. Prime Minister? Who talked to you, Mr. Prime Minister? What you dream about? Who are your advisors? How you could ever think about saying you want to get rid of the Corruption Prevention Act when you supported it? Mr. Chuck supported it. All of them supported it. And then when you get to court, you say, you know what, Judge, I joke me, I make me no want. Nobody even consider it. Just throw it out. So people, the whole purpose of this exercise that I just show you. What that? How what that? I can't see it, I said.
Which document that with the boss signature?
No, the whole purpose of it, people, I'm not trying to show is that get involved, like Ms. Calder said, get involved. These things are publicly available. Answered proceedings are publicly available. When you see a politician that jump up and down and lick out against the law, just ask for the answered proceedings at the time, and just to make sure that he was there, and you can see what he said about it. And then you can say, well, Mr. Politician, oh, come you jump up and down and you agree with it, right? So I know you come, and because it's applicable to your friend or to you, all of a sudden, no, it's not good, you want to throw it out. I yield to Jeffrey Tavares.
You know, one of the parliamentarians, a former parliamentarian on this side of the fence, once said that termites must eat out their brain. I yield to the man from the east.
No, well on. Before the man from the east talk, Prezi, you have a question, Prezi?
Yeah, I was wondering if you guys think, based on how the outcome of the Prime Minister's attempted appeal and just the whole proceeding, if that's a victory, or should it show or build some confidence in the judicial system and process in Jamaica, where people can feel like the system works and it doesn't matter who you are, even though there might be aspects or elements of partiality or preferential treatment. But could it be a confidence booster for people, especially us in the diaspora, who are hoping that the judicial process in Jamaica, or the court systems and the legal system, is actually working and it do have some teeth? Do you think we could start having a little bit of confidence in that based on the outcome of this case? You want to take that on?
Well, I just explained that the result of the judge's ruling really didn't advance the PM's interest at all. That is clear, because the main issue that everybody is concerned about is the certification. So once you could not get that in a judicial review application, then everything else is peripheral. So it seems to me that there's no victory there for the applicants.
But what about the perception of the judiciary? That's really where my focus is on.
Well, perception, I mean, one has to look at the evidence, the reasoning of the court and see if it makes sense. That is what you have to be guided by at this time, rather than perception.
So we can't generalize. We just have to focus. We have to focus on these individual cases.
Look at the evidence, because you remember at the end of the day, a court has to be guided by evidence. That's key. Is evidence driven. So you, the layman, may read it and say, hey, based on this evidence, I don't see how a court would come to this conclusion. Or you say, yes, I agree with the court. So I think that the best way to do is to look at the evidence that was presented, the affidavit evidence, and see whether the conclusion that was arrived at makes sense.
All right.
I am of the opinion, Prezi, that with having an explanation of the ruling, the people that are paying attention now have a better understanding of what is happening, one, and two, have a little bit of confidence, have a little bit more confidence in that there's a turn. There has been a dynamic shift in how the people of Jamaica have been operating and what we have been asking of our representatives. And as such, they're paying closer attention to the actions and taking action themselves when they don't feel comfortable with something that is being done by our representatives. So I believe that they're more confident in the system moving forward.
My learned friend, your thoughts.
My thoughts, Prezi, I just wondering why you're attacking the judiciary in the manner that you're attacking. Especially like the fact that I mean, I will always boast. They guided by Justice Sykes and the President of the Court of Appeal, Justice McDonough Bishop, to see what would have happened with the judgment as written by Justice Althea Jarrett. There's no room to criticize the judiciary because the transparency is full. It's not like it said judicial review granted and judgment will follow. It is there for you to go on. I think it's published on the internet by now. It should be up by now, I think, latest Monday. But it's there for the public to read, and those who read in discussions like this. It's exciting when you see Mr. Wildman in other spaces. Even myself, that you read paragraph 49 was instructive. If you read it, you see that from the get-go, even the judge could have just simply said, okay, striking down everything else, the parties agree for judicial review to this. And I mean, it was a concession and by agreement that anything at all was granted.
Yes.
Outside of that, it showed the purpose of judicial review. And there are some attorneys that are a bit more genius and wild, some wild men out there that have done some gymnastics when it comes to the Constitution and judicial review. I think there can be conversations in terms of how we have the public understand what is a prohibition, what is mandamus, and what the current attorney general. Yes, the current attorney general says, sure. That's how. Yes.
I have a question. I almost forgot. No, what's it? The Representation Act?
Yes.
No. There's an act. I can't remember it. I have it right here. It says that if you're going to sue the government, the crown, that the attorney general is the proper person to represent the government, the crown.
Yeah.
Now, in this case, we have the prime minister suing a body that he was instrumental in bringing into existence. It's a creature of the parliament.
Yes.
Right? It's an agency of the parliament. Why is it that we don't see, and remember now, you mentioned it, Mr. Wyman, you're absolutely correct, where you say every single law, every single bill, in order for it to become law, after they've voted on it, it must go to the Attorney General for review of constitutional sufficiency to say, it meets the constitutional requirements. And then it goes to the Governor General for his assent.
Yes.
Why is it that we don't say, why is it that the Prime Minister, in your, I mean, you don't work for the prime minister. I'm just asking, is there a reason why the prime minister, can you fathom a reason as to why he didn't name the attorney general or the DPP? Because now you're talking about,
I'm glad you raised that question, because I have to be explaining this principle in court several times up to last week.
Okay.
So let me explain.
Please.
Okay. Judicial review is not civil proceedings. Get that point.
Mm-hmm.
It is not civil proceedings. It is a decision. It's an application against a decision maker. And the Privy Council explained this beautifully in the case of vehicles and supplies against trade and industry. Lord Oliver makes the point, agreeing with the Court of Appeal, that it is not civil proceedings. So it is not proceedings under the Crown Proceedings Act as civil proceedings.
That's the act I'm referring to, Crown Proceedings Act. Mm-hmm.
So it is not to be brought against the Attorney General unless the Attorney General is a decision maker. If he is not a decision maker, then it can't be brought against the Attorney General because he's not a decision maker. So in this case, the decision makers are the Director of Investigation, Mr. Beresford, and the Integrity Commission. They are the persons who made decisions against the PM.
And Kevin Stevenson.
Yes. So they are the ones who must be made the respondents and not the Attorney General.
All right, let me ask you. You said judicial review is not civil procedure.
Not civil procedure. Right. Like for example, when you sue somebody in tort or contract,
mm-hmm.
Okay? Like when you sue the commissioner of police, when a policeman commits a tort, you bring the case against the Attorney General.
Okay. No,
but judicial review is not those type of proceedings.
All right. Let's say after judicial review, which starting the 7th of January.
Yes.
Let's say that the prime minister doesn't like whatever decision is rendered sometime thereafter.
Yes.
And then he decides to appeal.
Yes.
At what point does it become civil procedure? At what point does it will never?
The only time the Attorney General will be involved if there are issues concerning the constitutionality of a law, then he can enter as of right.
Right. But, Mr. Wildman.
Yes.
In the Prime Minister's affidavit,
yes,
he made assertions concerning the constitutionality.
Yes, but what I am saying to you, if leave were granted, for example, saying that the law is unconstitutional, then what would have happened? That as I explained earlier, the judge would have made the appropriate direction that the Attorney General must be brought into the proceedings. If, for example, once it has to do with the Constitution, then the Attorney General will come on board.
Well, the judge avoided it in this case.
But for now, there is no constitutional issue now. It's a straight administrative action of the Integrity Commission.
You're right. Because the judge threw out that piece.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So
right.
There's no need to do
There's no need for him to come.
Okay. That the Attorney General be made a party.
Understood. Jeffrey, Mr. President, Kevin, we have 13 minutes. Go ahead, fire away.
Well, I just want to say to Mr. Wildman that he has really enlightened us this evening or tonight pertaining to what many of us wanted to be enlightened about, because many of us has been taking this thing, even a lot of us on the platform, in a different light. And now you have shown us, and we have learned a lot from you. And I hope that justice must prevail in a sense where you can't have the cake and eat the cake.
Yes.
You can't have a prime minister who is the person who helped to pilot a law through the parliament of the country.
Yeah.
And want to come around now to show the Jamaican people that, hey, I want to take this to court.
Yeah.
To strike it down, because take out the illicit enrichment out of it.
Yes.
Can't be. And for all of us in this country, we need to really continue. As what Isaac said, it can't be a 9-day talk.
Yeah.
We must continue speaking about these things. And for this country to really move forward, for us to leave a country, a Jamaica behind for our children, we are the one at this present moment, at this time,
Yeah.
to stand up for this nation and speak out. $3 trillion, nobody where the $3 trillion disappear to. A prime minister who believe that he's above the law. Not anybody words on this platform I wanna be dictator. It can't continue. Our foreparents must be rolling in their grave. We need to stand up and let our voice be heard. That this time, at this point in our lives, that we need a Jamaica for our children. And Mr. Wildman,
Yeah.
believe you me, sir, I lift my hat to you. I don't know you remember me. I met you through a good attorney friend of mine, Robert, oh my God. Robert, his mother died about a month ago.
Oh, that's Robert.
Oh Lord.
No.
He loves to go to the sell out that place now. He still have to go to the new bar in halfway tree there, man. I remember the name of the place anyway. Or his name, but his name is Robert Armstrong.
Oh, Robert. Oh, yes, Robbie Armstrong. Yeah, man. Yes. Robbie. Yes,
Robbie Armstrong.
Yes, Robbie. Yes.
And you know, it's good to have you come on and let us know about what is going on. Teach us some stuff.
Yes.
Because many of us don't know.
Yes.
Will Rattigan alone can't teach.
Yes.
We need more people. Isaac alone cannot teach.
Okay.
We need more people, you know. I realize that Isaac, I get enough KFC since he started going up to Portland.
No, I don't eat that. That's bad food. Bad food.
Get Boston Dirk, no.
Kevin, I'm going to let you go ahead because you have to get ready.
Yeah.
Kevin, you want to go first?
Yeah, man. Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you again for enlightenment. Something that we need to get by, you know, in a better way. Jeffrey, I don't know who it was that coined this phrase that you can't have your cake and eat it too, but I don't know what is the purpose of having cake if you can't eat it.
Especially if it's your cake. If it's your cake, you can.
Right. You know, but it's important when, as a people, we get a broader understanding of what is happening. When reports come out in the news, it's to draw attention.
Yeah.
And so it will be worded in such a way that it will grab you. And a lot of people don't read past the headlines.
Yeah.
And not only did we get to go beyond the headline into the body, but we went between the lines, not just the things that were said, but the things that were not said.
Yeah.
And I thank you for presenting on that expertly, as you usually do. And as we continue on this journey, Ratty especially, I hope I pray for your continued health and knowledge and wisdom and sound mind. Well, you know, relatively sound. And Isaac, every time the three of you are together, which is rare, it is quite the blessing, and it must be Christmas because tonight is quite the present. It's quite the gift. And thanks to Jamaica for being content rich.
Isaac is always on the ball.
Well, I tell you, boy, context does matter. Crazy.
Well, I must say thank you, two of Jamaica's brightest minds. And, you know, it's such a privilege and honor for us to have you guys in our corner to bring us the information and help us and guide us. Also, before I yield back to Isaac to make his final comment, let me just wish you and Rasha a happy anniversary. And yeah, as a matter of fact, as a president, I'm giving you Monday off. How that sound?
And I'm in Court of Appeal Monday starting a big appeal.
Oh,
That's
man.
the word.
You really? All right, in that case, we got to collect the molar, but congratulations and
Thanks.
enjoy the day and
Yes.
God's blessing and keep up the good work, sir.
Thanks very much. Thanks, my brother.
Isaac, I yield to you, sir.
You know, I wouldn't be Isaac if I didn't say this. You know, the Prime Minister is a citizen. The beauty of the law and the judiciary is the ability to just challenge, because you never know.
Yes.
If matters go all the way to the Privy Council and people are surprised.
Yes.
The interesting thing about the challenge to the section of the IC is, if he wins,
Yes.
it's not a good look for him, because they all sit there and they made something and it's going to look like it's a escape clause for him.
Yes.
But I looked at that part of the legislation and I wondered to myself, if the IC is not included in the Constitution as one of those exceptions to the property rights, if it can be struck out. And I'm just interested to see where it goes, because it would cast a serious gray cloud over the Parliament if this were allowed to happen. And I think the judiciary would be happy to take it up when the time comes, strike it down, and then everybody's going to say, wow. So they're making laws to ensure that when they hypothetically get in trouble, they can just challenge it, strike it down. And really, we live in a lawless society where some people can escape the law. So I'm really watching it, looking forward to it. And as always, Mr. Wildman, continue. Us young attorneys, we look up to you. Yeah. Continue to giving us the courage to challenge the law if it don't sound right, if it don't look right, and we are not afraid to ensure that the Constitution does its work and that the people are defended where necessary. So I appreciate you. And Mr. Rattigan, as always, your platform is amazing.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Panels, same.
Yeah. Let me just say before everybody goes, let me just say, cause we have 4 minutes. Let me just say that Mr. Isaac, Mr. Wildman, is one of the most experienced attorneys in Jamaica. One of the things that he won't tell you, I'll tell you, is that he has the most experience in Jamaica of filing exactly what the Prime Minister filed.
Yeah.
The Prime Minister should have hired him. When it comes to judicial review, this man here, he knows more about judicial review than anybody else in Jamaica. Am I lying, sir?
Well,
all right, that's no more. That's no more. You're too modest.
The interesting thing about this particular one, as Isaac alluded to, is that if they decide to challenge the Corruption Prevention Act, that section, what you will have is that the Attorney General, who is the PM's Attorney General, will have to go to the court and say that the Integrity Commission Act and the Corruption Prevention Act is demonstrably justified in a free and democratic society.
Against him, boss.
That is the reality of the situation.
I love it. Hey, listen, Joey Garden was asking about the Hansford proceedings. Joey, go to the JAMP's website. It's the easiest place to file ATIs. Janet will love you for this. Just go over there and just scroll down and you just look for ATI request and it's there. If you have any problem, just link me. And then Janet, you mentioned send the fool a little further. I was going to say that, but instead I nice it up and what did I say? I say open the gate for the fool. But that's a popular phrase that we have in Jamaica, you know, at least where we come from. Tigo, you listen to me, where we say send the fool a little further. And I think that's what the judge actually did. Mr. Wildman, the floor is yours, sir.
Yeah, so that what I alluded to is the most interesting thing about this case. Where your Attorney General will have to go to court and argue against the PM.
Or concede.
Exactly. Or concede. That's correct. Or concede.
To fake business.
Well, you know what, people? Round here, we say that open up your eyes. And I mean, let me give a liquor fight, yeah? This a while, man. This is our theme song, you know.
Are you serious?
Yeah. And by the way, people, this a while, man, I challenge me, you know.
Yeah,
That clash. I challenge with that the Kevin. You hear him?
Yeah.
You hear
Hey.
Kevin?
If he didn't have appeals on Monday, he could have done it tomorrow.
That's correct.
Well, Mr. Wyman, just so you know, Kevin and I, we have a little Sunday thing going, you know, where we invite producers and artists and all that. And sometimes
you didn't tell Kevin about my function on Saturday.
I am going to tell him. I'm going to tell him. In the meantime, people, thank Carla Owner for showing up tonight.
Mr. Rattigan.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead, Jeffrey. Mention it quickly.
Yes, just want to let everyone know that come Monday at 7 p.m.
Yes.
It's on my birthday. Monday at 7 p.m.
Yes.
It will be, I'll be having on the Mekwita Current Affair program Her Excellency Lady Beverly Manley Duncan will be my special guest. I also gonna have Mr. Rattigan will be there with me also. So we'll be speaking to her about her journey into politics and where does she see Jamaica now as an elder state lady of all time. So join me at 7 p.m. on Monday. Beverly Manley Duncan will be my special guest.
Yes.
All right. Open the eyes, people.
And on the 12th of December, join me on the 12th of December. Context matters. Yes. I will be my guest.
All right. Mr. Wildman, pick up yourself here, sir.
Okay.
Reggae Global Radio, right now, people.
All right, we'll talk soon.
Bless up, everybody. Have a good night.
All right.